Oh, yeah, chat. Welcome in, chat. Welcome in, chat. Double tap the screen. Shut the live out. What we doing tonight, man? What we doing tonight, man? Y'all know what time it is, man. Plug live and he running his mouth, man. Tell everybody that Plug live and he running his mouth. Matter of fact, can Plug get a sub? Can Plug get a sub, man? What is we doing, chat? Can Plug get a sub, man? Double tap the screen. Shut the live out, man. I want to know, will World War III start before the election, man? Somebody let me know, will World War III start before the election? Will minorities really vote? We know early voting started, and it's the future of America at stake. I want y'all to get everybody in here. Anybody that got an opinion, y'all need to get them in here now and tell them that Plug live and he running his mouth, man. It's the future of America at stake. Will minorities really vote? Will World War III start before the election, man? Teron, what it do? Ample Perception TV, what it do? Kushboo, what it do? What is we doing tonight, chat? What is we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. We in intro mode, man.
Yeah. JB. Go. I told that bitch don't get in my car if it don't come with no neck. I told my niggas I don't like the beef cause that don't come with no check. I told my niggas to mark my word, I guarantee that I'm next. I got the arms of a bodybuilder from the way that I flex. Might just hit the strip just to go blow me a check. Yeah. They know what the fuck I'm on. They say that they got some of the best gas, they call it Southern Joy. Chain on chain and ice on ice like Adam Sandler, I'm water boy. I know I'm all in the head. That bitch laying in my bed. Wait till I give her a spread. I'm a master with the head. Don't let these social fool you, these niggas broke. I know that they ain't bought it. Ain't got no car but talking shit. Okay, then little walkie talkie. I told that bitch to come home. I ain't got time for no bitch that's healing. Puff the blood, she called me daddy. And I'm screaming out no D. I'ma make sure that she come. I'ma fuck her good with my tongue. I know the night is still young. So baby, let's get it in. I know just how she like it tonight. She spicy, she added a friend. They ain't identical, but they fuck alike. So in the bed, I call them twin. Bet I call them twin. Yeah. Bitch, and shoot a shoot. 1 + 1 = 2. What you tryna do? Go back for back, check a swoop for swoop. Either way it go, I'm on. Either way it go, I'm gone. Brody them just got like 100 on 'em and they tryna get them gone. What you call it, that wet? What's the name? And he put it in his song. Brody them got the purest powder, it's pink. You know this shit is strong. No Diddy. I'm the type of nigga that turn my bitch up in each city. Brother cut out, we celebrating, we hit the gritty. I'm feeling like a baby, I'm trying to get that milk up out them titties. It's no question who young and the latest. If you want your bitch, then when she talking, hear her. If I want the bitch, I'm going Pittsburgh. Still her. I keep some on the side, I don't have trust in just the main bitch. Suck me up while I'm driving like damn, I'll die by this lane switch. Shit, different type of freak, so we ain't never got a tussle. Throw it back like Miss London and sum me up like be hustle.
Oh, yeah, chat. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. Welcome in, chat. Welcome in, chat. What we doing tonight, man? I need y'all to double tap the screen and shut the live out. We got some real topics in here tonight. I need y'all to shut the live out. Get your cousin, your auntie, and uncle in here and tell them Plug live and he running his mouth, man. Because we got some topics, man. I heard the port strike just ended. Press 2 if y'all heard the port strike just ended. We finna cover that too, man. They say they came to an agreement. They came to an agreement of a $24 an hour, a $24 an hour raise over 6 years. Y'all heard it? What it do? I need y'all to double tap the screen and shut the live out, man. Will World War III start before the election? Will minorities really vote? And it's the future of America at stake, man. It's the future of America at stake. I need y'all to double tap the screen, man. I'm about to go blow some money. Fuck them dock workers. Okay. Say fuck it. I seen everybody was getting the toilet paper from the East Coast all the way down to Texas. They said all the major stores was running out of toilet paper, man, left and right. So they had to get that situation under wraps immediately. And we see the very next day, well, really a couple days later, it's been going on since Thursday, but really a couple days later after the stores started running out of toilet paper, what happened? They reached the deal. Right? What my other device said, they got it in the Discord. What the deal is. Puzzles dropped it in the Discord. Have y'all heard about the new deal that they got for the port workers, man? Do y'all think it's fair? Do y'all think they underpaid? Do y'all think they overpaid? Is it going to keep up with inflation? That's the question that we really got to ask tonight, y'all. I'm finna find the agreement. It says, word is officially out on the port strike. $24 an hour raise spread across 6 years is 61% raise. Agreement on container royalties. So I guess they getting some royalties off the container. I guess they say they get some royalties off the containers. And they say a committee formed on automation in the ports. I need somebody to get up here and tell me what that means. A committee formed on automation in the ports, man. What does that mean, chat? What does that mean, chat? And I got this sheriff. Somebody dropped a clip of a sheriff from California saying that he talked to a cartel leader or somebody else working for the cartel, and they say that it's easier now than ever to get anything in the United States. It's now easier than ever to get whatever you want in the United States. Come on, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. I'm finna pull up the video at 10 minutes in. We finna get some people up in here. I'm waiting for June to load up. I'm sure Money will load up. And whoever else will load up. Our son Stein and Ike the link too. If y'all need the link, man, it should be clickable. Y'all let me know, is the link clickable, chat? Is the link clickable? Somebody let me know, is the link clickable before I drop it again. Somebody let me know, is the link clickable before I drop it again. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find the video, man. Here you go, right here. I'm finna pull the video up at 11 minutes in. I'm gonna pull at 10 minutes in. We got 11 people in here. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. Puzzles, what it do, man? I'm finna play the video of this California sheriff, man, talking about the crashes. They say the link is not working. I don't know why they do me like that, y'all. I don't know why every time I go live, the link doesn't work. You have to screenshot the link, man. You got to screenshot it and copy paste it in your browser if you want to come up, man. Screenshot the link, copy paste it in your browser if you want to come up, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. Let me pull up this damn video on the back end while we doing this. I'm finna pull up this video on the back end. Hold on, man. I'm finna pull up and let this man tell y'all, man. Do y'all think he gonna be a political ploy or what, man? Do y'all think this dude is gonna be up here lying or what, man? They saying the link not working. You gotta screenshot it, man. Talking about, damn, let me pull over. Where you pulling over at, girl? About to blow some money. Fuck them dog workers. Where you finna blow some money in, man? Double tap the screen, man. I'm finna pull this shit up, man. We finna get to the bottom of this shit today. Because the election is what? The election is November 5th. We like 30-some days away, man. We ain't got time for this shit. We got to get to the bottom. Hold on. We got to get to the bottom of this shit. I got the video right here. This man right here, man. Y'all think this dude lying? Sheriff Bordox, man. Y'all think this dude lying? He a California sheriff, man. He said he boots on the ground dealing with this shit, man. They say the link is no good, man. Y'all gonna have to I don't know what I can do to get the link to work. Y'all gonna have to screenshot it, man, and copy paste that link in your browser. It'll bring you straight up, man. Matter of fact, that's the wrong link I'm sharing, y'all. That new link is the wrong link I'm sharing. That's an old link, y'all. Let me delete that. That 4 link, that's an old link, y'all. Let me delete them comments, man. I just needed a squeegee to clean my oversized shower. I ain't talking about nothing. Girl, what the hell you got going with an oversized shower, girl? Letitia, what you got going with an oversized shower over there, man? All right, man, we almost 10 minutes in, man. 10 minutes in, man, we finna play this video, man. I need everybody to double tap the screen, shut the live out. Letitia said she needed a squeegee to clean her oversized shower, man. She needed a squeegee to clean her oversized shower. They say the war on drugs been World War III this whole time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, John Doe. I don't believe it, man. I don't believe that the World War III has been a war on drugs, man. Plug, Leland, what it do? Full name money, what it do? Nah, man, I'm telling y'all, man. Nah, full name money, you gonna chill today, man. Just chill till we get some folks in here, man. We're going to chill. Once I run these videos, man, y'all know folks like to fall off air once them videos get to rolling, man. Double tap the screen. Here we go.
Senator and Attorney General in California, and I can tell you that the words that she has often spoken when it comes to defunding the police and ICE kin to the KKK is demoralizing to law enforcement and those trying to protect our country and protect victims. Thousands of people coming through a day where I visited and I saw people from Yemen, China coming through. A friend of mine, Jody Jones, his brother was shot and killed at an AM/PM mini mart.
He said people coming in from Yemen and China. So it ain't just, you know what I'm saying, the Hispanics, like Aqua was saying earlier on the live. He said from Yemen and China. Now, y'all let me know what the hell Yemen is, chat. Let me pull it up. What is Yemen? I've heard of it, but I don't know. They say it's a country in the Middle East. As soon as I type in Yemen, it says a country in the Middle East. Yemen, country in the Middle East. Let's see what Yemen citizens look like. I want to know if I ever seen anybody from Yemen in my life or anybody that could potentially be from Yemen in my life. Probably, I might have seen somebody from Yemen in my life, man. Y'all know how I go, man. I don't know, though. Maybe they was, you know, from somewhere in the Middle Eastern. So they Middle Eastern. I've seen Middle Easterns, but I don't know if I've seen anybody from Yemen. Have y'all seen anybody from Yemen? Letitia and her stunt talking about she got a 2,400 square foot. So she got a 2,400 square foot over there, man. Big boss crib. Listen, I ain't got nothing like that, Letitia. I ain't made it yet. Y'all ride it out with me, man. No Diddy, man. And one day Plug gonna make it, and I'm gonna have something like a 2,400 square foot. You know what I'm saying? Something with a little upstairs, downstairs, basement, studio, you know, streaming set up. Some shit. Y'all know, just bear with me, man. I ain't got no 2,400 square foot yet. But listen to what this dude was saying, man.
Kamala Harris as the Senator and Attorney General in California, and I can tell you that the words that she has often spoken when it comes to defunding the police and ICE kin to the KKK is demoralizing to law enforcement and those trying to protect our country and protect victims. Thousands of people coming through a day where I visited and I saw people from Yemen, China coming through. A friend of mine, Jody Jones, his brother was shot and killed at an AM/PM mini mart where an illegal immigrant who had been deported 3 times over found his way back into the United States, attempted a robbery, and shot and killed a man. We're starting to see is an influx of Mandarin or those from China. We're unraveling a human trafficking case of over 40 women who are involved in sexual prostitution up and down the state of California, who have found their way across the border and are here illegally, and that case is ongoing.
There's no excuse to be broke in 2024 if you're a healthy man in a first world country. In 2008,
maybe I pulled up the wrong video.
In our country.
Here you go.
Day one, they decided no more building the.
Here you go, y'all.
On day one, the Biden-Harris administration made 3 changes that led to the unprecedented situation we've seen in our country. Day one, they decided no more building the wall, no more remain in Mexico while we evaluate your asylum claim, and once you get here, you will not be detained, you will be released into the country. And as a result of that, 10 million migrants have come into the country, 99 on the terrorist watch list. We've lost track, they've lost track. This is what happens when you have an administration that doesn't care about border security, that prioritizes aliens over Americans and legal immigrants. But unfortunately, we don't. We have a Democrat presidential candidate who for years advocated for open borders. She was appointed the border czar, yet presided over the largest mass illegal immigration in U.S. history. She has called for ICE to be abolished. She has laughed off questions about border security. She has promoted amnesty. She has said that, quote, undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. Thanks to Kamala Harris and
all right, man. I didn't know she pushed the end ICE, bro. So what's the deal with her pushing the end ICE, y'all? I don't know anything about her pushing the end ICE. Is he keeping it real, chat? Y'all let me know. Is he keeping it real or is he just up here running his damn mouth? Did she actually try to end ICE, bro?
Not a criminal. Thanks to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're on track to get to 12 million illegal aliens in the United States in this 4-year administration. 12 million. I always tell folks, 12 million, that's the equivalent of the entire population of our state of Ohio, 7th largest state in the union. And that's not even counting the 1.9 million known gotaways who've evaded Border Patrol or the unknown number of gotaways who've not even been detected. American communities are left to suffer the consequences.
Of Tulare County in California. Which members of the committee, my name is Mike Boudreau. I am the sheriff of Tulare County in California. Tulare County sits in the heart of California, right in the center. We're a very large agricultural community. I have spent 38 years in law enforcement working in the sheriff's office and working with victims throughout my career. I am also an FBI National Academy graduate in class 251, where I have law enforcement leaders from all over the country and as well all over the world who I have connections with. When it comes to the dangerous and sometimes deadly impacts of what I feel is a failed Biden-Harris administration on open border policies, the impacts of illegal immigration in California, I must say that I have a front row seat. I also served as the California State Sheriff's Association president, where I meet regularly with all other 57 sheriffs. There's 58, me being number 58, in the state of California hearing their stories. There's a few examples that I would like to be able to provide today. We have a long issue of illegal immigration in California. However, over the last 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, we have a deadly impact of violent criminals coming into our communities. We have migrant communities of farm workers who are now infiltrated and terrorized by those that they had fled other countries from, who are now in our communities terrorizing them, threatening their children to be involved in drug trafficking, gun running, drug dealing, as well as gangs and sexual activity of children. I'm very involved with these migrant communities as the sheriff, and I can tell you the personal stories and impacts are heart-wrenching. Many of these communities have to do what's called paying rent. You must give money to the drug lord or the gang member or the violent criminal of those that you fled if you want to live peacefully within that migrant community. I'm very familiar with Kamala Harris as the senator and attorney general in California, and I can tell you that the words that she has often spoken when it comes to defunding the police and ICE kin to the KKK is demoralizing to law enforcement and those trying to protect our country and protect victims here in California and the United States. I have, as the president, walked the border, and over the course of the 38 years as sheriff, I have visited the border many times, and I have many friends in the Border Patrol as well as Homeland Security, and I can tell you that they are frustrated. Thousands of people coming through a day where I visited and I saw people from Yemen, China coming through. In our town, we had a friend of mine, Jody Jones, his brother was shot and killed at an AM/PM mini mart where an illegal immigrant who had been deported 3 times over found his way back into the United States, attempted a robbery, and shot and killed a man. My deputies got into a pursuit and got into a violent shootout with this man. We have a case where that's called the reign of terror. I can tell you, as the Attorney General, Kamala Harris often lesson.
All right, we're going to stop it right there, chat. We're going to stop it right there, chat. I think we get the gist of what he's trying to say, man. He's trying to say that he's boots on the ground over there at the border, man, and that shit is not working. So I want to know how y'all feel about it, chat. Who do y'all feel like? Do y'all feel like we can get the, it said King Kong ain't got, June, load up. Kushbu, load up. June and Kushbu, go on, load up, man. Let's have this conversation, man. I want to know what's going on, man. Y'all know how to load up. Y'all got it in the Discord, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. Because at the end of the day, we finna have to vote for somebody. Let's see, man. How many days until election day, man? 32 days, 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds until election day. 32 days, man, to make this decision, man. 32 days, man. What is y'all gonna do? What is we gonna do, man? Is we gonna have a conversation or what? 1 month away. That's what I'm saying, man. We got 1 month away. We got everything going on. They say the Diddy shit a distraction. So I came back to the politics tonight, man. I seen Diddy got a new lawyer on his case and all that. We're gonna get into that later on. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. We're gonna get into that later on, man. Kushbu, welcome to the stage.
What it do, plug? What it do, chat?
Man, you know what time it is, man. We ain't got much going on up here tonight, man. We just gonna kick it, man, have a good time, and we're gonna bring these conversations forward because we 32 days away from the election and a lot of people are changing their minds. I seen earlier today that it's coming out that a lot of people on the right are coming at Kamala today because they said that it's coming out that her husband done smacked some woman up at a gala. Her husband allegedly smacked up his ex at a gala, man, and everybody seen it. So they saying how can she be for women, stand by all women and believe all women when you know what I'm saying? She with this dude that was smacking this woman up at the gala, man.
What?
Yeah, and the channel that I was watching, you know what I'm saying? Chaotic. He asked the question to the chat. If you undecided or you on the right, are you gonna ask the Democrats about it? So I'm asking everybody about it. They say allegedly he violently slapped this woman, man, at some gala, some gathering, man. He slapped her, man, and people seen him, man. They saying he ain't, you know what I'm saying? They saying it happened, bro, allegedly. So how does that make you feel, Kushbu? I know that you, Kamala, you know what I'm saying? How does that make you feel? Is it just some hood shit that go on? You know what I'm saying? Does it mean something? Is it because people love to talk about how the orange man like to grab them right by the whatchamacallit, and it's okay, you know what I'm saying? Because they consented basically because he was rich. People love to bring that point up, but now they're saying that Kamala's husband allegedly slapped his ex-girlfriend up in front of a lot of people, man. In front of a lot of people.
Oh Lord!
I heard one guy that was he's a tried and true Democrat. You know what I'm saying? He said he already cast his vote. He said if he would have knew this prior to this, he wouldn't have voted for it.
Well,
I'm asking the question. You know, I'm undecided, y'all. We're gonna bring up some bullshit from the other side too. We just not one-sided, y'all. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. I want to get the opinions of the people.
It's not gonna change my mind, because I'm just worried about where this country is going, not about him pimps like June talking about pimp slapping in the White House. I don't know about all that, but I have to do my research. But it's not like Kamala slapped anybody.
Right. You're right. Okay, that's how you feel about it. It's not like she slapped anybody. It's just like she, you know what I'm saying? Like she know it can get like that. You know what I'm saying? And he just ain't gonna do it to her. That's what you saying?
I'm not saying I don't. She might have got slapped too. I have no idea. We don't know what's going on in their household, but this whole election is a mess. And I'm feeling like others, like, is it really gonna be an election? That's what I'm starting to feel like.
This what it say. The report's coming out, man. Kamala Harris' husband slapped his girlfriend for flirting with another man, claims report. The report said Kamala Harris' husband, Douglas Emhoff, allegedly struck the woman, a New York attorney, in the face while waiting in a valet line.
Oh, Lord.
It said months after U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris' husband, Douglas Emhoff, admitted to having an extramarital affair during his first marriage, a report claimed that he allegedly slapped his ex-girlfriend for flirting with the valet worker. Come on, man.
This is a whole circus.
Come on, man.
Come on,
I guess
Charlie.
he came on out and said he was cheating. They came on out and said he was cheating, you know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like shit. Why is it just now coming out? I don't even like Kamala, but this is a non-story irrelevant to the. I mean, hey, if that's your right to feel like that, Bookworm. That's your right to feel like that, man. Yeah, he white, man.
I just feel this is.
Y'all want me to read the rest of the article?
Yeah, I just feel this
It
is
said,
just what they did to Hillary a month before her election. So why wasn't this brought out years ago?
it said, the report published by a British tabloid on Wednesday said the second gentleman allegedly struck the woman, a New York attorney, in the face while waiting in valet line late at night for the Cannes Film Festival events in France. The report, citing the woman's friend, said the woman had been dating Imhoff, a lawyer, for 3 months when the incident took place. Earlier in August, Imhoff, 59, acknowledged that he had an affair during his first marriage with Kirsten after the alleged details of the relationship were published by a British tabloid. So they saying a British tabloid broke the news that he already, you know what I'm saying, was cheating on his wife before his previous wife. And now it's another, I guess it's another British tabloid coming out saying this shit. He was slapping this woman up, man. He was slapping this woman up, man.
Well, I really don't trust the British tabloids, but I'm gonna have to
Here you go, man. It says his acknowledgement came after a British tabloid reported that Imhoff had an affair with the teacher who worked at the school his children attended that resulted in the end of his first marriage. It was reported that the woman became pregnant and that, according to a close friend, she did not keep the child. Imhoff and Carrington ended their marriage in 2009 and have 2 children. Kamala Harris, who married Imhoff in 2014, was aware before the marriage, so she already knew this shit. You know what I'm saying? I guess she like it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? What Beyonce say, a lot can happen when it's $1 billion on the elevator. A lot can happen when it's $1 billion on the elevator. Says, nah, I still ain't voting for it, but not because of Pimp Daddy Doug. You say you don't care about Pimp Daddy Doug slapping her up. Charlie, welcome to the stage. What it do?
Hey, what's up, Plug? Hey, Kush Boo.
Hey, Charlie.
What you got to say about this, Charlie? How you feel about old Doug slapping somebody up allegedly out in the valet line?
Listen, I kind of take umbrage with that. It's like, okay, is it fair if I say I don't have to like somebody's husband? Maybe I can like the wife, but that kind of, I don't know, this giving me the ick. If he's beating on one person, he could be beating on her too. I don't know. I don't like to let that kind of shit slide though. That's kind of irritating me a little bit, low key. Like, what, you hitting some woman, you cheating on your wife with this lady, and you popping off on her for what? That's not your lady.
They was together for 3 months, allegedly, man. He said that they was together for 3 months, man. He pulled up at the valet, man. She got the flirting with the valet driver, man. He wasn't feeling that shit, man. Allegedly smacked her up, man.
3 months.
He already admitted to that.
3 months is all it took. 3 months. Imagine if it were 3 years.
Right. Come on, man. Leland say this is favorite aunties, Kush, Boo, and Chalk, man.
Hey, Leland.
Hey, Leland. And this is a lot to process. People slapping folks at the valet. People grabbing people's stuff. They all compromise. If money was up here, compromise.
Really compromise. Okay, and why do you think that's coming out now? Is that like an important piece of information you think that'll keep people from voting for her? Because you just mentioned a gentleman who voted earlier, and he said if he knew this information, he wouldn't have voted for her. Why do you think that
Correct.
is?
He said he would have voted for like a Green Party or something independent.
Why do you think that is? Is it because he's looking at it?
It's hypocritical. He said it's hypocritical because she went on that whole campaign about standing by women. And she not standing by that woman because she went and dated the nigga that married the man that smacked her up.
But in order to be a president of the United States, yeah, it's hypocritical, but there's no way in hell she would have made it to that level if she was pro-woman. No way. She locked too many women up to be pro-women. I mean, if he had done his research, he would have known she's not a pro-woman or a feminist or anything like that. He would have known if he had done his research and not voted early.
Y'all send some videos to the Discord, man. Like I said, we'll pull them up.
Yeah, her record would speak for itself. I don't think there's a way you can get to the top, say, without being pro male minded, if that makes sense. I was going to say something else, but I don't want to be rude.
Like what you was gonna say?
I was going to say a dickhead.
Damn.
But she got to be a little dickheaded in a way. You can't come in there all cute and pretty and prissy, wearing pink and shit. This is the president of the United States. She's either going to have to be respected, and in order to do so, she may step on a few females next to do that. Like, hey, I'm not pro these women. I'm not this soft. Yeah.
Okay. Coach Boo, what you feel about that?
It's not gonna change my vote because he's not president. He's just gonna be the first what is it? The first man. But I'm pretty sure the orange man has done things worse that we just don't know about. I just don't like the time, and they do this every time. They wait right before the election to start doing this kind of stuff. That's why I have to question a little bit. They did it with Hillary a few months before the election.
Right.
And I think that Donald Trump, it doesn't matter what he does, they want to vote for him anyway. He can slap a woman up, they still will vote for him. So they'll still vote for him. If he did this, if he slapped Melania, they still will vote for her and probably say she needed to be slapped. But I'm just gonna tell you, anybody that's gonna be president, anybody, they're in them societies. They have already been picked because she would not have made it to this position. I know y'all can say she locked people up and slept her way around and all this other stuff, but you still got to be in that society to be president. All the presidents have been in this society since the start of the country.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get some pushback, but let me be, I don't want to say devil's advocate, but let me go there. I remember having a cousin, a girl cousin of mine, and she said that she wanted to work for the city. I said, well, what are you trying to do? She didn't want to go by herself. We were going to go do firefighter training. It wasn't until maybe a week or so into the training she told me she wanted to be a correctional officer. I dropped out of it. This was the worst decision, in my opinion, that she could have made. This changed her personality overnight. This is, when you're talking about societies, I'm talking about someone who changed their sexual nature overnight. Sometimes women don't sleep their way to the top. They just like to sleep their way. You know what I'm saying? And that changed. I don't think a Kamala Harris could survive in that society, in my opinion, without there being some dirt on her. Yeah, her husband slapping somebody up, that's rude, that's disrespectful. But it's like the little trinkets they want to give us without giving us the full thing. Because I remember HC was, it came out that she was wearing some kid's face. I know Oculus brought that up in Moneyways chat earlier. So if HC is willing to do that, what is a Kamala Harris willing to do? That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. I got a video I'm finna pull up, man. It's still relevant. It's not from that long ago. Let's see how long ago this video was made, man. This is 2 months ago, man. So let's see what he's saying, and let's see if people feel the same way in the chat now.
It's Josh Johnson, full-time Daily Show correspondent and full-time black guy. But more than that, I'm also a part-time voter. Now, black voters have been the backbone of electing Democratic presidents since Bill Clinton went on Arsenio. In fact, 91% of black voters voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and 92% voted for Joe Biden last election. So why does this year feel different?
New polling shows 23% support among black voters for former President Trump. That's up 19 points since the 2020 election.
Contrary to popular belief, not all black people know each other. So in order to find out how all black people felt about Trump, I got 6 from the tri-state area to ask, do we with Trump?
Okay, so who will you be voting for in 2024? Daryl.
Do I have to say his name? I don't want to, but more than likely it's going to be Trump.
Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Who are you going to be voting for?
Biden.
And then Victor?
I'm with her.
Oh, Biden, okay.
Trump.
Trump? Biden. Biden?
Trump.
Okay, we're an even split. Which?
Yeah, this was before he even dropped out. We gotta find a different one, y'all. We gotta find a damn different one, bro.
I think it's more to do with that she's a woman, and that's why these men are saying they voting for Trump, because they like to slap people.
Listen,
men like to slap people is what you're saying?
I'm just saying the amount of black men that have so much hatred for Kamala Harris and men in general. I mean, you have more white men that does not want the orange man back in office. But the black men, yes, y'all do have a problem with a woman in authority over y'all. In my opinion. This is my opinion, not plugs.
No, I think with it.
And I don't understand why y'all hate her. Book somebody. What did she do something to you? Hate is a strong word. You don't have to like her. You don't have to vote for her. But y'all hate her? I'm not getting where all this hate coming from.
I'm not sure about the hating part. Has someone threatened to do something to her? Now that's a dangerous position to be in, period, because, you know, people may not like her, but people didn't like the last president we have, and people took 2 shots at the president that's running right now. So that's going to come with her job.
Yeah, y'all think that somebody a charge, she becomes elected?
I believe somebody trying. I don't think, as much as we want a woman to be president, I don't think this country is ready to watch a woman go down over that. We already have our red pill issue. We are not prepared to see that. And the fact that someone's been taking shots at President Trump right now, are you serious? Nah, this country needs to get its shit together before we even see a woman in there. And that's my personal opinion.
June, come to the stage. He said, Kujbu line, come to the stage, June. You know how we do it over here, all that typing and shit, man. Come to the stage, man. It say, that's my sector of occupation, but you have to know when to tone down, but them city benefits hit different. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know what you're talking about, what your occupation is. But yeah, June, come on to the stage, man. You talking about Kujbu line. Bring your ass up here, man.
And I think people hate Trump enough not to vote for him. So it's possible. It's like it's even Steven. I think there are people who can't stand Trump no matter what he does or says.
So you think the people that can't stand Trump, a lot of those people are voting for Kamala, but what about the ones that's gonna vote, third party?
And that sucks. It's the idea of not voting for one politician over the other because of a like or a dislike or some kind of disfavor. I don't like him, so I'm going to vote for her. And I don't think that's good enough. But if we're going to go off a like and favorability, then fine. People will vote however they want to vote. I say vote based on the policies. I vote based on how the person, he's actually been president before. She's the vice president right now, and we're seeing how the country's falling apart. So if we want to blame both of them, that's fine. But I don't feel like choosing one over the other because for some reason I don't like one over the other.
Yes, and Mexico just elected their first woman president. So if Mexico, which is very to the right or the left, I don't know which one is which, because I'm in the middle. Why is there a problem with the female president for the United States? We supposed to be the leading country. We supposed to set the world standard. But we have a problem when a woman is in charge.
OG Yosemite said, y'all really think America gonna let Mexico have the first female president? Come on, man.
I mean, I see where Yo is coming from with that. There are several nations that have women who are presidents, but then there are several nations where the women who are presidents go missing. We are not ready.
Bookworm said Mexico already elected the female president.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what's going down in Mexico. It's more
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Bookworm said if you really want to get into it, a lot of y'all voting for Kamala because she's black and she's a woman. Keep it 100.
Now that's not a joke. And given that Candace Owens just did her expose, we know she's not a black woman. But there is that emotional tie-in to this woman.
I didn't care if it could have been another white man. I'm not voting for the orange. It has nothing to do with Kamala's race. And we tired of these old people. They have been presidents for years. What are we going on? 46 for the 45th, 46th president? They all been one color. This nation is not just one color. And there are more women than men. So stop making this about a race or if she's black. And I don't give a damn if she's purple. I'm not voting orange, period.
Why do you think they made that an issue? Why make her race, her ethnicity? Why do you think that became a part of her I guess her running tag? Because I don't remember just randomly people just picking at this woman's race. I think specifically she came out saying she identifies that which she is not.
Underboss say Teflon done 2024. That's crazy. Bookworm said, I'm sorry, Obama. Like, didn't y'all vote for Obama because he was black?
Let me tell you, I was at the
I did, and I'm not gonna lie on that. I did.
I wasn't at first because I didn't think it was possible. I wasn't at first.
Man, I was my first and only time ever voting as of yet, it was for Obama.
Well, when they were running, I was saying Hillary. White people got in my face and said Obama, okay, which blew my mind because I didn't think it was gonna happen. So stop saying that we all voted for him because he was black.
So you voted for Hillary over Obama because she was a woman?
No, I voted for Obama, but I was shocked.
I'm talking about okay, like if it was between Obama and Hillary, you said you wanted Hillary. Why would you pick Hillary over Obama? Well,
because I didn't think that we could get a black president.
Okay,
and y'all can call a multi-biracial president.
Okay, well maybe it could have been experience. I know Obama was young. Maybe you would have said experience or something. I don't know.
I just didn't think it was possible, and then it happened.
In a patriarchy system,
they said, "What about our economy?"
In a patriarchy system, you didn't think
you need to blame Crack Rock for the economy and not the president.
No, wait a minute.
No. We played that clip on Money Way shit earlier. They said Kamala was the deciding vote for Biden's economic plan, and they said that the experts told them the economic plan Biden had in Kushbu, why you leave, man? We ain't trying to
dead ass ask her a question and she left. Okay, Kushbu.
I ain't trying to pick on you, Kushbu.
I wasn't trying to. I just genuinely wanted her. I'll leave her alone.
All right, welcome back, Kushbu. They said June said he coming for you. But yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Like shit, was it the experience factor? You said it was because you didn't think a black person could win, and that's cool. But now this time around, you know what I'm saying? This time around, Sid said, "What about our economy?" Sid said, "What about our economy?" So I'm gonna ask the chat. Twos in the chat if y'all think Kamala Harris is gonna be better for our economy. Threes in the chat if y'all think it's gonna be Donald Trump. Twos for Kamala, threes for Trump. Let's see who listens.
Can I ask Kushbu the question again? Kushbu, do you mind if I ask you this question, Queen?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think some StreamYard kicked me off. Go ahead.
Because we know we live in a patriarchy system, did you think it was possible that a woman wouldn't be, say, or I should say, a man wouldn't be placed above a woman? We haven't lived and experienced enough in America. Just like you said, men don't take leadership well from women. So I would have never have thought Hillary Clinton would have won because she was simply going up against a man.
Yeah, I didn't think.
What if it was Elizabeth Warren or Nikki Haley or somebody like that? Would y'all feel the same way as Kamala?
No.
I don't think it would change for me. No, I just simply know that this country, and I agree with Kushbu, it is not. We don't have the discipline to say where we take leadership skills or leadership from women, and it is what it is. It can be fucked up, but that is a fact. Look at our communities. People will quicker blame the leadership of the women who raise the children in our communities and say this is why the communities are ran down. We don't have that discipline nor that respect enough for a woman to run this country. No way in hell would I've ever thought Hillary Clinton was going to win, because I know as many white women that exist in this country, they would have never put a woman before a man. They wouldn't do it. That's why.
Right about that.
I'm gonna keep it real. Do I think there's a point in the world where America can have a woman president? Yes. Do I think Kamala is the one for the job? Probably not. Do I think America is ready for it right now in 2024? Definitely not.
And that's all I'm saying. Without having to pick apart her personality, her past, whether she's black, beige, or green. It is that.
Exactly. Men don't want a woman in charge.
And women don't want a woman in charge.
I wouldn't say all women, but
remember,
at the brink of World War III, I don't think it's time to do too much changing, bro. I'm just gonna shoot. I ain't gonna sugarcoat this shit, bro. And we on the brink of World War III, man.
And that's why we have the Pentagon and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because nobody gave Obama props for finding Bin Laden.
The figure with Kush, but we understand that there's other people as generals and admirals and all kind of shit like that. But we talking about the figurehead. We talking about when we get to talk about this propaganda and shit. That's what we talking about.
Do you know who declares war in this country? It's not the president. Congress has to declare war. So that's where everybody needs to focus, is Congress.
Right, but I'm talking about the figurehead. I'm talking about who gonna rally the troops, who gonna make somebody go out there and shed blood in the name of this country. That's what I'm talking about. Who do y'all think is better for the job? If y'all think it's Kamala, press 2. If y'all think it's Trump, press 3. Who do y'all think is better for the job, man, to rally the troops? We'll say it that way. For this specific question, and I'll let Charlie take the answer. Anybody want to come up? I'm dropping the link. You might have to screenshot it and copy and paste it.
And look what Bush did to us. Look what Bush did, and he's a man, and lied about weapons of mass destruction. And look what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan. So what the difference does it make if it's a man or a woman?
There's
Do you think we wanted to go over there? We did not want to start a war with the Middle East.
You know what the difference is, Kushbu? Is when you listen to military men and women speak. And this is only for the fairest experience for the military. I am not military. The furthest I've gone is ROTC. But men in general don't want to fight war next to or side by side with women. They will prefer not to see us die or shed blood in that arena. They simply do not want that. But this country has found a way to implement not just everyday women into the military, but when we had fought, I think it was Civil War. I think it was the first time women in America engaged in war. They don't like it.
I'm gonna say this before we bring Yosemite on the stage, but before we hear from Yosemite, Kim Haney, I respect your opinion, Kim Haney. You have a right to an opinion on my platform. You can come up to the stage if you want to. You said Trump wants war. We need a president that doesn't want war. Well, let's just say Trump does want war, for instance. I don't think he does, but let's just say he does. Let's just say Kamala doesn't want war. What about the world? At that point, it becomes what the world wants. It ain't always about what we want. At some point, it becomes what the world wants as well. Go ahead, Yosemite.
Hey, what's going on, family? What's up, Chris? What up, Chuck? What up, chat? I'm gonna say this because I know that gets thrown around a lot. That we can't have a woman as a leader because what would she do in a time of a crisis or wartime? We can't forget that was one of the most adequate leaders in all the land as a female in Margaret Thatcher, who was in charge at wartime, and she was stern. She was forceful. She knew how to lead. Hell, she helped us out. So we got to get out of this disparity that a woman cannot lead. A woman don't know how to function in critical time.
Yosemite, what country did Margaret Thatcher lead?
I'm thinking it was, I want to say it was Britain.
It was the UK. She was the prime minister.
Margaret
Thatcher. Yes.
What is the difference
and she
between the
also
UK
worked well
culture
with
and
the
American
Queen.
culture? What is the difference between the UK's culture that will make that acceptable versus the American culture? I'm not talking about her femininity, man. I'm talking about the fact that she just doesn't have the respect of this nation to do so.
But Charlie, I'm speaking in emphasis of a female gaining the respect of her comrades. Irregardless of what country it was, she was a female. And she garnered the respect of her comrades.
I don't want to cut y'all off and sway the conversation, but Kim is typing in all caps in the chat. She says, we are in our own war on the streets. They need to take care of home first. I agree, Kim, but I'm going to say this. Have y'all ever thought that it's both sides that want war? Look at what's going on with where we are inside of this world war that's brewing. We're sending money and guns everywhere, whether we're involved in the war or not. These weapons, and what do they say? We're sending them old weapons, right? Weapons that we're gonna sit. They gotta be sold. They gotta be used. So instead of those weapons becoming more and more obsolete by the day, we ship them over here to this country. Now, guess what? They owe us. That's paid. We're gonna get a little interest on that. Instead of us selling them for half off, we can ship it over there to them. That shit not on good faith. That's borrowed money. That shit coming with interest. So we're making actually more. So what if it's not about either side? What if it's just about we're $32 trillion in debt and we gotta offload some of this 35 trillion in debt and we gotta offload some of this shit to make shit right?
Since we got Yosemite up here, Yosemite, do you remember Iran-Contra during the Reagan administration?
Yeah, when Ollie North took the bullet. Yes, I do.
And so can you enlighten these new young folks that don't know this stuff been going on forever?
Oh yeah, it's been happening. Ronald Reagan was the first one to say he don't recollect. And Ollie North had to bite the bullet for it.
Sure did.
Yeah.
and I was a kid. So this is nothing new. We did not even want to go to Vietnam, which was an unwinnable war, because we thought we knew everything. And that war lasted 4 years. And we lost a lot of men over there.
And the reason
So
why, because we were trying to protect people that didn't even give a fuck about protecting us.
I thought
exactly.
we went over there for the gold.
It was a money play, plug. It's always a money play. One thing we all know on this channel, no matter how we having differences, war brings money. That's the whole purpose of war.
That's
But the
what got
war,
us out of the depression,
yeah,
was
exactly,
going to war. And
exactly,
women went to work.
exactly. But that war in Vietnam was an unwinnable war. It very much so was.
Can I
Yeah.
suggest something? I'm gonna suggest something, and let me be a fucked up person for saying it. I think what's gonna happen is Kamala Harris, like any woman who is qualified enough to run this country, and I'm not saying she's not qualified to run this country. However, I think she will be a tool used for why this country goes to hell in a handbasket. And the women in America who are willing to puff up our chest and say, see, we got a woman, we gonna have to bite that bullet. Because when they can't catch her slipping, that shit gonna come back to us. That we puffed up our chest that much. And look at the country now. That is what I'm trying to warn us about. She should not inherit this country, this nation at this time. Not at this time.
Then when will be a good time, because it's getting worse and worse. Have y'all
When it
forgot
gets
about
better.
January 6th?
When
What's
it
up?
gets better.
Not
Have
when we're
have
not
y'all
about to go to war
forgotten?
with China would be a good
Oh,
time.
hold on. My country ass. Noel, welcome to the stage. How you doing this evening?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right.
What I was gonna say is, listen, we're about to go to war with either China, Iran, Russia, maybe a combination of the of countries. I do not want Kamala Harris as my president when we go to war with China. I just don't. I'm sorry. Like, she's just doesn't seem to have she doesn't seem that intelligent to me, first off. Um, I don't see her going against heavy hitters like President Xi. I don't see her going against Un. I don't see her going against Putin and being respected. I just don't see. And I understand that, yes, there have been women leaders, like Mexico elected their first female president. That's great for them. Let's see how that turns out. New Zealand had a female prime minister, worked out great for them. However, we are not New Zealand. New Zealand is not poised to go to war with China. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, she's not going to be respected on the world stage. No one will fear her in the way that they did fear Trump. So I do not want her as a president. And it has nothing to do with, I know earlier the conversation was like, oh, well, you guys just don't want her because she's a female. Clearly, I'm a female, but I don't want her. Like, I could think of way better females that could possibly do a way better job as president. Condoleezza Rice, Candace Owens, like, you know what I mean? I guess Candace, if she had more political experience, but
And maybe if she went to college, because she didn't go to college.
right. But there's a lot of
That
stupid people
doesn't
that went to
mean, I
college, and
don't
that doesn't mean anything. Like,
understand.
some people went to college for art. You see what I'm saying? So college doesn't necessarily mean anything. There's a lot of people that are very intelligent, like Mark Zuckerberg, that dropped out of college, and look at what he's doing now. So I don't really think
Yeah,
college
and
is
he
a
ruined
prerequisite
our
I ain't
to
gonna lie. I don't
society.
anything.
want Zuckerberg running shit. I don't want Zuckerberg running
No, I
shit.
don't
Exactly.
want him running anything, but I'm just saying, of like, college doesn't indicate your intelligence or whatever.
I
Like,
would
there's a
have
lot of
Elon
stupid
running
people
this
that graduated.
motherfucker before
Well,
Zuck.
you need to learn political science before you try to get in politics. So I think you do need to go to college.
I
And
mean, there's other ways of learning political science. I think Candace Owens is very educated and intelligent. And no, she didn't go to college, but listen, I've
And
seen her up on Capitol Hill. I've seen her at Senate hearings, and she holds her own very well, especially compared to the likes of Kamala, who in fact did go to school for political science. So, yeah.
you know what's funny to me? What's really funny to me is because people have really been fooled by the Don's tough talk and not really paying attention to what's really been going on around the world when he first took office. When that woman told him the leaders around the world laugh at you, she wasn't bullshitting. They laugh at him. They would love for him to be president because he's easy to manipulate and sell out this country. So people, I ain't gonna urge no more, and this will probably be my last time discussing the topic of this political realm. If you want Trump to be your president, vote for Trump. But I say again, people, whatever you vote in there, be prepared to live with it.
Okay.
Be prepared to
Facts.
live with it. Because
Ample
where y'all
perception.
think it's gonna be
That's kind
pretty,
of the same way I felt this past couple of years, what, 3 years? Because the same people that voted for Biden and also Harris are working, just complaining about the migrant situation and about how they were being displaced in their neighborhoods by migrants and how the government doesn't care about them and blah 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 and all these town hall meetings. And so that's my same feeling too. Be prepared. Those are the consequences of your vote. Don't vote for someone who has showed you time and time again, decade after decade, that they really don't give a dang about your black ass. Don't be upset then when they bring in new people and take care of them and put them in your neighborhoods and give them resources that were supposed to go to you,
They're
and then sit up
already
in a
here,
town hall
ma'am.
meeting and cry about it. You see what I'm saying? So
Okay,
that's
well,
kind of the
they're
same
already
feeling.
here. I live in Texas, and they've been coming here since the 80s. So don't blame that on Biden, baby. They've been here.
Okay, nobody said they haven't been here, but it's
They
be
can they
disingenuous
can
to say
own
that there
houses
hasn't
and
been a
don't
huge
even and not a
influx of
citizen.
migrants and a migrant crisis like we
This
have not
migrant
faced
crisis
before.
has been here. They just blowing it
So
up
are we going to
for their
pretend that there's
agenda.
not
But nobody
this?
says that
Okay.
my neighbor owns a
Nobody.
house here and my neighbor is a Salvadorian citizen. But he can't vote, but he can buy a house. Where can you do that in other countries? So don't blame this migrant crisis because I've been around a long time, boo. They've been coming here. We had to have English as a second language classes when I was in middle school, boo.
Well,
So don't
listen, I'm not
tell
your
me
boo.
these
First of
people
all,
been
be
here.
respectful because I can get kind of nasty too. So let's not take it there. I'm not your boo. I don't care how old you are. I'm an adult. Okay? Understand that. Secondly,
Well,
no one
excuse
ever said.
me. You
Secondly, I'm
came
just
at
going to keep
me.
talking because you're clearly one of those loud. Okay. Anyway. Secondly, as I was stating, no one said that migrants haven't been here. We're a country of immigrants. But to say that this hasn't been a migrant crisis of costing billions of dollars is disingenuous. Like nobody said, oh, migrants just have never been here. Like who said that? Raise your hand if you heard me say that. Nobody. Because guess what? I didn't say that. But to say that 2021, 2022, and on hasn't brought huge numbers that are unprecedented on the border is just really stupid. Sorry.
ma'am, I'm gonna say this to you though. And I hear all your gripes and your arguments. And I'm gonna say to you again, if you want to vote Trump, vote Trump. But when Trump take office this time, whatever this world turns out to be, just remember how you felt in this moment right here, right
All
now.
I'm saying is, how
Just
y'all
remember
just
this
so
moment.
gun ho for this lady and she ain't doing shit right now?
June,
Like,
it's not
come
about
on.
being gung ho about her. To me, and I keep saying, and I've stressed this 1,000 times. To me, it's about democracy. It's about having the freedom to choose whoever the fuck you want to choose to
Hypocrisy.
be. It's the freedom to choose whoever you want to choose to be president. If a
That's
man
not
can't
no
even
freedom.
if a man can't even admit when he loses and say the next time you give me that opportunity, I'll never lose again. I don't need him as my president.
OG,
I don't
check
need
this
him as
out
my
though.
president. If a man can,
A freedom of choice is this is not a freedom of choice. This is not a
if
freedom of choice.
if a
Check this out.
man can
So
put
a
my
cup of poison,
constitution, you can
so a
talk it,
cup of
June, but
poison
you know
and
how
a
I
pie
feel.
of poison is a choice.
If a man can put my constitutional values at jeopardy, I don't need him leading me.
What is she
And that's
doing right
and,
now?
and that's
He
She
didn't
that's
even want to leave office.
that's where I'm gonna
Y'all
stand on it,
forgot?
June. That's where I'm gonna stand on it.
what are they
Like I
doing
say,
right now?
it's not a pit back and forth. Vote for who you want.
Vote
They
for who
not
y'all
doing
want
nothing
to. You don't
right
have to come up
Vote,
here
now.
and
vote,
tell me
vote for
who
who
to
you want
vote
Right
to.
for.
now.
I'm
They
You
not
got
ain't
the
telling
choice.
doing
nobody who to vote
nothing.
for.
Wait a
But
minute.
just
Nothing.
Vote to
understand,
prefer.
if you
Hold
don't
on.
have the choice to vote after this vote, understand this moment. This is the only thing I keep saying. You laughing, but when you don't have the opportunities to vote and let your voice be heard again, remember this moment.
Not a
Remember
problem.
this
Let me
moment.
ask you a question. He didn't want to leave the office. Hold on, Joe. Let me get this out. If he didn't want to leave the office, this is a man who's not willing to admit defeat. Would you prefer a man that's not willing to leave his post versus a woman that doesn't even want it to compete to get there?
I don't want a dictator. If you like dictators, that's on you, babe. I don't want a dictator.
They've been
I've never
dictating
had
this
to.
whole time.
I've never had to I've never had to live with a dictator in all my 52 years. I don't want to
Well,
start now.
vote for her and you will.
I don't want to start now. I hear you, Chuck, but I'm saying however it rolls, we got to live with it. But what I can promise you, if he winds up being president, that's something you're gonna have to live with. I ain't telling you not to vote for him. This was our God-given rights. But I know the people that fought for me to be able to vote.
And gas gonna be cheap as hell too, yo,
I
Senator.
know the people that fought for me to be able to vote would love for me to have the opportunity for my children to be able to vote.
Facts. Our parents didn't march for no reason.
And what
Money
I'm
way, welcome
saying
to the
is
stage.
you will go backwards before you go forwards. So y'all keep buying the Kool-Aid. I can't swing with Jim
Taking
Jones.
away the right to vote. Explain that.
I'm not
Hold on
drinking
one
the
second, y'all.
Kool-Aid.
Let me recognize Money on the panel, man. Money way, welcome to the stage, man.
What's up with it, man? Y'all on one in this
Man,
motherfucker.
come
Y'all
on, man.
drinking
We only gonna
Kamala
play the
Kool-Aid.
clip,
What you
man.
God
talking
damn.
about?
I was supposed to play a clip at 40 minutes in, man. They've been going on one. I just left it alone. Go ahead.
Y'all on one. Shit, I'm listening though. What's going
We want
on?
to protect the Constitution.
Look,
What's up,
who's
Kush
taking
Boo?
away the right
What's
to
up,
Kamala ain't
vote?
buddy?
protecting nothing, nigga.
Hey, look, and respect to everybody that's on the panel right now. Don't look at this like this is an argument back and forth. We just debating our political values at this moment. Tomorrow, me and June might be kicking the shit and laughing about something else after this topic is over with.
No, for
I'm
sure.
just
It's
telling
already
you what
what
I
it is,
stand
man.
on, and sound like Kushbu telling you what she stand on. And y'all stand on what y'all stand on.
I ain't
And
gonna lie. I'm trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying, what's going on, man. Because at the end of the day, I told y'all on Money Platform, it sounds like the only motherfucker that's making some sense right about now is JD Vance. To
How
me,
do we lose
You
our
talking about
right to
hillbilly
vote?
hillbilly making sense?
How do we lose our right to vote? I want an answer to that question. How do we lose our right to vote by voting for Trump? Unpack that.
that man has already spoken and said if he wins again, there won't be another election. That came out of his mouth. See, I'm not just making this
you
up.
gonna pull up the clip.
This the shit he didn't
They
say it.
just took Roe versus Wade.
You got the clip where he said that plug, where he said it ain't gonna be
I'm
another
gonna pull
election
it
if he
up.
wins.
I'm looking for it.
All right.
And I believe him.
Is that during wartime or is that just in general? Because during wartime, I don't think you can just replace a president. Let's hear the clip and let's get the context behind that.
I agree.
First of all, there's no war's been declared yet.
War
But
has been
he
declared
said
all over.
he's not leaving next time. Did y'all not see the last time? He didn't even
Man,
show up for
y'all
the
just out here
inauguration.
fear mongering, bro. How he gonna do that with Congress?
Big Niche said, "You gonna see?
For real.
You
One day
gonna see?"
Congress got power, then the next moment they ain't got power, and now he a dictator. Get out of here.
Exactly. They're trying to act like we've never had Trump as a
Got the
president
clip.
before, like all
Hey,
this
hold
fear
on.
mongering.
And we was in
Y'all gonna
chaos.
see? Yeah, we saw, and we were a lot happier back then. So yes, we did see.
Y'all was happy that Congress gave y'all them
Hold
stimulus
on.
checks.
Damn,
Y'all
I
who
didn't
got
is
the
care
that,
about
clip.
LB?
Trump
I
didn't give
got
it
the
to you.
clip. Hold on, y'all. Listen. I'm gonna keep it real. I got the clip. Go ahead. Y'all continue arguing. Let me
Roll
know
that beautiful bean footage.
because this shit right here, man. Double tap the screen, man. Shut alive, man.
Salute to the whole panel, man. We got a full house in here tonight, man. Salute to the panel. Shout out to the Plug Nation.
Yeah, we're going hard
It's a
tonight.
wonderful night tonight.
We
Who
have
said
to
we
win this
going hard? That
election,
was
most
Chalk
important
Nasty
election
ass.
ever.
Who said we going hard, man?
Sorry, that was me. No Diddy.
You want a landslide that's too big to rig? If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Out of the words of the horse's mouth.
But with voting, one of your most important things.
I'm finna play it again.
Yeah, one more time,
You can
plug.
do maybe in many ways
Oh,
your most
man.
important. They don't want to approve voter ID. That's because they want to cheat. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win this election, most important election ever. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. In conclusion, America has always been a nation
He said he was
built and
gonna build a
sustained
wall
by
too. He didn't do
Americans
that.
of faith. It was faith that led the pilgrims to cross an ocean and
Hold on, that's what you took as the loss of your right to vote? Come on now, we could do better than that. Just tell me
Charlie,
like
Charlie, I'm gonna let
I
you
swear.
have it, but that man said that out of his own mouth. Y'all heard it.
You
You're
can
not
interpret
gonna
that in
have
any
to
way.
back.
Maybe the 4 years he
You
said
heard
to
it.
do it again is you won't have to vote
All
for him
right,
again because he
listen.
doesn't have any more time after 4 years. This is his last election if he wins. So we can interpret it any way you want to, and I think people will interpret it however way they want to hear it, is my opinion.
I ain't here to fight y'all people. Vote how you want to vote.
Yeah, I'm not finna argue plug with these new people.
I want to argue. Fuck that.
I want to argue too. Me
I
and
Me
want to
Money
argue.
too.
can
Let's
do it.
argue. What we scared of? Let's argue. We
Yeah,
got to
fuck
get
that.
the
What
truth
you
gonna be
mean
on one.
by little
Hey,
people?
the truth gonna be on one of the sides. We all need to argue. I'm trying to learn.
I'm trying to argue too.
Letitia
Like,
said she had to get ready to go to her black job because she had to go get a squeegee to clean her massive walk-in shower in her 2,400 square foot home.
ew.
Okay, Letitia,
Okay.
I see
Pop
you,
your
girl.
shit.
Pop your shit, girl. Yeah.
Well, I got a black job to do to bust down this whatever. That
Bust
Yeah.
election.
down is
But this
crazy.
down is
Ooh,
wow.
Bust
Oh,
down
but
is
wait a minute.
diabolical.
I have to fight with June because he said he was coming up here to give me. What you was gonna give me with some baby oil and Astroglide, June?
Here we go.
Aw.
Here we go.
Now
No,
he
June.
quiet.
Now he quiet.
Yeah.
Hey,
Ooh,
and
they on
plug.
June top.
Yeah.
Hey, plug. And that one right there was for OG Power, because OG Power told y'all a long time ago. This is what that man said. That came out the horse's mouth. That wasn't no video audio edited. It wasn't lip synced in or none of that. That came out the horse's mouth.
Yeah, he got shot and he said he was gonna build a wall. Don't nobody believe that shit either.
Hey, all I ask is out of that clip, that's what you took out of it. That's what you absorbed, the loss of our rights. And he was talking to
Charlie,
Christians.
the man say in 4 years, if you vote for me, you won't have to worry about having to vote ever again. We're gonna have it fixed so good.
Yeah.
You won't have to worry about voting ever again.
Yeah,
But
but he
y'all
said
act
that,
like it was
he said
never
that to
fixed
the
with George Bush and stuff. Like Florida never happened.
hold on,
What
but he
we
said that
talking
to the
about?
Christians. He
Hey,
said
hey,
that to
bro.
the Christians.
Y'all Trump lovers, I understand.
No, it's
Hey,
not a
hey,
Trump lover. It's
it's
not a
all
Trump
right.
loving thing.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's
I
not
don't
a
Charlie,
like
Trump
none of them stinking
hey,
folks.
hey,
All I'm
hey, hey,
saying is,
Charlie, that ain't gonna make me and you feel one way or the other
of
tomorrow
course
when we
not.
wake up. We still gonna love each other.
Of
Big
course.
June, I still love you. But as a man of principle, I got to stand on my principle because I do worry about my children, your children, your grandchildren, your children after your grandchildren. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, but I'm talking about
Man,
Christians being a protected class of people because they are a religious group of people. If he's talking to the Christians directly, I don't know your religion, but how can you just take the Christian vote away? And keeping it in context, I'm looking at it for the whole clip. He's talking about Christians. You won't have to vote anymore in the next 4 years is going to be so good. But I also know that Christians are a protected class of people. You can't just take their right away to vote. So why did you think that statement extended itself upon you and perhaps the other people in this country who may not be Christians and taking away their right to vote?
Let's get a perception of it. Money, what you heard, how did you feel about it? Did it sound good to you, Money?
Man, I'm kind of leaning towards I need another clip because what I took from that, I'm like Lovely. I'm gonna keep it real. Lovely said it best. I took it two ways. I took it the way that that's why I said we need to argue because I'm looking at it both ways.
Okay.
The way that I'm leaning towards more though is I need another clip because it's kind of sounding like he just gonna fix some shit up in 4 years. He's saying, like somebody said, he only got one more term. He only got 4 years left. And you know what I'm saying? It's not saying that it's not gonna be an election, but I think he's saying that he gonna fix it up so good that you ain't gonna have no choice but to lean their way.
Okay, roll with that. Roll with that. Plug, how you feel about that?
Man, I don't know, man.
Let's take a
I
poll.
didn't hear
How
him
you
say
feel about that,
another
Plug?
4 years. I didn't hear him say another. I heard him say in 4 years it'll be fixed so good you won't have to vote again. I didn't hear him say another 4 years.
But y'all know I'm a conspiracy theorist. Is he saying this? Is he basically telling us it's fixed? I think it was Miss Kim in the chat saying, look, it don't matter, y'all, it's fixed. So is that him playing in our face? Like, look, it's fixed. But it's gonna be fixed so good that y'all ain't gonna have to worry about it because we ain't even gonna play with y'all no more. We gonna let y'all know it's fixed. So you ain't even gonna have to vote. You can if you want to, but it's fixed.
Down here in
That's not how
Georgia.
it works. You can only have 2 terms as the president. He already won.
Hey, let me say this to you, Money. Down here in Georgia, they are already stripping people from being able to put in mail-in ballots. And you know what they got in play down here in Georgia? If they don't like the way the election turns out, they want every ballot hand counted. You know how long that's gonna take?
It's gonna be all kind of recounts. I see what you're saying.
Look, listen, this is down here in Georgia right now.
This ain't
And
even
in
about
Texas,
Trump.
in Texas
finish.
too.
Hey, can I
Let me
say
finish,
something?
June. I'm gonna let you say something, but June, let me finish. It ain't the Democrats that's doing that, June. It ain't the Democrats, June.
It's not the
This ain't,
Democrats.
I'm not coming at you as a Democrat. I'm not even coming at you as a Republican. I'm not coming at you as a Christian or a Muslim.
You sound like you
Well,
Green Party.
Hey, check this out though. For real, all of us talking about Trump and Kamala, like the UN didn't just say we finna step in this bitch and take it over. Allegedly, it ain't even gonna be no president. The UN gonna be the president. Allegedly.
That don't make no sense, June.
How it don't make no sense when it already happened September 19th and they already putting everything in motion in the ocean with the 2030 agenda and 15 countries already signed on to it. Look it up.
Hold on now. Isn't that the right that you want to have, Yosemite? The right to vote and know that your vote is being counted? I'm not one for mail-in when I know that I can walk it in. Wouldn't you rather your vote be counted no matter how long it took? So how do you feel like your rights could be taken away in one area, in one arena, but you're okay with it being fucked with in another arena?
Chocolate. Let me say this to you. I can go vote at the polls, vote early, vote on election day. I'm able to get around. Chuck, there are a lot of elderly people
The
that
baby boomers.
every year,
They vote by mail.
they voice and they right to vote is mailed in because they can't get around.
Thank you.
Yes,
It
that
is
damn
more
critical,
baby
Chuck.
boomers than us.
The population of baby boomers are more than the population of millennials. Is that what you're saying? That's correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm going to double check and come right back.
And I pick up a lot of mail-in ballots. But if I, that am a registered voter, has to be turned away several times unless I early vote, it's a part of their plan. This has been in the plan since the 90s. You don't see Democrats suing counties, Republican counties, alleging voter fraud. But Republicans are doing it all over Texas.
And
A
this is what
little
I
suspicious.
and this is what I say, Cushboo. I ain't telling Charlie that the millennials don't outnumber the baby boomers because we know those are elderly aged people.
Oh, okay. Because I
And
was just about to say,
let me finish saying this to you though, Charlie. The amount of votes that are done in America, the millennials don't go out and vote like the elderly do. It's gonna be a bunch of young ones that ain't gonna give a fuck who's running for office or what they do.
Hey,
We see it every year. I ain't talking about you,
is
June.
me and Money Way and Plug generation.
I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking about money way.
But
I ain't
we
talking about plug.
millennials.
But what I'm saying to you is inside of y'all cycle, it's gonna be a lot of cats that ain't even gonna vote, period. We didn't heard it right here on this channel.
I'm not. I can tell y'all that right now. I'm not voting. I'm not. I'm letting y'all know. Don't
We
shoot
didn't
me.
heard it right here on this channel.
Don't shoot me. I'm gonna tell you right now. I am not voting. I'm
No,
not.
I ain't gonna shoot your money
I don't
because
think I
that's your
can. To be
voice.
honest with you, I don't think I can. But I'm not. Even if I
but
could,
that's
I'm not.
also your right. That's also your right.
That's your right, money. I can't tell you wrong for not voting. I just know for what my people bled for, I'm gonna exercise my right.
I
Right.
respect that.
Facts.
I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
respect that.
exercise my right.
I
Facts.
respect it.
Because my people bled for that shit.
Bled.
What do
We
you
didn't
think
have
about?
rights. We had to get the Civil Rights Act just in 1965, people. And you don't think he can recall and take that away from us?
They're
Well,
recalling
go
women's
ahead
right
and
to
do it.
drive. They can recall women's right to drive, women's right to have an education, women's right to have an abortion. We know we can lose. We can lose our rights. I get that. But the rights of what our ancestors bled for, when it comes to picking one of the two, have our ancestors not bled enough for us to have better choices? Are we not questioning how the hell we ended up with a Trump and a Kamala? Why the hell we don't get better choices since our ancestors died for this shit?
I don't knock you on that, Charlie, but
Here
this
we
is the hand
go.
we dealt. I don't knock you for what you saying.
Chalk on one tonight.
A lot of times I listen to what you say, Chuck, and I feel you strongly. But at the same time, this is the hand we're dealt. But
Exactly.
what I refuse to do is let my people's blood go in vain.
Exactly. My parents didn't march for nothing.
You cooking too, Yosemite. That's why I said I want to hear both sides. Yeah, everybody cooking. Y'all cooking, man.
So if you want to vote for Trump, vote for Trump, vote for Kamala. But don't slap our ancestors who couldn't vote, who were intimidated at the poll, who had to pay a vote poll tax, and say, I'm not voting. That's not helping anything
Hey,
by
as
not
for freedom,
voting.
you had a freedom to choose too.
But check
Say
this
that
out, Kush Boo.
again, Kush Boo. Say it again,
Check
Kush
this
Boo.
out, Kush Boo. What if you don't have? I'm not speaking for myself, but I'm speaking in general. Like, what if you just literally don't know? Like, do you feel like do people need to exercise their right and just go vote for somebody if they don't know like any facts of the situation? Like, they just got the right to vote. They're old enough. They're legal citizen. Do they need to just go pick one, or do you need to be educated on your pick?
You
Yeah,
definitely should
educate
educate
yourself.
yourself. You definitely should do that, money. That's
Yeah,
no doubt.
Cause see,
But
Shine in the comment. Soon as I brought that point, I didn't even see this comment, but Shine in the comment saying vote for something, basically just telling people just go vote. Period. But if you're not educated on these two people and you just going in there picking shit, that can you might pick the wrong shit.
the thing is, we tend to only worry about the presidential election. Y'all don't care about these judges, these DAs in your local elections. So if you don't want to vote, at least vote locally because that's what really affects you. At least vote for your governor. You don't have to vote for the
What if
president.
you feel like they all corrupt? We hearing about these governors. I'm just asking. What if you feel like they all corrupt? We hearing about these judges and these governors and these government officials being in these grape cases in this playing in traffic with children. What if you feel like both candidates dibble and dabble, and you just don't want to put your hand in that? What if you feel like that?
Now we have access to find out if they dibbling and dabbling and whatever you said about the children. But people don't even vote for the mayor. They don't even vote for the
We ain't
city
got no access
council.
like that.
The mayor's stealing money. Like, we don't know these people. You been hearing the shit we've been talking about with Diddy? What that black mayor just get indicted for? Who the fuck are these people, man? On both sides. Who are these people?
I got an answer for that, but I also want to pick up on what Kushbu said. First of all, when it comes to who we're going to vote for locally, we're going to have to start raising these people in our households. So it's going to take a generation or two for us to see change in our local communities. That means we're raising your daughters, sons, nieces, and nephews to be lawyers, to be politicians, to become judges, not to just sit around and fuck around and hoping that something will change. We have to be able to know who the hell we are voting in there, because now that it's family. And I want to go back to what Kushbu was saying earlier. Our ancestors had fought for our right to go somewhere. Kushbu said it. She said, our right to go to the poll. That's our right to go to the poll. I don't trust going to the mailbox.
I don't either.
I just want
At
to
the
know
end
how
of the
these.
day, none of us trust going to the mailbox. But like I say, we got to understand, we got people that can't even get out their house, and they
Oh
have no
well.
choice but to go
Oh
to the
well.
mailbox.
Oh well. Then they gonna have to fall back because they holding us back. Go to the poll. That's what our ancestors fought for, not for us to get the shaft, not for someone to may not get your envelope or toss it somewhere, because they did that with the last election.
You know what I love about Chocolate Money? Even though she may feel like she got the orange man on her ticket, she is the most militant. When I say militant, structural. Girl, you remind me of a Black Panther. That's why I can't understand
Yeah.
sometimes your conception.
I know.
Honestly. Sometimes I don't understand your conception because you remind me of a Panther.
But
But
why?
yeah,
Why? All I want to know is, like, how does racist people supporting Donald Trump make him a racist?
no,
It doesn't.
Donald Trump a racist, June, because he on record as being a racist. It ain't got nothing to do with the racist people, man.
Man,
It's on
Isn't
record. It's
Kamala
on
on
record
record
him
for being
saying.
a racist too, though?
It's on record
Like
him
literally
saying nigga.
locking people up, black men up, and
and
It's
she
doing
on
ain't
record.
house
black.
arrest.
It's on record him saying the word. It's on record
Uh,
saying. It's on record. He's on record. All you gotta do is do
Saying
your homework
ER?
on Trump.
Saying
hey,
ER?
Yes, it's on
oh,
record.
check this out.
Wow.
It's on
If
record.
Kamala is a covert racist and Donald Trump is an overt racist, I'll take overt over covert because covert is gonna stab you in the bizac, and at least I get a chance to fight with somebody telling me, "Oh, I don't like you, nigga."
I ain't
Period.
trying to take nobody that's trying to take me back to pick cotton, June. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Ain't nobody gonna
Did
pick
we
no
go back to
cotton.
Cotton in the when he was president though? That's what I'm so confused about. Like
Did you
what did
did you
Trump
guys
do to black people
did you
specifically to
guys
harm us
did
when
you
he was
guys
president?
not
Oh, and I
did
mean
you
that
guys
respectfully. I'm
not
not trying to raise
watch?
my voice at you, sir.
No, I get it, sweetie. It's cool. Like I say, this is what this platform is for. This is the people's platform. We all speak, with a little animated value when we get excited about what we're talking about. So no pun intended. I'm cool with that. But did we not watch when that man was president and we watched 5 white officers with one white officer with his knee on the neck of a black man, and when people tried to protest peacefully about it, this man sent his own militia, which was his government police, to shoot
Yosemite,
tear
but
gas. Let me finish, bro. To shoot tear gas in those crowds of innocent people. We ain't talking about people that looted. We ain't talking about people that burned down LA like in 1960. We talking about people on peaceful protests.
Yosemite, you know
We
what
had
built
people
up
that
to that?
let me finish, Joe. We had people right here in the state that I'm in the city that I'm in, that was protesting peacefully. And 2 young kids got snatched out of their cars and forcefully abducted. And Donald Trump said nothing. We had one man that was sleeping in his car because he had been drinking too much and decided to park in a fucking Wendy's parking lot because he didn't want to get a DUI. And the police walked up on him, harassed him, and when he tried to get away, they shot him in the back. Donald Trump said nothing.
Yosemite,
All this happened under Donald Trump's watch.
Yosemite, check this out though. George Floyd was a buildup from 8 years of Obama being in office, not doing nothing about Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland, Alton Sterling,
And that
Corin
makes it
Gaines.
and that makes it okay, Joe? And that
That's
makes
not
it
what I'm
okay?
saying. I'm not
That makes
saying
it
that. What
okay,
I'm
Joe?
saying is, how are you not gonna pay? How you gonna pay attention to one piece of shit and
No,
not see the turd right next to it? Is all I'm saying.
all the piece of shit that happened around his watch happened immediately. Right down here in Georgia, a young black man, Ahmaud Arbery. Do your research on him and see what
I know
happened.
about him.
See, June, the difference between me and you,
I know about him too, but
June,
all I'm saying is
June,
it's been happening way before Donald Trump. And
June,
niggas weren't saying shit when Obama was in office. They was just saying, oh, Obama. They weren't saying shit about niggas dying. But when a white man in office, all of the fuck they care about niggas dying again, that's bullshit.
June, to me, and I hate to say this, but to me, June, you're sounding like you're trying to defend a cause for a person that you like, instead of understanding that he watched these things go on and did nothing about them.
No, I'm
Nothing,
saying they all watch this shit go on and don't do
nothing about
nothing.
it. Nothing
I
about
agree.
it.
It seemed like Lovely on what I'm on in the chat. Lovely, let me know. Well, y'all let me know if y'all know this.
Changed the title. I changed the title, money. There it
I
go. Look at it.
Yeah, I see.
What
I
about
got
Rodney
kicked off
King?
YouTube. Hold
That
on.
was
I got banned and got my monetization took because Kanye West told us what happened to George Floyd. He ain't died from no damn knee. He ain't died from no knee. I can't say how he died. Plug no. Kanye West told us how that man died. He ain't died
Fetty
from no
Wap.
knee. That was some
That's
deeper
a
shit.
lie. That is a lie.
Yeah, all right.
That's a lie.
All right. That
For
Floyd
real, but
shit
we
get
want to
deep.
sit up here and talk about George
That George
Floyd, who a
Floyd shit get
crackhead,
deep.
but we ain't gonna say nothing about
First
Tamir
of
Rice, who was
all,
a baby.
while George Bush was in office, my little cousin was pow and unalived by the police. This stuff
Solo
been
knows
going
something.
on. We was hanging in trees, bro. So what the hell are y'all talking about? You think that because we
Them
had a
presidents
black
ain't
president,
shit
hold on.
either.
You think a black president is only the president for black people? They not gonna
And
let
you
that
think Donald
happen.
Trump is the president only for racist people?
Yeah, because he said them people in Charlottesville, Virginia were very fine people for
They were
running
good.
over those folks.
They were good people on both sides.
Long story short, though, ain't none of them shit. For real, Kamala ain't shit, Donald ain't shit, Obama ain't shit, and voting for them motherfuckers ain't shit, because they ain't gonna do shit for you. They ain't gonna do shit for me. You know who they gonna do some shit for? Some people who put some money in their pockets. Do you have money to put in their pockets? I'll wait.
They gonna get it anyway. We paying taxes.
How many
We
times,
all
how
put
many
money in their
things that
pockets.
Obama
Say that
tried
one
to
more
get
time, money.
passed?
They gonna get their money, nigga.
How
We
many
paying taxes.
laws
I
and
don't know what
things
June
that
be talking about.
Obama tried to do that got blocked everywhere he went? Everything he tried to do was blocked by the Senate, blocked by the Congress. He couldn't even appoint a Supreme Court justice. He was blocked.
Do you know
Why do
people
you think
lost?
that was? Why do you think they were doing that?
Hey, Kush, and the funny part about it, what people don't really even understand, you know how many people lost jobs just because he was a black man and he was a president?
I
Tell
told
us, Joe,
you.
how
I got
many
bit by
people
a
lost
dog
jobs?
with
See,
Donald
these are
Trump
the
law.
things we don't talk about.
They don't like us. When y'all
Okay,
understand
well,
that.
that's the
Democrats don't like you
foundation.
either. Did
That's
you
And
the
know
did I
that
say
foundation.
they
John F.
did?
For
I
Kennedy
said
real,
voted
it.
get
against the
that through
first Civil
y'all
Rights
head.
Act?
That's
We
what
Damn,
done
he
with
put
John.
shit in my
Democratic
mouth.
plantation, bruh.
Did you know that John F. Kennedy voted against the first Civil Rights Act the first time? The only
Who?
reason why he even voted for it was because he knew that Dr. King was going to bring the black votes. Democrats don't like y'all either. So I'm confused on who this us and this and that. And
First of all,
I'm
who
also
said I was a
confused about the
Democrat?
hanging
This
Who
why
part
I'm
and
said I
staying
was
what
my
a
that
ass
has
at
to
the
do
house
with
while
what we're
them
Democrat?
talking
polls
about. Like,
open.
You
we
don't know
understand that
me.
there was lynchings and things like that back in the day, but I'm
Lyndon
confused
B.
on
Johnson
what that
got
has
it
to do
pushed
with Trump.
through.
Like, what?
Oh, good old Lyndon B. Johnson pushed it through, ma'am, because Kennedy was taken out. And I never said I was a Democrat.
I didn't say you were a Democrat.
Well,
Like
y'all
I
You
feel like
told us
just
you
that
just
you're
listen
did.
to
yelling for
argue.
what?
Like
You
I
just
literally have
did.
been up here for I don't even know a good minute. I barely say anything. I listen to both sides. I'm not arguing. But as soon as I talk, you're the main one that wants to sit and argue and talk over me. Like
Ooh, here
that's
we
kind of
go.
Because I'm Kush
interesting.
Boo, and when you say something and you have a
I don't
problem with
really
what
care who
I'ma
you are.
say, I'm
It's
going
a
to
sign
address
of lack of
it.
intelligence that you can't listen to points of view that you disagree with. Like
Here
I'm
we
sitting here listening
go.
to both
Don't
sides.
label me. You don't know me.
Okay.
I'm an independent,
What I
baby.
do know of
I'm
you, I
not a
don't particularly care
registered
for. So
nothing.
that kind of plays out well for me, I
Is
guess.
that Miss Noel? Here we go.
Don't tell me who I love and who. I ain't never said nothing about Democrats or Republicans. And I ain't never said I was
You a damn
either.
lie.
For real, Kush Boo, you
You
be
been Team
backpedaling it
Kamala.
like
You
a
a damn
mug,
lie.
bro.
I said
Nah,
God,
I
y'all,
was
we,
y'all,
voting
y'all,
for
bro.
y'all,
Kamala. That
y'all,
doesn't.
y'all got it wrong. Kushbu never said that she was the Democrat. She said she don't like Trump. She said she will vote for anybody but Trump. That's what Kushbu said. She
Thank
ain't
you,
never say she
Puzzle.
was a Republican at all.
I'm just saying she been on the Democrat side of things since I heard us talk about this politics. I ain't saying you a Democrat, Kush Boo. I'm just
No,
saying you
because
been on
when
that side
y'all
of
do the
things.
politics, I don't even come to the stage because it's just pointless that our people arguing amongst each other like this. So how you think Obama was gonna get anything done when we can't even
Man,
agree?
F Obama, bro.
Man, I'll
For
pour
real.
baby oil on
F
you,
Obama,
June.
for
Keep
real,
on.
bro.
Where
For
my
real.
Astro Glide for June?
For real. Where my sandwich at, Kush Boo?
Get him,
You can
Kush.
But,
get whatever you want.
but the
Hey,
Republican
chat.
Party was started by the blacks, though. The Republican Party definitely was started by the blacks. So it hasn't been
Absolutely.
like this the whole entire time.
And then I agree with
Facts.
Puzzles. Puzzles
That
that
is
I definitely
true.
agree with you on.
We had our first congressmen or senators after Reconstruction. That's why what
And the
happened to
party
the
flip
Democrats?
flopped.
What happened though?
The
Why?
the party flip flopped. The
It
hell
sure
is me and
did.
you know, but the party flip flopped.
Sure did.
But let me say this to the chat. Hey chat, when you hear us up here and you hear us passionate like this, don't think that we don't agree with each other wholeheartedly when it comes to family. This just one big family and we having a discussion about the topics we see.
It gotta get like
Okay.
this sometime. It gotta get like this
Solo
sometime.
said,
Like I'm
Solo
learning.
said, put me in Solo.
I'm
Email me.
learning.
Solo, you got to send the email to this email right here. Just say yo, and I email you the link. Solo.
Man, I'm finna keep it beanie siegel with y'all, bro. Bruh. All I gotta say is
Wasn't he on that shit?
what I mean by that,
Man,
I'm gonna
you
keep it a bean.
wrong.
I'm gonna keep it a bean. Don't nobody know what the hell that
Oh,
means
okay.
anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
keep it
don't know.
100.
Go ahead. My bad.
But long story short, man, all I'm gonna say is, bro, we got bigger fish to fry in Kamala or Donald Trump. Either way, some bigger people want to infringe on the rights of America. And it ain't no Donald and it ain't no Kamala. If anything, we got to worry about who's going to be an accomplice to it and who's going to fight against it. So I would say Donald Trump would probably most likely fight against the UN, and we'd probably be at World War III quicker. Kamala, she looked like the type of person to say yes, and then we end up with the UN, and then a whole bunch of rebellious shit end up happening towards the end. So either way it goes, the decision people make You just gotta look at the person, and you could tell who gonna do what. But do you support their decisions? That's on y'all.
And
I
that's
don't
basically what
support
we've been saying in a nutshell, June, that you gonna
I
vote
don't
for who you
support
gonna vote for.
somebody who don't have decorum and can't bow out and accept his loss like a responsible person. He's not responsible. He's a loose cannon with dementia. I'm tired of these old people.
And as puzzles say, believe it or not, people, really everything starts within our communities. If we don't get back on track with taking care of our communities, the
So,
argument that we're having right now is pointless.
all right, well, we got Solo finna load up. He just sent me the email. So this is my question to the panel. Because Miss Kim Haney been in here since we first started. She's been rocking with us almost 2 hours. She says she doesn't support war. She says Trump supports war, Kamala doesn't. And what I'm telling her is that what if Kamala doesn't support war, but it incites war? Like the world looks at us as like, oh, they have a woman leader. Let's attack them now. That's what I'm saying. So what if war is either way? What if war is the reason that we shipping all of these millions and millions of dollars of weapons around because they getting old and they losing value? That's my question to the panel. And we got Solo loading up, and Puzzles, you wasn't up here when I said something about it earlier, so we'll give it to you and then Money first.
Well, as far as the war go, I feel like Trump supports the war less than Kamala, like because of his initiative and as far as his policies is what's going on. Like when he was a president, we wasn't at war when Trump was the president, and I know we had that situation for a couple of years, but when he first started, he had more to war with his natural citizens than abroad. And everything that's happened in this last 4 years, we on the brink of World War III because of who led us through this. So as far as the war go, for Iron Fist, I would take Trump, but at the same time, I don't believe that Trump wanted to go to war at all.
I'm gonna piggyback off that and say that from what I done seen and what I know, that Trump is more tied in with the other world leaders. I don't know. I'm on like what you said a little bit, Plug. Like I don't know if they gonna take this woman serious. Now I'm not saying that she can't get in there and handle herself when it comes to this war talk and this even trading with these other countries and the business that we do. But I know Donald done already rub shoulders with him and shit like that. I don't know what she gonna do. You feel me? And it's a situation where I feel like, man, she might get in there and do her own thing, which Trump gonna do his own thing. But like I said, he already connected to them people, Kim Jong-un and all them people over there. Trump he already connected with them. He's saying that he's still in contact with them. Whether he telling the truth or not, we don't know. But I heard him at the debate. He's still in contact with these people, bro. If she get in there and she not fucking with them and shit, they might go on one on our ass, and it might be a war. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm at this point, I'm not voting until I figure some more shit out. Then I might vote.
And
But
see, money, that's the thing. Like you saying, you're absolutely right. And that's the worrisome part because he is still in contact with him. But see, the difference in with us and with every little separate little country that's by themselves, we do have a nation of nations that stand with us. The moment Trump get in office, he pulling us out of all that shit. And then we
right.
gonna have no choice but to stand alone.
So basically what you're saying is like he got some beef too. Like he rubbing shoulders with these other leaders, but he also, it's some small countries and shit where he don't fuck with them.
He feels like he can run shit, he can take over. But if he pull out of the UN, that's gonna leave us as this is what I'm
Yosemite,
saying.
your mic messing up.
This
Your
I'm gonna
mic
man
say,
messing
is
wanted
that
up.
him or
We
me?
gonna be alone.
Right,
And
right. Hey,
he worshiped North Korea and he worshiped China because they're dictatorships. People, open your
okay, listen.
eyes.
That's what he
Okay,
trying to make us,
hold
huh, Kush Boo?
on. Solo, welcome to the stage.
What's going on, man? Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
welcome,
going on, y'all?
Solo.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good.
We doing good.
Chilling, bro.
Can I answer your question next, Plug?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think because one is a prosecutor, the other one is a businessman. Now, I don't know what her record is, how good of a prosecutor she has been, or how great of a businessman Trump is. But one would require war, while the other one shows that he can do business without war.
Okay.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
would say she
Facts.
was a
Facts.
probably if you looking at it by conviction rate, she was probably a damn good prosecutor if you looking at conviction rates, because they said she was locking everybody ass up.
Well, there you go.
And if
She's
you
a
look
But
at,
she also got a lot of overturns though too, Plug. She also
but
got a lot of wrongfully arrests too.
but at the same time, Puzzles, you look at Trump as a businessman, and majority of every business he's ever ran has been running to the ground. So where does that
I
leave
don't,
us?
I don't feel like America was ran to the ground while he
No,
had
no,
it.
no.
Now I'm gonna give you a little leeway because after he got out of office, it was ran to the ground. But if he set it up a certain type of way and he had it going a certain type of way and certain laws and certain things is in place, and then you take those laws out and start doing your own thing without doing proper litigation, that's what the guy said earlier on Moneyway channel when he pulled him up. The economy crashed because of a vote that Kamala Harris picked. She was the deciding vote. So
Okay,
she's the reason why the economy ended up torpedoing like that, not Trump. So we gotta
right,
stop saying that.
right. But listen, you talking about Trump as a political entity. I'm talking about Trump that everybody loves to think is a legitimate, qualifying businessman. If you look at every business this man has owned, it has either been bankrupt or it has gone down. It has shown down.
Well, that's the
So,
past.
so,
Stop
America
so
is
no,
a
no, no, no,
business
ignoring the
no.
though.
right
But this
now
is,
facts.
but
Trump
this is
Stop
the
ignoring right
comparison.
University.
now.
What
But this
happened
is the
to
Right now.
comparison
his
we're making.
casino?
But this is the
Y'all
If
ignoring
comparison,
what she doing right
June.
now.
But June, this is
if
the
it wasn't for
comparison
his
y'all
daddy
making.
bailing him out all the time.
How y'all gonna put
June,
a
Yo,
lady in
yo,
office who
June,
ain't doing nothing right
June. This
now?
is the
can I say something?
comparison y'all making, June. You
But
saying he's
oh,
an adequate businessman,
hold on,
but
Yo,
in his
Sammy.
own business, what has he done?
Yo, Sammy, America is a business, right?
I thought America was a country.
It is a country, but
See,
there's a
this is
country
what
ran off business though, right?
I thought America was a country.
United
So if
States
I'm
I
of
You
thought
so
we
need
America.
the
were a
money
so
to run the
Free
democracy.
country.
country, Yosemite
Supposed to
OG.
be a free one. There are businesses in America.
No,
The
the
last
But
United
you
time I
States
need
checked,
of
money to do
America,
it.
the
the
last
United
time I
States of
checked,
America is a
America,
corporation.
America was a country.
It is a corporation. I beg for you to look it up again. The
yeah, it's definitely a
USA is a
corporation.
corporation.
I say to you one more time, you say how adequate this man is in business. Why has his own businesses failed?
But has he
Explain that
failed?
to
America
me.
wasn't
A
failing when
business
he
can
was in
fail without
office.
the person failing.
America was $1.89, and I was all the way in Washington.
Y'all
What
got
you
that.
talking
You
about?
got that opinion, but other people got differences of that opinion, June.
A dollar 89 on
Everybody don't
gas.
feel like America was on top when Trump was in office.
So we got 10 people on this stage right now. Out of the 10 people, I feel like you and Kushbu are the two out of the rest of us that saying that it was terrible when Trump was in office, business wise. I'm not saying America is a business, just business wise. The business of America was failing, even though we had situations with peas, even though we was locked down, we was still failing. But the economy was still at a better stance when Trump was in
You,
office
you,
then
you,
that hold on, let me finish, oh Sammy, so you can understand what I'm trying to lead you at. America was a better business at the time when Trump was in office. When he left office, we was no longer locked down. It was more people able to work. It was more people coming over to the country to make more money, and our economy still end up failing. So businessly, the people that's leading our country right now is not bit more businessly inclined than the people that was leading it before. That's just a fact off of what we
okay,
experienced.
okay. Let me ask you this right here, and give me your honest opinion, Poses. In every election cycle, the president before either gonna leave you some bullshit to come into, or they gonna leave you a thriving point to come into. Am I right or wrong? I just want you to
No,
answer that question. Am I right or wrong? When
everybody double
Trump,
tap the screen right quick.
when
Everybody
Trump,
double tap the screen.
when Trump took office, Obama had the country going into a thriving direction.
because
Man, how?
Obama
I
crashed the
couldn't
economy.
even
He
find no
crashed the
job when
economy.
Obama was in
You
office,
proving a
man.
point because it's based on how it
Obama
is.
won't
He
shit. He
crashed the
crashed it.
economy first. He crashed the economy. You come on, man.
Don't
If all
tell
right,
me
Bush
because
if
crashed the
so
economy, man. What are you
oh my
talking about?
I couldn't even find no job when Obama was
don't
in office, bro.
don't tell me
Hey, we at
because I'm just
37
asking a
likes. Let's
simple.
get the 50 likes right quick. Everybody double tap the screen, man. Let's get the 50 likes right quick. Everybody double tap the screen and press ones. Press one in the chat right after you double tap the screen. Let's get some people off in here, man. Let's get some
De-
people off in here, man.
definitely. And I'm saying again, puzzles. Don't tell me the why and what. I just asked a simple question: was the
my
economy
bad.
on an uptick when Donald Trump took office? Yes or no?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Yes.
yes.
When Donald Trump was exiting his presidency, was the economy in the fucking shitter or no?
It was on the uptick.
No, it
It
wasn't
was
on the uptick.
it,
Let's
it
be
was on the
honest though.
uptick.
Let's be
It,
honest.
it
When
was on the
Donald Trump
uptick. We just came out of
when
lockdown. We
when
just came
when
out of
Donald
lockdown, right?
Trump left office, Joe Biden dealt with a whole year full of bullshit. Am I right or am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong?
You right,
I
because
just I
how
just
Am,
many
said it
am,
was on
small
the uptick. I
businesses
just
had to
answered you.
close? And
bro.
Yeah,
and
you
how
right.
many
You
businesses
right.
closed because of Trump? How many PPPs was given to corporations that didn't need it?
But
Y'all been
even if
eating
we
that
were to
MK Ultra, man.
even if we were to
No,
admit
we
that it
just
was
been
an
we old
uptick,
enough
Okay,
to
all right,
see
hold on.
BS.
Can we like you saying me finish making this point because I feel like he about to draw himself into a ditch. So continue on, please,
Oh,
Yosemite.
okay. Okay.
No, all I was simply saying is I was making a valid point that every administration, either you're gonna do one or two things. Either you're gonna lead the country better off when you enter, or you're
Hmm.
gonna lead the country in chaos when you're leaving.
Okay, now
For, let
Yosemite,
me
hold
finish,
on.
Hey,
because
hey,
you're
we
All
not
right,
got
gonna let me
my
98
finish
fault.
people
out.
in here. Everybody double tap the screen, man. We
What
at
I'm
41
saying,
likes. Let's get the 50 likes right quick so we can get some people in here. Everybody double tap the screen and press ones again. Everybody double tap the screen and press ones. Let us know you in here, man. Go ahead, pause.
what I'm saying, fortunately for us, when Obama was leaving office, the economy was on an uptick. Now, when Donald Trump came into office, he had already had a plan in place that all he had to do was try to make that provision in that plan better. By the time
Facts.
Donald Trump
And he
left
did.
office, no, let me finish. By the time Donald
Hold
Trump
on.
left office, we were in a fucking pandemic. Like Kush Boo just said, a lot of small businesses closed down.
Hmm.
The deficit we face, it was Donald Trump that started the PPP shit, and people took advantage of it. That cost us even more money. And the
I
unfortunate part
understand.
about it, let me finish. The unfortunate part about it, the small businesses that should have deserved to get those PPP loans, they were being turned the fucking way. They were being
So
turned away.
so Yosemite, like this was the part that I think we gotta disconnect. Like you right about what you were saying. I understand wholeheartedly everything you were saying. But let's go to the situation at hand after he left the office. Because you said every time when somebody leave the office, the next person inherit a mess. So we all can agree that the current administration inherited a mess. When Donald Trump inherited that mess, he did something with it to make it go up, even with all the losses of jobs, even with the situation of us being locked down. So now you got to understand that the current administration don't have those things going against them. If they did, they ain't have it for the last 3 years. You can't blame Donald Trump because what happened at the border. You can't blame him because of the economy we facing right now. It's moves and it's things that our current administration could have done to secure things better for the American people. They didn't do it.
But how can
It,
you
it, it
not
just
blame him, Puzzles, when he made his whole Republican Party turn down a bill?
Because
That would have
even
helped
all right, listen.
substantiate the
All right,
very
now
thing you're talking
listen.
about.
Yosemite, please listen. Hear me out. So the bill that they turned down that bill 3 years into this current administration. That bill was turned down 3 years into this current administration. The bill that Trump had in place lasts a whole entire year almost it lasts Biden's first year. Right. So if you got something that's coming off the books within your first year and you decide to wait until a bill get passed and the bill don't come until 3 years down the road, and then after the bill don't get passed, you wait 6 months and you say, all right, well, I'm gonna make this executive order. Similar what Trump did, I'm gonna make an executive order to do something about it. You felt it's not Trump because he had
Yes,
an
I
opportunity to
agree.
change that.
And see, this is where me and you poses, I digress and I let you have it. Because the moment I go to mentioning stats, the first thing you say is don't talk to me about cookbooks. So I won't talk to you about
No, go
cookbooks.
ahead. You
No,
can
no,
say
no,
whatever you
no,
believe in.
no, 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 no. We ain't gonna jump
I
into
can't
that.
tell you how to make your prove your point.
No,
I
no,
was just giving my opinion. I don't like cookbooks, but if
no,
that's how you make your point,
abs-
that's cool.
absolutely. But I just say we ain't gonna jump into cookbooks. But this is what I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna leave it at that. That man that y'all so greatly thought turned this country around and did so much, built a third of a wall, and Mexico didn't have to pay one fucking dime. Guess who paid for that third of a wall that he put up?
We did, and I'd rather pay for that wall than pay for Ukraine
And
war,
but he
and that's a
made you,
fact.
Amen.
but he
I'd
made
rather
you,
pay for that wall than pay for a
but
war. That's what
but
you're
he
not
made
understanding,
but he
Yosemite.
made you a promise you wouldn't have to pay a dime.
And they made us pay for a war that we
He
wasn't
he
fighting in, and we
made
And
wasn't
you
that's
a
supposed to
going
pay at
promise.
on
all.
right
I'd rather
now.
have safer
So
schools.
what cost
Right
us more? What
now.
cost us more? Trump
Puzzles,
wall or the war? What cost Yosemite? Let me ask
For
you something. What
real.
cost the
puzzles,
American people? No, wait, Yosemite, let me ask you. What
Hey,
cost the American people
hey, hey,
more money?
puzzles.
No, wait,
Puzzles,
real quick.
please.
I just want to ask the
I let her
question. What
talk.
cost the American people more? The wall or the war?
And listen, this is what I'm gonna say
No,
to you.
answer the question. I answer
No,
you straight up. You
let
can't answer me.
no,
What
let me
costs more?
answer you.
What costs more?
I'm finna
If
answer you.
if you
Puzzles,
answer me
go
without
Let
for it.
me answer
saying
you.
if you answer
Let
me
me
without saying the wall or the war, I don't want to hear it.
let me answer you. This is my answer to you. We've been paying for wars for a long fucking time. We paid for an Afghanistan war. We
Sure
paid for an
did.
Iraqi war.
Sure did.
We've been
And I
paying for
blame
wars,
I blame every person that
puzzles,
took us to those war. I blame them for it. Trump
puzzles,
didn't take us to a war, so I can't
puzzles.
speak on Trump
The
about a
point,
war. We're
the
no
point,
look.
puzzles. The point I'm making to you is we've been paying for wars for a long time.
We ain't paid for a war with Trump.
For a long
Y'all
time.
always got
We
an
ain't paid for a
excuse,
war
But
with Trump.
man.
See,
the
that's the
That's
point.
deficit
because we
Y'all
didn't get
saying we paid for
reelected.
wars.
but the
No, the 4
deficit
years he was there, we
That's
didn't
because
pay
we
for a
didn't
war.
vote for him.
but the deficit that was created inside our own house came from him trying to clean up a mess he couldn't clean up. That's the truth.
You
They
right
said
about that,
it was
Reverend.
$8 trillion
That's
when
the truth.
Donald
That's
Trump
the
left
truth.
Somebody mic
office.
is crazy.
Even with that half-built wall, he still was able to control immigration way better than Biden and Harris did. So I really don't care that he didn't finish the wall and that we paid for it. And I don't care about that
My
personally. Like,
point.
we're paying
And y'all
billions
know why the
upon billions of dollars. Forget the wars. We're paying for immigrants and illegals to stay in hotels and for all their other, like, I don't care about the half finished wall and who paid for it. I'd rather we just finish the damn wall and also work on our immigration.
My
Like,
dear, the,
That wall
Everybody
went
double
towards
tap the
us though.
screen, man. Hey,
my
That
dear,
wall.
one moment. We have 48 likes. Everybody double tap the screen right now and drop threes in the chat, man. Let us know you still in here. Drop threes in the chat. Double tap the screen, man. She said, the chat is saying they would much rather pay for the wall than pay for anything else, man. They would much rather pay for the wall.
what
And
I'm
the wall actually is defending us. What happens in Ukraine is not necessarily defending us. We have a whole UN, like you always talk about, that Trump don't want to be in. If we have a UN that's supposed to protect everybody as a collective group, why are we sending the majority mass to the UN? See, what you saying is we had to pay for war after war after war. Well, that's because before Trump, every president sitting before him contributed to the UN and allowed us to pay more than any other sitting country that's inside the UN. When Trump got there, he said, we're not going to do this no more. We're not paying until y'all start paying. We still pay. We still contribute to the UN. But as far as him building that wall, you got to understand that wall was protecting the American people. I don't care if he got a fence up. I don't care if he put just a half of a inch wall up. He was trying to do something to protect us. The money that they're spending on Ukraine is not protecting us whatsoever.
Can I
But
say something?
It's just seeing a
but
war.
but
Can I say
Moses,
something?
the deficit before that war even jumped off was already there. And that deficit didn't come from this war.
Can I say something?
That deficit came from people getting free money that eventually we were gonna have to pay back. That's where the deficit came from. You don't remember when you were seeing the TikToks of folks getting $1 million fucking checks, going out there buying houses, Ferraris? You forgot about that? You forgot about
But
that,
how is
soldier?
that Trump's fault? He wasn't the one actually
I ain't
handing
forgetting
out the
nothing about.
loans. I
Yo,
Trump
don't
can I
was
think
the
say
Trump
something
was
though?
one.
deciding who got
That's a
the
Trump was the
Congress
checks.
one
building.
that
That's a
Okay, we
Congress
got some.
build.
We got
That's
somebody
a
new on the
Congress
panel.
seat.
Hold on, everybody. Somebody, let this man speak.
My fault.
Go ahead, young man.
Solo, that's you, bro.
I appreciate it. I just want to say one thing. So we gotta look at the future, right? So I'm gonna say it like this: the border right now is open. If she cares, if the Democrats cared about American lives, if they cared about America's future, they would simply close the border. She has been in power for 3.5 years, ain't done a damn thing. The border is still open. They can literally sign the papers right now as we speak. They can wake up Joe Biden right now, who's on vacation while there's a whole entire hurricane. They can go ahead and wake his little ass up, take his ass to the damn White House, sign that paper, close the borders, right? Close the border, because as a family of illegal immigrants, myself, who came through legally, my mother did, and I, both legally, we came through. There is a complete legal way to come through America. And every other country, every other nation has borders for a reason. Just like how you have fences in your backyard, just like how you have locks on your front and back doors, there's an absolute reason why we have that. So I'm going to just say this right now. Close the border. If she cared about American people, she cared about America, period. Close the border. Stop giving money to Ukraine. Only $750 a family for the people in the hurricane. And she said for the people that need it. What you mean people that need it? Everybody need it. They lost everything. Their whole entire houses are swept away. They're gone. Their whole retirement, livelihood, all that shit they paid for and saved up for is completely gone. You talking about $750 a family? But hold up, wait a minute. 400 and something billion dollars to Ukraine? Nah, see, that's out the window. Under Trump, we had stable security, walls, safety for all people in this nation. Everybody, we had money, no inflation. He signed peace deals with people right now that we are in war with right now. Biden fault, Democrat fault, not Trump fault. We had zero wars
Here we
under Donald
go.
Trump. Zero wars under Donald Trump. I'm gonna say that right there. Zero wars. Nothing
Okay.
at all. So
Okay,
I'm
he was
gonna put
only
it
in office for one term. And
But
one
but
turn,
second of
exactly. So
all,
put him back in there again.
we're
We see
not
we see how he
supposed
did that.
to
And y'all want to
condone.
talk
We're
about
Didn't
not
hold on,
you
wait,
just
wait, wait,
say
wait,
supposed.
wait,
let the
wait, wait,
young
wait, wait,
man
wait,
talk?
hold
You
on, hold
said
on, hold on,
stop
hold on.
talking over
Y'all want to
people.
talk about he's a
Russia
dictator?
is not should not be
Y'all want to talk
allowed
about
to.
he's a dictator,
Calm
but
down
Putin,
for
wait, hold on, wait. Putin, Zelensky, Vladimir, they're all supporting Kamala Harris. So y'all can't even say Donald Trump a dictator. Y'all got a dictator supporting Kamala Harris right now. They want her in office right now. Why is that? Y'all talking about, yo, he's a dictator. He's a dictator. How's he a dictator? He has zero supporters that are actually dictators that want him, that want her for president. Explain that. Explain that. Why is that?
Russia should not be allowed to just go in other people's countries. And if we sit by and let him, you think he gonna stop with Ukraine?
where
He
you think
did.
he
Did
He
coming
did.
Hitler
next?
He did.
stop
Zero wars.
with
Zero wars.
Poland? No, he
Where you
didn't.
think he
Zero
coming
wars.
next?
He did. Zero
Where
wars.
you
He did.
where you think he coming next, bro? I hear you talking, but where you think he coming next?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain
Where
that
you
a
think
little
he
more
coming
clearly.
next?
Yeah,
Once he
why do you
invade
think we got
territory,
all
where you
these
think he coming
Russian
next?
agents living amongst us? Y'all
Because
wake
the
up, because
borders
I
are
lived through
open.
the Cold
You let
War.
your doors unlock. The borders are open. Anybody
And,
is coming through. They're
and that
open.
is
They're here.
and see that's the problem right there within a nutshell. A lot of people can't remember the past because they wasn't a part of the past. They can only speak
Nah.
about the
They just
now.
weren't paying attention. They was here. They just weren't paying
No,
attention. They
no,
didn't know how good they had it.
no, I'm speaking to you, young man. You wasn't back in 79 and 80 when Russia was really a Russian bear. See, you wasn't back that in when Miguel Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan was finna blow this motherfucker to smithereens.
Sure was.
You wasn't back that in. But see, we were back that in. And what I can tell you is them people ain't forgot.
They
And
sure
see, this is the
haven't.
problem. They ain't forgot.
We had to do drills in elementary
I was
because
there.
we were scared of
I'm from
nuclear
that
war.
era. I'm from that era. Did Japan forget? Did
But
Japan
Japan
forget?
doesn't have an army.
Did Japan forget? We're forgetting that these people that are coming to America now, the
And
United States of
Japan didn't
America
have
is
nukes.
Y'all
suffering
forgetting
from,
about the
hold on, let me get it
UN.
out. The United States of
Man,
America is
stop talking
suffering
about
from
the
a
UN, June.
0% birth rate. You have to hear this out. When Trump was in office, he was actually trying to have people travel into this country. He was motivating people to travel into this country legally.
Shock, I hear what you're saying, but let me ask you this question, Shock. You say you was back then and you remember, right?
Yes. My
Who
mom
were
is
the,
my mom is from Grenada, so I know.
okay, so let me ask you this, Shock. Who was the two biggest superpowers back then? Who had the most nukes around the world back then?
That would be, well, it was called the USSR.
Which is what?
Russia today.
And who was the other one?
That would be us.
Okay. Like I say, that Cold War, had we not broke that establishment up, it would have jumped off a long time ago.
Facts.
This is why Prince told you 2000 party over oops, out of time.
And you got to remember, only in 1989 did they tear down that wall in Germany.
The Berlin Wall.
Yeah, the Berlin. It's in Germany, you know, because Russia turned against us right after World War II.
The Berlin Wall,
oh,
Cushman.
oh,
So from
That's in
after
Germany.
World War II
like
all the way to 89, we were in a Cold War. We had to do drills thinking we were gonna get nuked. So these are not our friends. Russia is not our friend. And
No,
that is the
really.
problem I
Oh my
have with
God.
Trump chumming it up because Putin his best friend. And North Korea is his best friend. Y'all better wake up.
Well, at
Hey,
least we don't have
Kush
to worry
Boo.
about drills.
Hey,
I
Kush
mean,
Boo.
that's not gonna happen.
Kush Boo,
You
you
vote
know
for
what was
Trump.
funny? And I don't mean to cut you off, young man. I hear you. But Kush Boo, you know what was funny about that whole time? You know what my mama told me? She said when I was in school, while they was trying to teach everybody how to speak Spanish and this other language, you know what my mama was fluent in?
Mandarin. Tell me.
No, Russian.
Today it's Mandarin.
Well,
I speak Mandarin.
okay, but I'm used to Russian.
so let me ask y'all this. Y'all I remember Kush Boo, I remember you saying people is hyped because they think Trump gave them PUAs, right? So we all know Trump didn't give the PUAs, right? Right, Kush Boo? Or Sammy, anybody? We know Trump
What you say?
ain't. I said
Because
we
I was
all know
getting in the car.
we all know Trump didn't give out them PUAs. Like I know you always said like people voting for him because they think that Trump gave them PUAs, and we know that he didn't give out them Johns, right? So
That's facts.
what my point is, how are we holding the deficit under Trump head because of PUAs and PPP loans that people got that he didn't control? The Congress controls that, so we can't
First of
hold that
all,
against.
I just want to say that deficit, I don't know if because back in my day, they showed the national debt. Every day it's been there. We've been in debt since we started. We owe France. We owe other countries. Y'all don't understand. They had to
I
help us
understand
get
that.
our
I'm not
independence.
speaking to the national debt as a whole. I'm speaking to what we was talking about on this panel today. We was talking about the economy today. We was talking about how the economy was affected by COVID. We was talking about, I mean, not COVID, by the lockdowns and stuff like that. By how many people got those loans that wasn't supposed to get those loans. About how many businesses shut down. And when we was talking about that, you and Osamini blamed that on him. And what I'm saying is, when you say people think that Trump gave them that money, then it's like kind of reductive in what you're saying. It don't match up. The math not mathing. If Trump didn't give the people the money, then he didn't create the deficit that we're in. That's what I'm saying.
Puzzles. Trump took the credit. See,
He
this is
took
what
the
I go by.
credit
Y'all
I go by
giving
what a
him the
man.
credit.
I go
Y'all
Okay,
giving
no,
I
him the
no,
work.
no,
credit.
no, no, no. I go by what a man say out of his mouth. We just proved
And
that
I
earlier.
work with a lot of younger people, and that's why they say they voting for Trump because they want another stimulus.
I'm telling you, the man said he took the credit.
But
He took
that
the
don't just
credit.
because they want another stimulus don't mean that he get credit the deficit of the stimulus. Just because they want another stimulus don't mean that he didn't tell them, yeah, get this money and go buy a Ferrari. He didn't say that. So what I'm saying is you can't acquire and put that on him. You can't put that on him if he ain't going out
I'm gonna
spending the
put
money
him
for
on it.
everybody.
I'm gonna put it on it because he sent it to the migrants and living in South Texas. He wanted his name on that check. Nah.
Say no more. You right.
So don't just act like the Democrats let these migrants in. They
I
been
believe that the
here.
president's name would have been on that check
Nah,
regardless at the
they
time.
ain't been there like that. Nothing like you seeing right now. You got millions on top of millions right now, and you can see that
Okay.
statistics
Are
show
you
that.
at the border? Do you live in Texas? Because I live in
No, I don't. No,
Texas.
I don't. But
And
but
I
I come
have
from a family
seen,
of immigrants,
let
so
me
I know.
finish. I have seen the demographics change. You know what? My son's in college, but he can't get a job because guess what? He can't speak Spanish. So I don't have a problem because everybody is an immigrant to this land. First of all, this is not our land. We're not indigenous. But the
That don't
government, the
that don't mean
Congress,
anything.
and all these congressmen and
Here we
senators
go.
that have
Who
been
ain't?
in office for years, they don't want to do an immigration reform.
What'd you say,
Trump do.
plug? You Cherokee?
Donald Trump does.
Then why he didn't do it?
He actually did. Well, he didn't have to do. There was a border. There was a immigration process. We
That
didn't
was
have people just pouring
concentration
through.
camps so they can steal kids, bro, and break up families.
Nah. That's not
That
the
is
truth.
not a solution.
That's not the
That was
truth.
not a
The
law.
kids in cages started from Obama, number one. Number two, under Trump, there wasn't none of that. You didn't have to worry about people. They couldn't even come through. So they're not. Right now, they have to sell their daughters and their
Do you
kids to the
think they gotta
cartel to
walk
get
through
through. Right
there?
now,
You
it's
can
10
walk
grand.
across the bridge in Laredo. You can catch a plane. What are you talking about? You just
Catch a
don't
plane.
leave. A wall is not gonna stop them. Don't
It
you know they got
100% is
tunnels?
because
They
every other
got
nation has a wall
tunnels.
too. Why
And
why,
you,
why does
yeah,
nobody else have an immigration problem but we do?
Because
That's a good
we
everybody
got a
else,
question.
lot of.
because
Go
everybody else
ahead,
live off a
somebody
whole
else.
body of water. That's why.
Right, but nobody's going over
Everybody
there.
else
They're
live
only
off a
coming
whole
over here.
no,
Why are they only coming to America and no one's
but
leaving America?
but
Why are they only
Because
coming
we're
I
here?
the
just
ones who keeping up drama in those countries. Why do you think the Venezuelans are coming here? Because of the U.S. sanctions.
Nah,
Can
it's
I
because of
speak
their
to
poor
that?
president.
Let me have a moment. Let me speak to that. I think we're focusing on the border. I think we're forgetting there's a high number of Russians, a high number of Ukrainians, a high number of Europeans that are caught up in bullshit that are coming into this country to replace the population of those who are already dying off because they are refusing to have children. Now we're focusing on the southern border. We're worrying about Venezuelans coming in. People are forgetting that billions are being sent to support European nations and their invasion.
I agree with you 100% on that, Chop. I agree with you 100%. And you know the sad part
So
about it,
why they can't help Central America so these people won't be here? But
and
we
you know
all in their business. We
Because we got an
spending
open
black
border.
ops, special ops to overthrow and keep their governments destabilized. We can't even handle the mess over here that we could have helped these people and they didn't have to come here. But
That's
because
what I mean.
they're
On
not a
a
certain
Ukraine.
color, they want to call them a third world country and we on the same continent.
and Kush, this what I want to say. And the sad part about it, every time you turn on the news and you see that there's a spy that they've found out or infiltrated and been locked up, what the spy normally is? The spy is normally a Chinese or a Russian spy. Why is that?
Because they'll give them jobs and they like them to come in.
No,
But
because
I'm
they can
But let
infiltrate
the
better.
Haitians come in.
No,
Let
because they
any
can
Africans come
infiltrate
in.
better, Kushbu. They can infiltrate better, Kushbu. The Asian is the ideal demographic in America, and the Russian can be any white man and woman in America.
Okay, I got
They can
another one for you,
infiltrate far
Charlie.
better. They
How
can
many
infiltrate far
doctors?
better.
What about the doctors? How
What
many
about the doctor?
Patels and Indian doctors and foreign doctors that we have to see now?
Yeah, they came over here, and I spoke to that. They take on the
Because they
benefits of the
allowed them to
African
come over
American.
here and give them education and won't give our own citizens education.
So who we
then
mad
you
at
agree
about
on
that?
illegal immigration then. You agree.
You for it. You like the borders being open.
Right, exactly, which that's a bad thing. And I come from
Now
How
even
did
your
you get
son,
that?
your
How did
son
y'all
has to
get
speak a
that? How
language
did
that's
y'all
not
get?
native to him.
How did you get that? That I like the borders being open by
Because
saying they
now,
letting
because you
people
say
from
you
other
say
countries
your
get
son has to
education
speak a
instead of
language, Kushbu.
Americans.
Your son has to speak a language that's not native to the nation he was born in. That's why, Kushbu. That's why I picked that up.
Who said that? So where
Okay,
did
listen.
y'all get that point that I'm for illegal immigration? Where did I say I agree with
Okay,
that?
listen, y'all. I just
You
put
for
this
illegal
on y'all.
immigration, but the words you saying don't line up with that, Kushbu.
I
All
never
right,
said
listen.
I was for illegal immigration.
Okay,
Don't
look.
put words in my mouth.
All right, we got 62 likes, man. We need to get to 100 likes right quick. Everybody double tap the screen, share the live out, man. I just put up a new poll. Will a wall really secure the border? Everybody go vote on the poll right now and let me know how you feeling. Kushbu said don't put words in her mouth. That's where y'all left off.
I'm not
What
putting
I'm
let me
words in
say,
saying,
Kushbu's mouth.
Charlie, because you said that. I never
I said
said
it.
let
I said it was
everybody in, but
insinuated.
they let certain people in.
and the
I
thing,
instead and insinuated because of your statement. You said when your son has to apply for a job now, he has to be up against those who are bilingual. He has to now learn a language that's not native to his
And I saw this
country.
coming when my kids were born, and I told them, y'all better speak Spanish because y'all not going to be able to get a job here in Texas. And guess what, 2024, I'm right.
And
and
that's where I got that insinuation from.
right.
this is what I want to say
Texas,
too.
Texas was part of
Because
Mexico
they've
though
been here.
originally,
But this
But
is what
because
I
not
want to
Texas is a
say.
part of
wasn't
Mexico.
But this is what
we
I want to
know
say too.
that we know that from history. But what I'm saying, as growing up here, I seen the difference from when I was a kid until now.
But this is what I want to say also, Kushbu, and we got to understand. You know, everybody throw that word immigrant around a lot, and the fact of the matter is, everybody that's brought here to this country ain't considered an immigrant. Like in the case of the people that we got from Russia and all those places, they are called political refugees. They're not considered immigrants. They're called political refugees. But over here on this land, we've had more immigrants be a part of America than we've had political refugees be a part of America. You don't see too many Venezuelan spies. You don't see too many Haitian spies. But we're so focused on this word immigrant.
I see a lot of Venezuelan spies. I don't know what you talking about. And when the president locked all them up and told them get out and go to north and don't come back here, they labeled as spies in my eyes. What else they here for?
I ain't seen a Venezuelan spy on the news yet, Poses. I'm sorry. But I
That,
have seen the
you
Texas.
ain't see that group,
But
you ain't see that
but
gang group that was in Chicago. You ain't see
Yeah,
them
but
that gang that was
that's
we're
taking
close.
over the
talking
apartment.
But that's
but
close.
now
They
we're
calling
calling
back to Venezuela too. They not just
we
here. They sending their money back there.
but we're calling them gang members. See, it's the
But
difference
that's what
between a
they are.
gang member and a spy.
No,
A,
it
s-
ain't.
a s- a spy gonna take
That's
okay.
the term. I could
Well,
call an op a spy. A
I
person that's an op can be a spy. They
well
can infiltrate a gang and be working for the other gang. They
puzzles
still a spy. We just
puzzles
talking about gang terms.
puzzles. I'm gonna let you have that one, brother. To me, it's a difference between a spy and a gang. And best believe, gangs have been here forever. Gangs have been here forever.
No, you're right.
From
It is a
from
difference between
Honduras
gang
all
and
the way down.
spy.
But there's a difference.
Because a spy can take what the U.S. have as secrets back and weaken this whole motherfucker. There's a difference.
Okay, so Yosemite, I'm gonna prove your point being right. You absolutely right. It is a difference between gang and spies. That's what I said. Like you said it and I said it. But what I'm saying is a gang member can be sent to another gang as an op and spy on them and bring things back. It could be a spy on this platform right now that's coming over here just to see what we talking about, just to hear what we saying, and then they want to go to another platform and report certain things or certain knowledge that came from here. It's gangs and spies and everything. We just label it and we look at the way we label it because of how we've been conditioned to label it. But you can't tell me that out of all those people that came out of those prisons, institutions, or where else they came from, not one of them is reporting back to the people over there. Not one of them is sending money and funds back to the people over there. Not one of them is taking our resources that's here, and by them being illegal here, they are creating chaos. If one person died from somebody illegal, that's creating chaos because now you just messed up a whole family. So it is spies. It was family through gangs, through anything. It's spies.
Here since the 90s. MS-13 has been here since the 90s.
I'm not talking about MS-13 from the 90s. I'm not talking about MS-13 from the 90s, Chris Boo. I'm not talking about MS-13 from the 90s. I'm talking about the whole entire jail. And do your research, Chris Boo. I did mine. The whole entire jail that was in Venezuela, the Venezuelan jail, was let go, and they came to North. You can Google it. You can look it up. I know gangs always been here, but
hollering, I can't hear you when you hollering. Gangs have been here from different countries. That's nothing new.
I'm speaking about Venezuela, whole entire jail. You talking about gang members. You staying on a gang, you gotta get off the gang, Kush Boo. I'm talking about a specific because I'm talking about a specific country letting the but you're not letting me talk, so you're not gonna understand what I'm saying, Kush Boo. You're not gonna hear me.
To pick on the Venezuelans when we've had MS-13 from Salvador and everywhere else. The cartels are here, bro. But you worry about the Venezuelans who we just want their oil. That's what America wants. That's why America's doing what they're doing. Wake up, bro.
I understand they've been here. I'm not saying it's right that they've been here, Chris Boo. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're never going to understand what a person's trying to say if you don't listen to them, Chris Boo. At the end of the day, I'm not saying that gangs hasn't been here. I'm not saying that illegal immigrants hasn't been here. I'm not saying illegal gangs has not been here. I'm not saying illegal immigrants has not been here. I'm not saying political figures has not been here. What I am saying is if someone decides to let their whole entire jail out at one time for one specific purpose to go to another country so it could be chaos there and not inside their country, then I'm going to label them as a psyop, as a cell, or a gang,
and
or
that's exactly what
spies.
they are.
That's what they are. You can say what you want about MS-13, but MS-13, they've been doing what they've been doing, and we ain't been having these conversations about them. We are having a conversation about those gangs that's taking people out their houses. We are having those conversations about how them gangs are going to Chirac, and Chirac is talking about that shit ain't gonna slide here. That's what we talking about. So I understand what you're saying. You make a great point. Gangs been here. It's been people coming in the country. I don't want nobody on this platform to feel like I'm saying that I don't believe that gangs ain't start happening and coming here until this administration. That is totally not what I'm saying. I'm saying by the flood and by the coordinates, by the coordination of which they came here. It was designed to create confusion, destruction, and chaos.
And the reason why
other
they're here
gangs
is because
come
of
here to
open
make.
borders.
But this is what I'm saying, Puzzles, and I hear what you're saying, and I can't bounce back and forth between you and Kushbu argument because that gang argument is y'all argument. The point I'm making, there's a difference between a political spy and a gang affiliated jail member that you seen come across and you feel like it's infiltrating cities. The
I agree
difference
with you.
is that political spy just to work up above in the White House, in the office, around the top secrets, and take those secrets back and sell those secrets to the very motherfuckers we're worried about defending ourselves against.
I
That's
agree
the
with you,
difference,
AJ.
bro. That's the difference.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you. I'm not saying you wrong at all. I agree with you. You absolutely right. But a lot of times where those political people come here and they be working in the White House, we don't brush shoulders with them, but we will brush shoulders with these gangs that's coming out of these prisons. These gangs that's in these supermarkets with us. These gangs that when we getting off work and we gotta go to our car and lock our doors, they waiting for us, or they waiting for us to go to work so they go in our houses. We have to worry more so about that. I'm not going to say I don't care what goes on in the White House, because you got to care. But I definitely care more about if it's people around my kids or in the community that I live in or in other communities I got to go to, because that's the reality of it. These political people, if they infiltrate or if they do something wrong, then that's for our government to protect us from. Our government shouldn't be put us in a situation where we got to fend for ourselves. But if we have to, that's what we're going to have to do. But at the same time, these people that's coming here in certain fashions, in groups, that's a problem. That's to me, that's more of a problem than a political figure that's trying to steal some knowledge or find something.
Moses, you in the water. You in the water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying he still got to get it back home to his country, and he still got to use that. His country got to use that knowledge. These gangs coming here causing destruction on regular, average day civilians. It's a difference.
I'd like to add to that, more than just saying gangs. How about an entire prison industrial complex being emptied out into your backyard? And notice where these people are being ushered to. And I do mean ushered because they're getting tickets and bus rides over here. These
Right.
people's feet ain't hurting from walking miles into this country.
Exactly.
So
And
why are they not
we
going
paying for
into
their
a
housing.
predominantly Russian community? Why are they not being ushered into predominantly Asian communities? Why is that happening? The people that are getting the largest bailouts by the billions, that is not the communities they're going into.
Shit, everybody got a Chinatown. You don't see them. You don't see them going in and down to Chinatown in no city. I'm pretty sure y'all ain't hear about none of that happening in Chinatown.
Because they have a border that's closed.
No, I'm talking about in America. Every city in America got a Chinatown. You don't hear about these people coming over from out of prisons doing anything to Chinatown.
I'm glad you said that, Puzzles, because that let me know that everybody don't be listening sometimes. I knew exactly what you was talking about when you said Chinatown.
And I look at it, either that's kind of our fault as a community. They more tight knit and they got they self together as a community. So I don't mean to just point Chinatown out, but I'm trying to lay a point down. If it was as bad everywhere, and people are coming over from certain countries and they just seeking asylum, then you wouldn't hear about all these things we're hearing about on the news and all this stuff that's going on. And it wouldn't just be in certain demographical areas. Like I could go to any hood in the United States and it's going to be a melting pot. It wasn't always like that.
That's also true. And
Yeah.
since we're on the topic of history, can any of you recall how Australia got its beginning and that population grew to overtake the original people there? Do you know the story of Australia? Do you remember which country emptied out their prison industrial complex and dumped those people onto a mass of land? And now they outnumber the original people there.
Hey, great live, great chat. Loving y'all panel. I'm gonna have to step down for a minute, but y'all keep the party going. I'm still in. I'm still listening.
Appreciate
All
you,
right, dog.
OG.
Your
Peace, y'all.
family. Appreciate you.
All right, OJ. See you later.
All right, dog. All right, man. So we finna swerve this conversation a little bit, man. I got the rest of the debate. We had like 10 minutes of the debate left, some shit like that. We're gonna say these last talking points of the debate yesterday, man, and get our panel's thoughts and opinions on that. But before we do that, I'm gonna let Solo or Noel get the floor and see what they feel about it.
About the debate?
Yeah, yesterday.
It was just kind of funny how Tim Walz was agreeing with JD Vance a lot on his topics. I mean, they kind of seem like they have the same similarities. It looks like Vance is on the wrong side because what he's saying was he was pretty much agreeing with Vance the entire time. And he was saying a lot of lies. Like, for one, he went to combat. Vance never went to combat. He never fought in the front lines. His son never witnessed a shooting or anything. He was just in the vicinity. Another thing he also talked about was he wants, I mean, something that I disagree with. I don't have no, no disagreement on the LGBTQ, but he wants tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that's what the left predominantly likes because they're a party of the LGBTQ and they like the, transgender surgeries and things like that for kids and minors. Some Diddy type stuff, but we're not going to go into that. But yeah, I mean, I like the, I like Vance. He was strong about it. He was pretty good. I wish he could have talked a little more and whatnot. But I mean, I think the moderators are more against both of them too. I don't think really no one really had like Vance had the moderators against Walz or Walz had the moderators against Vance. I think it was pretty like self-centered. It was pretty what's the word? Honest, I guess. Like fair. There you go, fair. I think it was fair. And Vance is pretty good. Yeah, he
so
was pretty good.
I'll let Noel take this comment. Noel, you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
It says Vance is very intelligent, but I can see him pulling a Pence down the road.
I don't understand what they mean by that.
You know how Mike Pence came out and turned against Trump?
Oh, well, honestly, I would probably have turned against Trump too if I was Pence, but I mean, I don't really have anything to say about it.
Okay.
I just kind of think it's weird that Vance was heavily against Trump and now he's his running mate. So they're all pretty fake in my opinion, but I don't really have an opinion about it, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't trust Vance only because he wear eyeliner, yo. I don't trust it. I'm so serious about that. I'm
That boy
serious. I
got
don't trust.
eyeliner on?
He don't wear no eyeliner,
Look
bro.
at it. Yes, he do, bro. I seen too many pictures of boy. He wear eyeliner in certain pictures, bro. I
He
promise
just
you.
got some dark ass. He's got some dark ass eyeliners, bro. Like he don't have no eyeliner on. His eyes just like
I'm
that. He don't got
gonna
no
pull it up
eyeliner.
and put it in Discord. I'm gonna put it in Discord.
I really
Okay,
didn't
listen.
like Vance in the beginning because, first of all,
Here,
I didn't
here
even.
goes some of the tweets before you talk. Here goes some of the comments that Vance had made on Trump before we play this. He said he might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical asshole, cultural heroine, noxious and reprehensible. I'm never a Trump guy. I never liked him. Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Those are some of the things that he said before he was Trump's running mate. I don't know how long ago it was, but those are
2016.
things he said. What?
2016.
Okay, 2016, that was his opinion on this guy. So in about 8 years, he's changed his tune. I'm just saying that's what he said.
I don't trust them. I don't trust none of them.
I never knew where he came from. I mean, I kind of thought that Trump was going to pick, what was the lady's name? Nikki Haley, possibly for his vice president. But
Better choice.
I just feel like Vance just says so much stuff that he just doesn't need to, that just pisses people off unnecessarily, like the cat lady comment and things like that. But honestly, after seeing the debate, it did change my opinion about him. I do think in some ways he makes Trump, or I guess Trump's campaign, look a lot better. He seems like the more sane.
That's what I said. I
Or
said he
someone
was
that,
like
you
the
know what I
only
mean,
one.
that people
I
wouldn't
can agree
mind
there
putting
too.
him out.
I
Out of
agree
the
with
two
you.
debates I watched, it looked like he the only one that really didn't have a chink in his armor, for as the talking points. Like they did kind of come at him about those past comments and shit. Like I feel like he handled that question well.
I like to add on something. So I know we're tired about, old people, running the country. I get that, but I'm still voting for Trump because we've seen the 4 years of what he did and how great people were successful and how great the country was and whatnot. But when Donald Trump leaves the office, we have to have someone younger to replace him, not somebody old to replace him. We need the future generation to step up. Vance is pretty young. Walz is pretty old or older. So that's why I'm also going for Vance, because I mean he's also a guy who fought in an actual war. He's been deployed. He's an actual warrior. I think we need warriors to show light on America. I think we need a warrior to back up America and a leader that actually did fight in a war, and that was Vance. Walz claims that he fought in a war, but that's a lie. He never did. He was never deployed or anything like that. So that's also a dishonest thing to say, and a slap in the face to people who actually went to war, who come back with PTSD and things like that, who can't sleep at night. He don't have a problem with that. So
I would go for the person who has more stock in this nation, a person who shows that they care. The fact that he did go and serve in the military gives him bonus points in my eyes. Now, when he first started talking, I agree. I was like, you know what? I wouldn't vote for Trump just because of him. I would have preferred he choose Nikki Haley, but then I guess they would have been like a feminine war. You know what I mean? And I think it is about solidifying a replacement in case something happens to him.
So
Right.
how do y'all feel about this? How do y'all feel about when Trump said it'll be fixed so good you won't have to vote no more? And then J.D. Vance stepping into that role, being young, you know what I'm saying? If it was to be a dictator type situation.
Well, J.D. Vance wouldn't step into that role if it was a dictator. Trump would be the dictator, right?
Yeah, but that was the question. A lot of people see this happen in the chat a couple nights ago. It was a slew of people that came in here saying that it was a honeypot situation for Vance.
yeah, no, Trump isn't a dictator, and if he was a dictator, he would have been a dictator in 4 years he was in president, but that wasn't the case.
I don't know. I was just getting y'all thoughts on it.
I think I was just me. I wish somebody would have asked him to clarify what he meant. You know what I mean? Because
I think I could
sometimes Trump
clarify it a
says
little
stuff.
bit for y'all. Like
I'm sorry, go
everybody.
ahead.
Yeah, I think I could clarify. I was trying to hop on earlier to clarify. So they didn't play the whole entire clip. And if any of y'all notice, I never in my life, I voted probably 4 or 5 times so far. I never in my life voted. In the year I was voting, they say you got a voter score. So it's some new things that was put into place. And we just got to go back and read these legislations and these amendments that's been made. But it's something that was put into place as far as our voter score. I never heard of this. It was on the radio. I Googled it. It is something actually called a voter score, but it's not in the play officially yet. They just rolling it out. So with this voter score, you're going to have a voter's ID. It's going to keep track of who you vote for, if you vote, if you don't vote, and all that's coming into play after this election. So what I think he's talking about as far as that, I don't know for sure, but at the same time, we never had this in place, this system that they're putting in place as far as voting. We just had voter registration cards and stuff like that.
You know the difference? When I just typed in voter score into Google, the first thing that comes up is mail in.
That's how they going to cheat. Mail in is a
That's how
scam.
they're going to do it. So
Mail-in
that's
is a
how they're
scam.
messing with our rights. That's how they're doing it.
Yep. Go in and vote in person, paper. Do it hand count, use an ID. That's why the Democrats don't want a voter ID, because they have all these illegal immigrants in. If I was to give you a lot of money and let you come in and stay in my house for free, a dog wouldn't bite the hands that feeds them at all. But that's how communism works. Once they win, you have to pay all that shit back, all of it, and more than that. So mail-in voting is BS, and that's how they're going to cheat. And no other continent nation does that. They all do it by paper. El Salvador did all of that shit hand counted, and they did it less than a week. So, it's just a simple fact. So they need to go in there, have an ID to vote. You have to be an American citizen to vote, and do it by paper. Go in person. In person means the most, other than online, because online you just don't know. I mean, that's just...
Is anybody else worried about potential non-American citizens voting this election, or maybe even last election? I don't know. That's something that I kind of think about.
Dead people were voting last election.
Dead people, exactly. Sure.
And that's proven, and that's part of election fraud. And people want to deny election fraud, but that's part of it. That's part of it. And you see all these vans coming in, dumping in. Like one guy came in, multiple videos of this. There's 30,000 hours of this footage, by the way. It's called 2,000 Meals. You can look that up. But they literally have vans. One guy with a big duffel bag like Santa Claus carry on a sleigh dumps this whole thing inside of a mailbox, and it's all these mail-in ballots. They're all ballots. He's dumping them in one of these boxes, and this is everywhere. This is not just in one city, it's everywhere. So that's a problem. So yes, voter fraud is proven. That's why they always say that the election was stolen and cheated. That's what they're talking about, and that's proven. So
Because
they can
something
say,
that I thought about was I've noticed that depending on what area you live in, the ballots are not just in English; they can be in Spanish. What is it,
yeah,
Haitian Creole, all these different things. I'm like,
right,
but the thing is, in order to become an American citizen, you need to be able to read, write
exactly,
in English. So it's like I don't see that if they're not really, if people that are not American citizens aren't actually voting, I don't see what the need is for it to be in other languages aside from English. You see what I'm saying? And I
Right.
know that that was part of like a civil rights kind of thing and making it more accessible, but it just kind of, I guess, made me curious to understand.
She said civil rights, and civil rights was for who?
Yeah, it watered
Oh, and how
the
many
voting.
languages now? Ooh. Oh, okay. See.
Yeah, that melon ballots that watered the election and the diplomacy down in our country, and they don't want to admit it because the turnout is bigger. There's more people voting. They want to always say we had the most votes ever, but traditionally, it's like when you look at the NBA and the NFL, like somebody can beat Wilt Chamberlain record scoring 100 or something like that. They will beat it by now. But that record is submitted in history because of the fact that it was played a different type of game back then. So now the way we play fast paced, but you're not getting one person to score. It's too many deals. It's too many people that got their hand in that pot that be able to say, well, I need 20, I need 10 assists, I need 4 rebounds. So it's never going to be a point where somebody's scoring 100 again in a game. And it's never going to
right,
be a turnout of regular voting, just people going in to exercise their right to vote again because we have electronic, we have mail-in. There's just too many other circumstances. And the more ways that you can vote and exercise your right to vote, the easier it is to hack the vote or steal the vote.
right. Yeah, and we've been an issue for a long time. Keep in mind, Democrats, out of 20 years, they've been in power for 16 years. The remaining of those 4 years was Republican. And I just want to say, coming from a minority family, why were minorities more successful under Donald Trump in those 4 years than the rest of those 16 years that Democrats were in power? That's what I want to know.
Okay. Can I speak to Kyle's comment? I mean, I speak 4 languages and I'm in contact with so many different people around the world, and this is crazy. Around the world is fine, but not from around the world. So you don't speak those languages so you can communicate in your own country. You speak those languages so when you leave this country, you can also communicate very well with the people in those other nations. See, we can walk and chew
Exactly.
gum.
Exactly.
I agree.
I agree. Yep. 100%.
I wish you could see my face sometimes when like y'all two talk. I'm just like, yes, like, yeah.
Me too. Me too. It's good to have somebody that's on the same mentality and mindset as you are. It's kind of like, because they would say people like us who have free minds, they be like, oh, we're crazy, conspiracy theorists and all this other crap. Like, nah, man, we just be thinking. We just be, doing the research, looking back. The research is out there. If you want to know, it's there. You just got to put your mind into it. You got to look at it. You know what I mean? It's that simple. Look on both sides, just like good and evil. You can easily tell what's good and what's evil when you look at both sides. You can just make your point. Either you're an evil person or you're a good person. That's really what it is. That's why I'm saying, like, right now, I don't think it's politics anymore. I think it's between good and evil. Because you got one side that's pushing all these, crazy thing with kids and all this stuff with America, open borders, things like that. And you got another side that wants to protect the kids, and things like that, and make a better for their own people instead of giving money away to, other countries and whatnot. And, and then you got homeless people here. And then the immigrants that are coming through here, we're working 9 to 5s, 12-hour shifts. And then we got to pay all that to them who don't do nothing, who don't work. You know what I mean? But that's what I was talking about. Like, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. They're going to vote blue. It's all for votes. And that's why Kalama Harris goes around with all these different accents to different places And she claims that she's black one day, claims that she's white another day, claims that she's Indian another day, goes to different parts and has different accents, whatever matches with the background of the city. So, you know.
That part. But has she changed her way of life?
Nope.
See?
Yeah.
Now that's
Yeah.
my question.
I'm about to step down, y'all. I got a little situation. I got to watch Power with my family and shit. But I just want to say, man, shout out to all y'all on the panel. Everybody plug Money Way. You know what I mean? Keep up the conversation, man. And I know y'all on the election side of things, but I just wanted to give my take before I hop down on this port situation. I kind of feel like the port situation is similar to what Yosemite was saying earlier, where one president always leave they trash for the next president. So when in regards to the port, they just made a deal that's going to stop the port from being shut down until January 15th. But January 20th is the inauguration day for the next president. So 5 days before, if Trump was to win, if Kamala was to win, 5 days before they was to actually take office, the ports is going to be shut down again. Now, do y'all consider that something that I'd be fighting for the American people or just solving the situation? So, you know what I mean? I just wanted to leave y'all with that because I did some research on the back end and found out that it was 5 days before the inauguration. I don't think that's why coincidence. I think that's to start the next president off in a deficit. And I'm out, y'all.
All right, man. Have a good
Love,
night,
man. Salute, Puzzles.
Wow. So anybody want to comment on what Puzzle just said, or what y'all want to do, man?
So now, with what he just said, now it's starting to look more and more like that was an intentional blow, and now someone's trying to pull it back. Because now I've heard that the strike has been suspended. But if the idea is that 5 days before the inauguration, that's like you're trying to start your next president off really bad. And like, why do that? Why?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Whether it be Kamala or Trump, why do that? Why start her off that way? Why?
They said they agreed to a 61% raise over 6 years, $24. And they get royalties on the containers. And yeah. So how do y'all feel about that, man? They say on average that the poor workers make $81,000 a year, up to $200,000 if you count overtime. They just got a 61% raise, so that would take them, to over 130, about 130 some thousand.
I think all the mass buying without there being an actual government declared emergency probably put a stop to that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. But I mean, I don't know.
You can't have people hoarding. If they hoard, then what happens to the buying power? You know what I mean? Then you can't really, if you jack up the price, they're not going to care because they bought everything already.
Okay. So yeah, like the things that they said is like the paper stuff is American made, but they said on things like the ports would affect things like auto parts, bananas, things like those sorts. So what Puzzle said is that around the time, I guess it's the 90-day period where they're supposed to figure out it was one more point they were going to try to get together, but I guess the big stuff they got hashed out. But yeah, we finna play this clip right here, and then we'll cook on it before we get up out of here. I believe we were 1:10 last night when we left off.
Existing conditions won't pay more. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. It's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill, but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
so
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare, because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families, cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the childcare shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide childcare options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Now, look, we all know.
I'm Millie, a content creator.
He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. excuse me, Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are
all right, man. Solo, Noel, y'all got anything on that, man, before we get up out of here?
I'll let her go first.
Noel might be asleep.
No, I'm not asleep. I don't have anything to say. Honestly, I think they both pretty much made their quote. They made pretty nice, compelling statements. I don't see the debate after watching it in its entirety. I don't really see the debate as having changed anyone's mind, really, as far as who they're voting for. And I really don't see a clear winner, but that's just me. I think they both had great points on different topics. So, yeah.
Okay. Solo, what about you?
So, my issue is I don't know why the Democrats are talking about people and American lives better when they still have an open border and still causing criminals and things like that to come in here and not protecting the American people. They have, for 3.5 years, they have completely failed to do that. Another thing, they keep talking about January 6th, which January 6th wasn't an insurrection. They let the doors open for them, and Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton denied martial law. They denied the military to come there and provide security. Also, keep in fact, after January 6th, Palestine's also stormed the Capitol. They also stormed the Capitol. Palestine says, and the LGBTQ also vandalized the Capitol also. So they're not going to talk about that. Also, what else do I have here? They also want to talk about like the rich or whatever, but there was a lot of like they brought in the most tax cuts in that time frame. So they want to talk about tax the rich or whatever, but the rich did pay a lot. They paid an insane amount of taxes, as they should. So I don't know why they're talking about like they don't pay anything. They do. They pay a lot. They paid the most actually. And also, Tim Walz shouldn't be talking about protecting anything, because under his city he let it completely burn down with riots. He didn't prevent anything, putting the military down there, protect the people, or none of that. So but I mean, also what she was saying, I agree with some of their statements. Both had good points, but I don't know why they're talking about Americans if they don't even protect the people that are in here right now. They're not even helping anybody out. So that's what I have on that.
My thoughts for the debate was I feel like this debate, the vice presidential debate, a lot more topics were spoke on than the Harris Trump debate. I am glad that they spoke on the guns, even though it was briefly. How can I put it, man? They both held their own, but I do feel like Vance won. But like to Noel's point, I don't feel like it changed the minds of any voters, but it did give an insight into JD Vance, man. Like I said before on a previous live about a month ago or a couple weeks ago, I wanted to know more about him, and we got to see him, actually get up there and hold his own in the debate. So moving forward, I'm going to keep my eyes on both of the vice presidents and the presidents. We're 31 days away here in a few minutes. We'll be 31 days away from the election. There is no debate. The choice is so obvious and saying, all right, we're going to take some comments. So Solo, I'm going to say this. What do you feel like the tensions will be, or I'm gonna just ask you straight up, Noel and Solo. If Trump doesn't win, what do you feel like it's gonna be? What do you feel like it would be? Towards like
the aftermath.
Yeah, the aftermath. The exact word.
Nothing. Some people are probably gonna say that the Trump people, whatever, are gonna start rioting. But when Trump was assassinated twice, or they tried to attempt the assassination, how many riots were there? 0. There were none. So if he happens to lose this election, which I highly doubt that he'll lose, but if he was to lose the election, it'll be the same way as it was now. No riots, none of that. It'll be completely as it was now, normal.
I agree. I don't really see. Well, first of all, I'm just going to be honest. If Trump wins the election, I also don't see like how he's running on mass deportations and kind of making it seem like it's going to be just vans rolling in the street with illegal immigrants. And that's just not what's going to happen. I don't really see that happening. I do think he'll maybe close the border somehow, or you know what I mean? Work on it from that angle. But I just don't see mass deportations like he's claiming if he does win. If Kamala wins, it's just going to be much of the same. Like, I don't see anything changing because, again, she's she's there right now, technically. She's
right.
Of course not operating as the president, but I don't see her policies differing that much from Joe Biden's policies. And I guess that's part of my concern. Like, my biggest thing this election is the border, right? And I think that's what's disappointing to me, is that I don't believe that anything will be done about the border, and I don't see anything changing in regards to that. So that's my issue, but I don't really see either way that this big catastrophe is happening. I don't think there's going to be a civil war and things that people like to say. I just don't see it.
Yeah, and Kamala Harris has no plan. She has none. She has no policy, no plan, no nothing.
I'm a parent, you know what I'm saying, and I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I'm from the South, so yeah, if my kids were school age and Trump didn't win, I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't send them to school the rest of their week. That's just
and why is that?
You know what I'm saying? Because I went through it the first time when even when Obama got elected the first time, Was I old enough to vote? No, it was the second time. It was the second time. But yeah, it was, you know what I'm saying? Like I was in school, in high school. I remember all the black kids, we was cutting up, you know what I'm saying? We was turned up. We was happy, you know what I'm saying? Shit, we didn't, why were we happy? Because shit, it was a black president, you know what I'm saying? Like shit, I remember I had some Air Force Ones that had Obama face on, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro, like this shit was crazy. Then vice versa, when Trump won and his first, well, when he first ran, when he won, I was in the South for that as well. And it was a lot more, open. I'm not gonna say a lot of it was racism, but it was a lot more open. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot more. You got called boy a little bit more here and there. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from the South, so of course I done heard people be called boy, or I've been had somebody try to call me boy, but it just happened a lot more around then. You know, tensions were high in schools and workplaces, you know. So I'm just saying for me, you know, I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm just saying for me, that's what I would do, you know. And I can only speak for myself. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead,
Wait,
Solo.
I didn't hear you. Did you say if Trump wins, you're not sending your kids, or if Kamala wins, you're not sending your kids to school?
Shit, pretty much either way. Either way.
Yeah.
November 6th, that week I wouldn't send my kids, bro.
Honestly, I don't have a rebuttal because I don't live in the South. I grew up in Atlanta, but I live in Colorado and I have for a long time now. So I, I don't really see a big change. Colorado's pretty liberal, and whatever. So I didn't see a big change either way when Trump was president or Obama. Sorry, but I do understand your concerns because I do have I took an Uber down to Denver, and one of the drivers, I guess he was from Nepal or something, and he was expressing that same concern about if Trump wins, possibly people feeling more emboldened to be racist,
Yeah,
basically.
and I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Like, I've had this platform is about 5 months old. You know, we've been doing numbers over here, one of the fastest growing channels. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. But I've had Trump supporters come in here and tell me straight up, like, hey, if he don't win, don't send your kids to school. And I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Proud Boy. I'm not racist. He came, a few of them came and they were like, hey, I'm Proud Boy. I'm not racist. Trump told us to stand by. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, I'm not trying to make y'all scared or nothing, but hey, I wouldn't send my kids to school if I was y'all. Y'all press 1 in the chat if y'all been here and y'all heard him say that when he was here. Matter of fact, don't press 1, press 2. Press 2 if y'all heard him say that when he came to my chat about a month ago. Couple people actually over the last couple months.
So basically, they were threatening to do something at, or you know what I mean? Like, were they threatening?
Not just
They
to
were.
my kids in general. They were just saying like, hey, look, bro, if this shit don't go the way we want it to go, like, hey, y'all think his exact words was January 6th was nothing. Exact words.
Oh wow.
Well, January 6th was nothing. They were let in. So I mean, it really wasn't an insurrection like they're saying it was. It wasn't. There's 30,000 hours of video footage of the Capitol, so it wasn't like that. They were literally let in, and only 2 Republicans died. No Democrat died there. Only Republicans died at the Capitol. So
okay, yeah, no, I was just getting, you know what I'm saying? I'm just giving y'all some kind of background on why I asked the question because, like, yeah, they came here and said straight up, like, look, bro, I'm a Proud Boy, man, and I'm gonna tell y'all if this shit don't go the way we want it to go, bro, don't send y'all kids to school. And I was like, shit, I wasn't gonna do it no way. My kids aren't school age, but if they was, shit, I wasn't gonna do it no way.
That's kind of that's kind of insane to hear or even think about.
Even if it's not violence, they'll be just subject to, you know what I'm saying, maybe they get in trouble, maybe tensions are hot. You got to think, like, some of these kids aren't kids. Like, we play clips of them asking 9-10-year-olds about the election. Yes, they might have been coached through that or told what to say, but, you know, they have talking points, you know what I'm saying? And these kids might, somebody need to mute up, I can hear myself bleeding through, but these kids might not be just know everything, but they know enough talking points to get into it. You know what I'm saying? Then they get into it. They end up, you know how it gets. Y'all know how it gets at that age from 13 to, 16, 17. Maybe even a little bit younger is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but to double down on your question, like, since Kamala Harris right now is pretty much president and running things, yeah, we will see war, not within our people, but like America will go to war with so-and-so,
OG Powell asked y'all, so how did 100 cops get injured and 5 unalive? He's talking about January 6th specifically. Because you said it was only Republicans that casualties, but he said,
Yeah, too.
So how did 100 cops get injured and 5 unalive is what he was asking.
Well, 300 cops got injured during the George Floyd riot and stuff like that. So they're not talking about that. And like I said, Palestine and the LGBTQ stormed the Capitol after January 6th, months after. So and they don't talk about the aftermath of that. So
I mean, I don't make an excuse for the insurrectionists of January 6th. I think they're exactly where they belong. They belong in jail. That's just how I feel. So I just don't think there is an excuse. It just made us look stupid as heck to the world. But also I wanted to say that I
didn't mean to cut you off, Noel, but OG Powell was saying that Solo was answering a question. He's saying you deflecting.
Oh.
Go ahead, Noel. We'll get Solo a chance to get his point together. Go ahead, Noel. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was gonna say, I do think that no matter who is president, I don't really think that changes the timeline of anything as far as us going to war. I just think that so many things are just brewing anyway that no matter who is the president, because of, like, for instance, Taiwan. China has said that they wanted to go into Taiwan, I think by 2026, right? We're at the end of 2024, which I'm guessing is going to be what, 2025. So no matter who's president, China doesn't care. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I don't think they care because, again, they want Taiwan. So I feel like that's going to be a flashpoint potentially, or Iran and all of the stuff that's going on with Israel, and then Russia is like amping up their rhetoric against the West and basically threatening us. So I don't really feel like it matters who the president is. We're going to go to war probably. And I don't really think the timeline changes based on who's in office. Like, I know a lot of Republicans like to believe that had Trump been in office, then certain things wouldn't have happened. But I just disagree. I don't believe that Trump has that much power on a world stage to have stopped certain things from happening, like Hamas, right? I don't think they respect Trump or really care, honestly.
So to your point, I'm in a couple crypto groups and prepper groups, and these guys got some boots on the ground information going over there, and they said that God predicted about 2 years ago that China was going to take Taiwan, and the U.S. was not going to do anything about it.
Didn't we promise to basically help them out?
Correct. But I'm just telling you what's going on, and what the word is from the boots on the ground is that China is going to take Taiwan, and we are not going to do anything about it.
Personally, that I would love that. I don't care, honestly. I'm kind of tired of us being in everyone else's wars and just playing mom or dad to everybody else. Like, I would love that, because I have done research on the Taiwan and China situation and trying to understand more about why China feels like they have a claim to Taiwan. But admittedly, I don't understand it, but I'm tired of being in wars constantly for someone else.
Right. So since we're tired of being wars, we have to just look at the facts that under Donald Trump, we had 0 wars. And when Donald Trump left the office, all these wars started under the Democrat Party, because what did Donald Trump do? He put his foot down and threatened all those world leaders. And you said if they move any type of inch into any other country, America will intervene. Why are they scared of America? We are the superpower. We're the supernova. We're them. We're them. Like, we are the ones that you do not want to, you know what I'm saying? FAFO, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to do that. So while we're saying when Trump comes back into office, that's not going to happen, because he signed how many peace deals? 5 with different countries. He signed 5 peace deals and no wars under him. So that's why we are certain with confidence that nothing will happen. And also, wars pays inflation, which is why we have inflation, because we're paying these wars, which is a cost to us, the taxpayers. So with no wars, we'll have more money, which that's the business part of Trump. So that's why I'm saying Trump for president, because we don't need these wars. We don't like wars, as we've all clearly said. We don't like wars. People die in wars. Innocent people die in wars. We don't need that. So that's why I'm saying Trump for president, because it's proven from the last 4 years when he was in presidency, no dictatorship was shown. None of that stuff was shown. No wars. People were successful. Minorities were successful. America was successful. So that's all I got to
That's
say
your
about
question.
that. Yeah.
Because I'm not arguing with you about that. Because I mean, obviously, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. But do you think that, for instance, Hamas would have done what they did if Trump was president? Do you think that would have made a difference?
Yeah, I think it would have, because already America's already standing with Israel, and I believe as they should, because America is funded over God principles, and our God, Jesus, our Christ and Savior was born in Israel, Nazareth. So that's why we heavily back Israel. Also, they're the closest part of us. They're the closest ally to us. Is also why we back them. But when you have America completely, fully on your side, I don't think they would do that. But also, they're hiding underneath, allegedly, right? I have to say allegedly, but they're allegedly hiding underneath the Palestinian people. Innocent Palestinians are being killed, even though Palestinians did participate in the massacre of 1,400 deaths of Jews and Israelites there in Israel. So they're not completely innocent, but then again, not all Palestinians are bad. They didn't all participate in that. So to answer your question, I would say, yeah, I would think that would have never happened, because we would have, as they're doing right now. I mean, Netanyahu doesn't care about Biden. He clearly says in his interview, he laughed at him, like, he's not a leader. He even said he wasn't a leader. So that's really all I gotta say about that, to be honest.
All right. Yeah, it was just a question.
Yeah.
But yeah, I respect your opinion. I do agree with a lot of what you're saying. But yeah, that's all I had to say. And also, I'll say good luck to us all, whoever wins, because we gonna need it.
Yeah. Pray up, buy some ammo, buy some guns if she wins. We're gonna be in trouble. Big trouble. I mean, you already see it right now. We're in trouble right now. We already got wars going, and they're continually going. We're funded and we're paying them right now. They're still going. They're going up. They're not stopping. There is no peace treaties, even though Hamas denied 35 peace treaties that Israel offered. They denied all 35 of them. So, I mean, they've been looking for peace. They've been looking for it, but they don't want that. So.
Okay, man. What the comments saying, man? Says Trump is the only president who is worth less after leaving office. What does that mean? Oh,
Where is that?
Oh, he didn't take any money.
I don't see that comment.
I just put it at the top. Says Trump is the only president who is worth less after leaving office.
I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he's saying that he didn't take getting paid, right? It says Trump made money off his presidency to the tune of over 600 million.
I saw another comment saying that basically because Taiwan makes a lot of our, what are they, microprocessors? I can't remember. Basically the chips.
NVIDIA. They're talking about NVIDIA.
We should basically protect them, but I mean,
what I'm saying is this, because NVIDIa's market cap is about $3 trillion. So are we willing to, can we take a $3 trillion hit to our markets? Not just a $3 trillion debt that we're going into from loaning out some shit, but can our markets withstand a $3 trillion hit? I mean, we seen BlackRock lose about $3 trillion, maybe 2 years ago when the markets went down?
Mm-hmm. Netflix was in a lot too. So is Disney.
What is NVIDIA Right. Market cap.
Yeah, and also Trump donated all of
Yes,
his
send my
presidential
congratulations.
checks. He donated all of
Okay.
them. He didn't keep a single one of them. If that's what they're
As of
talking about.
October, so boom, there it goes. Just the other day when I looked in video, it was at 2.7 trillion, and it says as of October, its market cap is 3.013 trillion. This makes Nvidia the world's third most valuable company by market cap. Can we lose that? Can we afford to lose that? It'll still be a U.S. I mean, it's still based in the U.S., but the manufacturing is done in Taiwan.
I mean, is there any way? And again, I don't know, so I'm not trying to sound stupid, but I don't know. And when I don't know, I'm just gonna say I don't know. So I'm like,
Brink said
is
that's
there no
wrong.
way to
Okay,
move
come up
that
to the
back
stage,
here?
Brink. Come up to the stage, Brink. What did you say? What's the question, Noel? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't even see you. I was looking at the chat, but is there no way to bring the manufacturing here so
I
that it
mean,
doesn't affect us?
Biden passed the chip. I forgot what it's called, the Chip Act or whatever, where we're supposed to be making a lot more chips at home. But right now, Nvidia is basically what I'm saying is this: Nvidia is the third largest company by market cap in the world.
Right. Trump did start the CHIPS Act in 2020. That's right.
Okay. They said Trump started the CHIPS Act.
Yeah, he
Biden
did.
tried to take credit. Okay, so listen.
Yeah, he did.
What we're saying is this though. If they go over there and they take Taiwan, just think, even if we do switch the manufacturing to here, just think about the hit the market cap of that company is gonna take.
Oh
It'll
yeah,
be
you're
so
right.
much uncertainty around that company. Shares might drop. Fuck, it might bleed all the way out to like 60-70% quick.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I agree with you on that. I
So
was
then
about
that
to say
means we
that.
have no choice but to protect Taiwan, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
not necessarily. It's kind of like we gotta. It's kind of like, what do we protect Taiwan and we have to continue this road until we're ready, or do we rip the band-aid off? Like they said, like the boots on the ground people were saying in these purple groups, is that we're not gonna do nothing, and that would essentially be ripping the band-aid off, forcing us to make chips at home.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your opinion? If you, let's say you were in charge, right? What you doing?
I would probably protect Taiwan. I would want to say I would rip the band-aid off and just get it over with. And that's where I was at first, until OG Powell was kind of like, well, it all depends. We have to have a cap there. How much money are we going to spend? How much money are we willing to bleed out to protect Taiwan in order to save this $3 trillion market cap for our markets? How much money are we willing to lose? Are we willing to spend 500 billion? Are we willing to spend 700 billion? Right now, we just sent them how much? 500 million a few days ago. How much was it, Chad? Y'all let me know. Fact check
What?
me.
How much was it? How much was it for what?
How much did we just send Taiwan the other day?
No, we sent Ukraine for 100 billion the other day.
Okay. 400
Yeah.
billion in Ukraine.
And then we only offered $750 per family for the victims of the hurricane. And she said, and I quote, for the ones that really need it. So also $400 billion.
U.S. approves $567 million in military support for Taiwan.
Wait, and how much did you say they sent the hurricane victims?
$750 per family.
Ooh.
And she said, and I quote, for the ones that really need it. Like, that makes absolutely no sense.
So we sent 567 billion to Taiwan. So we're already 567. I mean million, not billion, million. We're already 567 million in to basically protecting Taiwan, which has production interest in Nvidia, which has a $3 trillion market cap, which is the third largest company in the world by market cap.
Right. And also supplying all the immigrants where now FEMA is now completely broke. We have no money to fund to anyone here in America. We have none. FEMA's completely, they used all of it for illegal immigration, for the housing, medical costs, all that for illegal immigration.
That is insane to hear.
For the American people, zero. But keep in mind, that's the Democrat Party. They had nothing to do with Republicans. That's all Democrat Party. That's all they've done. So they're anti-people.
Somebody said, didn't China try to stop medical equipment from being shipped out? We definitely need to start making more stuff here.
So something I agree with Khushbu on. Khushbu said that she said, big picture is I need money. I agree with that. And just like Trump said, no tax on tips for all the old people who worked all their lives, no tax on their Social Security, and also no taxes on overtime. And we work a lot. Everybody, hardworking people, put in that money and that work. We shouldn't get taxed on that. That means more money to the people, more money in our pockets. That's business, man. That's business things. That's business mentality. That's winning mentality. And I like that. I like money. I don't know nobody in here who don't like money. I don't know nobody in here that doesn't have a bill to pay. That's completely through the roof. So I like that. That's one thing I can agree with Khushbu on. I like that. I need more money. I love money.
G Money said 500 million in weapons, not money. Big difference.
That's true, but we need our money and we need our weapons.
I need my money and I need it now.
It says, somebody said that is crazy. Fuck money. Same thing. Weapons equals money.
Right. We need our weapons and we need our money. Exactly. Don't take away our weapons and stop making us spend crazy amounts of money. Like stop doing the inflation, stop spending shit, stop funding wars. Because like they said, they're making money off these wars, right? I mean, that's clear as day. That's obvious. That's factual. They're making money off the wars. We're not, obviously. We got to pay the price for that. We got to send our kids. And just like what Joe Biden said, when the failure at the Afghanistan withdrawal that killed 14 U.S. troops, and when he was at their funeral service, he kept checking his watch ready to go. He didn't care about those kids that died. He didn't care about none of them. But like he said that the weapons that the Taliban has, the $9 million or $1 billion worth of new weapons that these people now have, that they just had a whole parade about with all those tanks and weapons that they had a whole parade showing them off and whatnot, how happy they were. He said that they were going to use, and you can look this up, it's clear as day on video. He said that they were going to use those weapons against our grandchildren. So pretty much predicting the future war.
It just bothers me. Oh, did I interrupt somebody?
No, you good. You got it.
It just bothers me. Like, I feel like Americans, or you know what, I'll speak for myself. I feel like I would be more or happier to help places like Taiwan, Ukraine, etc., if the American people were also being taken care of. But it feels like instead of helping us,
right,
especially when it comes to natural disasters and things that are out of our control, that we just don't, the government just doesn't see it. It just feels like America has an everyone but American first policy. And I just don't understand
I
it.
agree.
Like, even our veterans that fought these pointless wars that really, like, for instance, Afghanistan, a lot of people died, PTSD. Those veterans are living on the street for a war that meant nothing except to get other people rich. And I just don't understand. It makes me angry. So I think that's part of why I'm just like, forget all of them. To me, like, I'm like, kind of forget Israel, forget Ukraine, forget a lot of them, because I'm like, what about us? That's unfair that they're expecting these families to live off of $700.
$750. Yeah.
Oh,
Which
excuse
is
me, $750.
Yeah, not better. Yeah, sorry. Add the extra 50 and they're like, it means anything. Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. I thought it was
But
funny.
like when one room costs $1,500 to live in for rent, $750 is nothing. But they just gave $400 billion to Ukraine. That's $6,500 per family. If I'm not mistaken, they already did the math. It's online. They already did the math about that. So
what I was gonna say is this though. Norton says, I wonder if there are any agents or bots on the live. So let's show them that it ain't no bots in here, man. Everybody press 4. Everybody press 4 in here. Show them that we alive and we active in here, man. It ain't no bots in here, man. But what I was gonna say is, didn't the Ukrainian leader, didn't he buy a mansion or something? Didn't they say he
Yeah,
bought
here.
property?
And China's also buying a lot of land here also. They're flooding with land. They're buying multiple acres of land here. Big problem. So
They said stop spreading misinformation about the 750. It's ridiculous. It's been explained. It's a prepaid debit card to get emergency food and hotel rooms. So you keep lying every time you say that.
yeah, so how much is a hotel room a day? Go ahead and answer that question for them. Go ahead, tell them, because that's ridiculous. 750 will last you literally 4 days, maybe even 3.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, so they're out of their minds. Like those type of people who vote for that left side, they're out of their mind. They have no idea what they're talking about. None. Zero.
Letitia, you must be at work listening in, girl. You at work on that clock, man, getting that money.
I'm at
Listening
work
in.
too. I'm at work too. I'm here
Wait, but
clocking this.
also, how long will it take? So it's an emergency debit card, but how long does it take? We all know anything with the government moves slow. So how long until they get the rest? Like, is it like a week or longer than that?
Right,
And
and
if it's
also
longer, then shouldn't they get more to hold them over? Because 750, again, depending, like, let's say you have 4 kids or 3 kids, that's food and your hotel. The migrants got more than that. Not to be funny, from what
right,
I
exactly.
understand.
Not to be funny, right? But also keep in mind, Noel, that Kalama just went over there, and Joe Biden was on vacation while all this was going on. Said absolutely nothing. Donald Trump has already been to GA, VA. He's already been there. He's already sent private planes full of food and water. Actually, 9 of them to be exact. He's raised $5 million on GoFundMe, donated all that already. He's spent $25 million out of his own. So clearly, you see the who's for the people and who's not. Also, another thing, the biggest point about all this is the borders are still open. And the only one
Do
who
you
has the
think he
power
would
to
be doing
close
this
that.
if it wasn't election time?
You said what?
Do you think he would have gave such a hefty donation if it wasn't election time?
Nah, because he's been a man of the people. He's been during his whole
Or
4
did
years.
he
We were
do that
successful. So,
when Houston had that hurricane? Did he drop a lot of pay, like 25 million? I'm just asking. I don't know.
yeah, no, he did. I would have guaranteed this ain't. And it's not about legend time, regardless or not. But it's not. He's like I said. That's a great guy giving out his own money, funding, going out to the people in person, seeing what he can do.
I'm going to be honest and say I don't believe he would have, to be honest. That's just me. I don't think he would have. Then again, we also didn't see Kamala for the first 3 years that she was in vice president. So
Okay, my bad, Noel. You can take that comment. I believe that y'all know more about that part than me.
oh, I don't know. I'm just yeah. Honestly, what I just said was speculation. Maybe he would have, maybe he wouldn't have. But if I had to guess, I don't think that he would have done it if it wasn't election time. But I mean, he's a businessman, and I mean, not to say all businessmen are just uncaring, but usually I just feel like they have an agenda behind them being helpful. I don't think you get to be in the top 1% being overly
right. And he
charitable.
also told Elon Musk to send out Starlink for people who didn't have services of Wi-Fi. Starlink right now is currently over them, giving them free Wi-Fi and services right now, and that's sent by Elon Musk.
See, okay, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't listen. I'm just speculating.
Well, I do my research. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I do. I do my research.
I ain't do no research on this.
Yeah. So definitely dive into that. Right. Trump's a man of people. He showed up in person. Kamala Harris wouldn't do that. Joe Biden hasn't done that. He's still on vacation right now.
Not only that, let's keep in mind that just because he's on vacation, it doesn't mean he can't do anything. Like the man literally right now could launch a nuclear football from wherever he is, or you know what I mean?
Very true. Yeah.
On vacation.
Yeah.
So
I
like,
see a comment here says just showed up late. People got denied the 750 FVMA. Not sure if we can go look that up real quick. But LA Cloud just showed up late. People got denied the 750 FEMA, which that'll be insane if that is true.
That's insane. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I have such a hard time with all these wars. Is like 750 and like you get denied. People that need I can't remember who was speaking about it earlier of like if they need food stamps, Americans need food stamps. It's like, oh, you can't get it.
This is what it says why people were denied. Damage to non-essential areas, landscaping, or spoiled food is not covered for the assistance.
Which is ridiculous. I mean, their whole livelihood got swept away. They're starting from rock bottom now. I mean, these are American people. They're not, illegal immigrants or Ukraine. But we might as well say that if you just put Ukraine label on the hurricane, they'll probably start helping. Just my opinion.
Okay, they say, Noel, here they coming in here, trolling Noel. Noel, this her second time on the panel. She already getting trolled.
Oh, I don't mind. Somebody told me earlier. Well, first of all, she's pretty slow. She thought that I was someone, whoever the other lady was. She's very intelligent. I can't really see the names, but she thought I was her. And so she's like, that's not your real voice. You talk white. Well, I'm black, but I live in Colorado. We talk a lot differently than black people down in the South. And furthermore, that wasn't a lot of times when she was like, I told you don't talk like that. I'm like, that's not even me talking, stupid.
Racist. Yeah, I'm Hispanic and they say I speak white, which I don't. I don't see color. Just like
Right.
Morgan Freeman and MLK said,
Hold
not
on,
judged by the content of color, but of your character.
Hold on, y'all.
That's how you live.
Norton getting a little spicy. See, when we get into these early morning hours, man, people in here be in the chat all damn day, then they want to get spicy and say, yo, plug, the elites are laughing at you because you only know what they want you to know. And you can't see the fly shitting on your noses. Damn, Norton.
Ask him to elaborate on that. What does he mean by that?
None of you know what the future beholds, and it's a mother. Damn,
that's right.
Norton.
Trump had put a GoFundMe for over 4.8 million, and I donated today. I donated also. A lot of my friends are over there right now. A majority of them are in Florida for the relief, but they're also going to Asheville. I'm in North Carolina right now. I'm in Raleigh, but Asheville's not far from me. But Raleigh didn't get hit at all. We barely got any rain. Really just got, the dark side of the clouds and whatnot. We didn't really get anything crazy.
I've been in Carolina a couple times, Winston-Salem, man.
Yeah, it's pretty nice down here, man. It's nice living. It's good. People are cool down here. It's straight.
Wait, where are you at? North Carolina?
Yes, ma'am. Raleigh.
I love North Carolina.
It's awesome.
Yes, it's so
awesome.
beautiful.
What you mean? Say more, Letitia. Say more about what? Are you talking about Norton? Yeah, Norton. Where you go, Norton? None of us know what it says. I feel bad for the children of tomorrow. Norton, we all do. We all do, Norton. Shit. That's why I'm running my damn mouth every single night for the future of my kids, man. I'm sitting here trying to build a platform to have a voice and to lead some of my kids, man. Like, we're not over here bullshitting, we talk and we have fun and shit, but like, we all feel bad for the children of tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, as you being a father, man, like, don't you want your kid to go to a safe place at school and not have to worry about their kid coming home talking about a different gender or promoting a different gender surgery and getting their history rewrited, not telling the correct history?
My kids are homeschooled right now for those.
I mean, hey, power to you, man. I mean, that's the way to be. A lot of people can't afford that. A lot of people can't afford private school, which is why they send them to publics. But
I'm pregnant right now, and I told myself.
Let me scroll my donation link across the top. Let me scroll my donation link, right? Let me scroll it across the top, man. Because I get on here every day and run my mouth, man.
Yeah, Americans are just tired. I agree. I think Americans are tired of being put last. I think we're tired of being broke and paying for high inflation and things like our egg cartons are $4 and our rent's $1,500 for a little room, a little studio, $1,500. It's completely ridiculous. It definitely changed in the last 3 years.
These people talking about politics while living in a bomb shelter. I live in a duplex.
I live in a trailer. I live in a mobile home.
I live in a townhome. No clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Not me. I don't know what they talking about.
Also, I think those people that are in a bomb shelter maybe are the main ones that should be talking about politics, since it probably was politics that led them in that bomb shelter. So
it was a joke. Glass on responded though. See, I told y'all people be coming here trying to get some attention. Y'all can click the link and come up and talk here. We'll kick it for a little minute. Letitia rolling her eyes. She at work, man. They gonna catch you on that phone at that motherfucker, Letitia. I live in the streets. Norton, you ain't from the streets, man. Norton, you don't live in the streets. Man, that ain't nothing to glorify there, and it's cool, bro.
He put the K in streets. Yeah, he listening to too much of that.
Bankroll Fresh.
What's
man.
that? Yeah. I was about to say. That's crazy. I was about to say that, bro. No cap.
I got a song with Bankroll Fresh from back when I used to rap, man. I'm a failed rapper.
Man, when I used to smoke, bro, I had to get high to rap. Go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Put that beat on YouTube. You know, homeboy sitting in the circle, everybody, you know what I'm saying? That shit like that. I don't smoke no more, though. I got a good paying job. I don't smoke no more.
Norton said, I do. I'm on Skid Row. Well, Norton, if you watching this right now from Skid Row, I think you got a couple things you might need to get in order before you come on this platform and troll me. You know what I'm saying? If you really on Skid Row, bro, you know, you out here like that, bro, I'm sorry, bro. I hope life gets better for you, my boy. But right now, you just spent about 3 or 4 hours in my chat where you could have been trying to get some shit together, my boy.
Right. If he woke up broke, he should have never went to sleep.
Dang, so
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If you woke up broke, you should have never went to sleep. That's all I gotta say.
Norton said the world is my
And
home.
also, if you don't vote, you don't got a right to complain. If you don't vote, you cannot complain. Because your vote matters. Your vote is your voice. And you got to vote for what you want. If you don't get what you want and you voted, then you can complain. But if you don't vote, you can't complain. You ain't got no say in absolutely nothing because you didn't vote. So you can go sit down somewhere. Go to the back.
Man, this shit crazy. Okay, so what I'm gonna ask y'all is that what do y'all see the next 10 years looking like? What do y'all see? We'll go with the AI and the robots and shit first, man. What do y'all see the next 10 years going?
I don't know. I mean, you know, like I say, everything can be used for good, man. Like you can make the AI thing a good thing, and then somebody can grab it and turn it into a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on how you look at it and whose hands are getting on the AI type thing. So I don't know, man. I think AI can be a great thing for a positive way, but also it could also, you know, really impact in a negative way. I'm not sure how. I don't know much about AI. I know a lot of jobs might be taken over by, you know what I'm saying, robots, allegedly. So you know, I don't know, man. So that's a good that's a good topic though. I need to do more research on the AI and you know who makes it, who's behind it, the funding.
So the leading
I think
company, the world leader on AI is OpenAI. They got a CEO by the name of Sam Altman.
I think it's gonna be used for bad. It's already starting to be used for bad. You see like a lot of so a few things. I feel like it's gonna make encryption like you know what I mean? You're able to break through encryption. I feel like a lot of it puts a lot of our military stuff at risk. I also feel like we just see it like with scams, you know, like have you guys heard of those scams where they're using AI to call people's family and make it seem like they've been kidnapped?
Yeah.
And so they're paying basically ransom. Meanwhile, the people aren't, it's not real. So I'm like, and this is just the very beginning of AI. Like, you know what I mean? China is only, I believe I talked to someone from the military. They were down in Colorado Springs, and they said that China is only about 3 to 4 years behind us when it comes to AI. Right now, the United States is leading AI, but China is about 3 to 4 years behind us. Now, imagine China having better AI than us and how they're going to use that against us.
So Moore's law has already been broken. That's where computing power basically doubled every 18 months. They already broke that. Computing power is doubling and moving a lot faster than that. But Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, he went to the Senate and was like basically begging for regulations. Like this shit is scary. Like it's too powerful. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't put some guidelines and regulations out right now, this shit can get ugly. That's why Elon came out and said he had achieved what do they call that shit? AGI or whatever. Basically to where the AI was human. Like, you know, basically that if you was texting this AI, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was human or a robot or not.
Yeah, and
Do
I
y'all
feel like
think it will?
no,
Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, you got it. You said it first. Go ahead.
No, I just had a question. Like, do y'all think it's ever gonna get like those movies? You know, like,
I was just about to say that. That's crazy.
yeah. Like, do you think? Have y'all ever seen Artificial Intelligence? It was by Steven Spielberg, I believe, where they had like the little robot AI kids or something like. You know what I mean? Or like, do y'all ever see it being like those dystopian type of films in real life? And like, do you think it would be in the next 10 years, or are we too far from that? Yeah, I Robot, like somebody said I Robot. Yeah, like that.
Norton, I still see you trolling, man. We know what the Constitution and the 14th Amendment said, man.
Vote for Kamala Harris, or you're not a real black or LGBT. You sound like Joe Biden. What he said, you're not black if you don't vote for me. That's exactly what you sound like right now. Nitro.
Nitro, I'm not gonna lie, you gonna piss me off. Is that
Yeah,
what you trying to
that
do?
shit kind of got to me too. So that's kind of, a little bit out of pocket.
Don't piss me off, Nitro. You got one more chance in this motherfucker tonight, man. We already, it's late in the show. We 4 hours in. I'll cuss you out in here, Nitro.
Go ahead, give it to him.
Nah, I'm gonna
Go ahead, give it to him.
out of here.
Flame his ass up.
No, be real human. You not from over here, Nitro. You talking to text.
No, yeah, he ain't got no say. He's that's what you call spectating. He not in here.
Yeah. It says AI has always been used for evil since its conception. The citizens have been unknowingly beta tested for years. I mean,
yeah, I can see that being true.
I believe you. But Sam Altman, man, with OpenAI, he came out and said it. Let me see what Elon. Basically, I feel like it's gonna it's definitely gonna be a different world in the next 10 years. But I feel like it's gonna be, how can I put it?
Max Payne says black people are killing white people at 3 times the rate. I'm gonna say that's wrong, but I will say that black people are aborting 3 times the rate of any other race in America, which is why I'm against abortion. We need more black kings and queens in this world. I believe that firmly as a Mexican white American myself. Also, Margaret Steiner is the founder of Planned Parenthood. She is a Democrat. Her husband is a KKK person, which is why they call Democrats Dixiecrats. Every single KKK member votes for Democrats because they do not like black people, and that is one reason why, because black people abort 3 times the rate of any race in America. So that's why I am against abortion, for that matter.
He said, "You Americans owe us the money in our country now." Nitro, I don't want to do it to you, Nitro. I really don't, bro. I really don't.
Well, come get your money then. Come take it.
See.
And congratulations on your pregnancy, by the way, Noel. It's a very big blessing. Congratulations. I'm very happy for you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Noel.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when we were talking about abortion. I'm like, I just had my ultrasound today, and it just.
So how do you feel about abortion being a mother? How do you feel about abortion being a mother?
I kind of feel, okay, so if I just looked prior to, honestly, it being taken off the table, I just kind of saw it as something I wouldn't do. I have half sisters who they literally 1 year, what was this, like a few years ago, I have about 5 sisters. Each of them got an abortion at the same, like around the same time. Like, I mean, within a week of each other. So it's been kind of normalized around me, but for me, it's just something I would never do. Right. So,
right.
I was actually like, there's tests that they do, where it's called an NIPT test. And it's where if you can find out if your child has like Down syndrome or things like that. I know a lot of women will abort their baby if they have Down syndrome. And I wouldn't do that.
But that's not
again,
right.
I'm also like, are you guys going to mistreat your child if you're forced to have it? You know what I mean? So I kind of think about things like that.
Right. The responsibility is not there. Yeah, I understand.
Right. Because I'm like, okay, because I mean, I have heard of people, literally doing horrible things to their children that were disabled and they didn't want them. Like I read a story where one mom left her kid in the woods, literally, to basically die. And so, again, I guess I think about that and I feel like it's not as cut and dry. I think about cases where they're young girls, which I do feel like that's a small minority of the cases where it's, you know what I mean? Like a small child. I don't think they should be forced to carry a baby, especially if it was, maybe, I don't know if I can actually say the words, but you get my drift.
Right. Yes, ma'am. I
Against their
get you.
will.
Yeah.
And then also someone told me yesterday I was wrong, so I might be wrong and I do need to do more research, but I've heard that in certain states doctors are afraid to perform like life-saving measures on women when they're having pregnancies that are, like ectopic pregnancies and things like that. So I feel like that's a little bit concerning.
Right. So yeah, life thing pregnancies are not even called abortion. They're called something completely different other than abortion. I can't forget the word, but abortion is just pretty much that somebody does not want the child, just plain simple. Which is that's over 3-4 times the rate as what actually happens. So people having like a emergency, like it depends on if the mother's life is in danger of having that baby, then it goes up to there. Then the doctors can do that. But the doctors that are doing it right now are literally just killing the baby for no reason, just because they don't want the child, and that's what we call right now murder. So that's why they're scared of doing that, which is why we believe that abortion is wrong. And also, just to be clear, Donald Trump is not trying to ban abortion. He's given the options to the states. So your state can choose. He's not choosing for you, the states. He's given the power to the states and the people on a vote.
Right.
Just to be clear. Yeah. So they want to say he wants to ban abortion. That's not true.
Yeah, like I can admit I'm not the most educated on this topic. Again, I'm just speaking as someone with my own personal values. It's never crossed my mind. I've never been in a situation or, this was a very much planned pregnancy. And even when the doctors are like, oh, do you want this test? And I figured out, oh, it's in case I want to terminate. That's not something I would do. And I told him at first, I'm like, no, but then I was like, oh yeah, I'll do it. And I told the doctor up front, I'm like, it doesn't, no matter what my results are, it doesn't change my decision. Like I would carry my child. Like I've also heard of cases where women got, like I had my anatomy scan today. And so there's cases where the baby, like I said, isn't compatible or, they won't be able to live. And so some women choose to get like that 20-week abortion.
Right.
And again, that's something I wouldn't do. Like, even if they're like, oh, your baby is missing half, their skull or something, they can't live. And there are some women that choose to carry that child to term and then, you know what I mean? Let the child pass.
Yeah.
And then there's some women that are like, no, I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, it's kind of hard for me to say to other women in that situation what they should do. You know what I mean?
Right.
In that particular situation. But I do think it's wrong that you are careless, especially like my sisters, not to call them out, but whatever it is, what it is. And you continuously put yourself in situations as grown women. And I'm not talking about 18, 19, I'm talking about late 20s and 30s, to put yourself in these situations to continuously get pregnant. And then you just think it's easy enough to hop down to the abortion clinic and have an abortion. And again, I'm Black, so those are Black babies that are being aborted.
Right. And they're being aborted 3 times the rate of any other race in America.
Right. And so it's like if Black Lives Matter.
Right. Which is started by
probably
Martin
also
Steiner.
matter to us too when it comes to situations like that. And that's just me.
Right.
I'm
You're
a little
100% right.
conflicted.
No, you're 100% right.
I'm just
Okay,
conflicted
they got some
because,
comments for y'all, man. Virgil asked Solo, do you believe life begins at conception? Something
Yes, life does begin at conception. It is said in the Bible. However, if you want to leave out the Bible and not get religional, we can go to science. Science also says life begins at conception. It's been proven. So,
okay, he also said this.
Yeah, life is proved by science and in the Bible. If you don't believe in the Bible, fine, go to science. And science will also prove the Bible, by the way, but we can get into that topic later.
Okay, Virgil says Roe v. Wade was the law of the land for over 50 years, and the corrupt MAGA Supreme Court revoked its long-standing precedent during the Dobbs decision, giving way to states creating 6-week abortion ban. Creating, I guess he meant creating. He said Najee said she disagrees, whatever. Yeah, he's saying that Roe v. Wade was standing for 50 years and that was overturned by the Stack MAGA Supreme Court. And he says it's giving a way for the states to create 6-week abortion bans.
Right, because we believe in life. We don't believe in killing children for absolutely no reason. The option to to abort a child, which is not even called abortion, by the way, but whenever the mother is in danger, they have an option to properly grab the baby and, produce that that it's not even called abortion. I don't know what the word is called. They don't call it abortion, but yeah, that procedure, they have a right to do that, and that's not being blocked. That's never been blocked by any state or nothing like that. What is blocked by the state is people who find out that they're pregnant and they want to get rid of the baby for absolutely no reason. And also, a lot of people are willing to adopt. There's a lot of females who can't have pregnancies that are willing to adopt. A lot of, whether we like it or not, a lot of gay people, trans people who want to adopt that obviously cannot have any kids. That would like to adopt. And, whether I don't believe that or not, I don't think, a child should have a daddy and a mommy and a mom. I don't think it should be like that. I think it should be nuclear family, mother and father. But, if it helps bring more life and brings more kids into this world, then, more power to them, let them adopt. There's a lot of people that want to adopt in this world. So there's absolutely no need for abortion.
I agree with that.
Okay.
There are a lot of people.
Women are passing away because of this. You can't say you believe in life and then put women's lives at stake.
No women's life is at stake. In any state, find me something in any state to where the mother's life is in danger. She cannot have the abortion. You won't find one.
Hey, Reggie Miller, man.
See, that's what I'm trying to
come in here, sit your good shooting ass down, Reggie Miller. I know you can shoot the damn jumper, but don't come in here trolling my check. Sit your good shooting ass down, Reggie.
That's what I'm confused about, though. Like, I have heard the story of where the woman, was it Georgia, where she wanted to get an abortion because she had a young son, and then she was in school or something, and then she passed away because the doctors were afraid that to operate on her, or they
She
waited
passed
too
away
long.
because they gave her a pill to try and get rid of the baby. The pill did not work. Instead, infected her, and she died because of that abortion pill. That's what happened.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what happened. Yes, ma'am.
So basically, she went septic because the retained tissue was.
Yes, the pill completely killed her instead of what it was supposed to do. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is, like, I haven't looked too deep into it, but I heard about that. So I'm like, that's kind of what made me start thinking. And then there's also like this commercial they're playing in Colorado. I don't know if they're playing it other states, but they're saying of, a husband and wife they basically found out that their baby, like I was saying earlier, had a condition that wouldn't be able to live, and so they weren't able to get an abortion or something like that.
Right.
Do you think that they should be able to in those cases? Yeah.
Do an abortion if what?
Like, let's say, like I was saying, like the anatomy scan, like there's just so much that can go wrong. Like your baby could be missing part of its skull, and there's nothing they can do about that, right? And so usually those babies either die in utero or they die, a few minutes to maximum a few hours after birth. So do you think that in those situations where the baby is guaranteed to pass away, do you think that women should be able to get an abortion, or do you think they should have to carry the child to term and deliver a child that they know is going to pass away shortly after birth?
That's a very good question. I haven't heard that a lot. I don't think that's very common. However, it is a reality. I'm not denying that. So since that is the case, that is a very hard question. I would believe it would be up to the mother if they knew the baby was going to die. I would like to know how they know and what the precondition is. Because there's a lot of stories out there when they did say that, oh yeah, they said I was going to die, but I came out here, I am 25, I'm 25 years old, I'm still alive. There's a lot of stories like that. There's a lot of them. And so, that's a very hard question, But like I said, there's plenty of stories out there when they said the babies aren't going to make it, your baby's unhealthy, yada, yada, yada. And here they are, 25 years old, 30 years old, healthy, living, enjoying life. So yeah, that's, I wish I was more educated in that particular thing, but
No, I understand. I mean,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's me a lot of times. If I don't know, there's just you can't really answer something you can know. You can speculate, right? But yeah, I mean, because that was something I was worried about. Not, you know what I mean? Like, oh well,
yeah,
all this could
absolutely.
be wrong, and oh this. But I do know,
Somebody
like,
emailed me and said, "Brush my teeth. This is not my grill. This is from a movie, y'all. This is from a movie. This is not my teeth, y'all. Damn, shit, y'all funny as hell, bro. Who
Not
took
just naughty
my
pantry
email
said,
me?
as a woman, I do not want you making choices in my life, which I only deal with the consequences. So the child inside of your body has your different DNA and a different heartbeat. Therefore, it is not your body. And also for the My Body, My Choice crowd, what about those vaccines that you mandated us to take that we didn't have an option to, that we lost our jobs for and had to take them? What about for the guns that we want to keep? Is that My Body, My Choice also? Not just not naughty part pantry? That's my question to you.
oh, somebody said, what about the father's like view?
Yeah,
And that
it
is
also hurts
something
the
that I
fathers
was
too.
thinking about yesterday. I have never in my life, when I hear about abortions, thought about should the father get a say so. My initial reaction yesterday when I was listening was, well, no, because you don't have to carry the child. But honestly, I actually, like, once I heard certain things like being said by men, it's
Yeah,
making me think.
it affects them. It makes them go suicidal. I encourage you to look at stories of the 78% of women who had abortions completely regret it and how they go through every single night with trauma and PTSD of their abortion and what they think of, and also what the father thinks of. Also, there's many videos and a lot of information on that. I encourage you to look at that. It will definitely give you a different view. I definitely encourage you to look at that. It's out there.
And I'll do that because I just
Yeah.
never although this, like, on this channel is the first time I've ever heard someone really speak about, oh well, what about the fathers, and then B, actually thought like because my initial thought, yeah, like I said, was,
Right.
well, you don't have to carry it. But I don't think
Right.
it's as cut as much as I'm saying it's not as cut as dry for the woman to get an abortion because she wants one. It's not as cut as dry on the men's side either, because again, like, this is your child too.
Exactly.
So
He will play
yeah.
a role, and every child needs their father. Nuclear family is very important. So it also, and that child not having a father will play a role later on down in life. It will hurt them. They will always talk about that. A lot of rappers talk about that in their music, not having a dad and growing up in the streets and how hard it came up because they did not have a dad. It's out there. The information is clearly out there. So it's very important.
Well, I'll definitely look out for that information.
Damn,
Yeah.
I got a good point to make, but I gotta get my legend. Give me 1 second. Let me get my joint. What I was gonna say is, we had a conversation over here a couple weeks ago, and it was kind of leaning towards this abortion topic, and women were, I ain't gonna say women, there was a couple of people on the panel, men and women, that was like, what about creating single mothers? What about the woman that gets pregnant, you know what I'm saying, and creating single mothers? And the topic came about, I posted clips of that live on my videos, and it came about to that's him. I'm not that's him, but I'm him. He ended up pulling out some data, and it was basically stating that majority of single mothers are having children by the same set of single men. So there was, because the question came about where are all the good men at? Where are all the single men at? And I'm him was saying, shit, they out here. It's just y'all not having sex with them.
I can't answer that. Where all the good men are, or where all the good women are. And where you find the good women, you'll find the good men. You attract what you are. You are who you hang around with. So if you want to go out to parties, get drunk, get knocked up, that's on you. Wear protection. Protection's out there. Birth control is out there. So
I would say use it, obviously. So, I mean, people don't like to take responsibility for what they do. And they don't realize once reality hits them. I understand. I mean, you get pregnant, you're not ready for it. I mean, holy shit, like, what are you going to do? But however, that life that you just unresponsibly took in, that you freely did, now you have to pay a price for that. And the person inside of you will also pay a price for that also.
So here it goes right here. I know, damn, that's my air conditioner in the back if y'all hear, my bad. Najee, man, you've been buying me coffee all week, but this might piss you off, but I'm sorry. The numbers, we pulled up the numbers too. It says, okay, y'all said drop the link. I'm finna drop the link, but if it's not clickable, you gotta copy and paste it. Screenshot it on your phone and copy paste the link into your browser. But it says single mom, not by choice, divorce, deadbeat father. So Najee, I'm gonna ask you, did you file for divorce or did he file for divorce? Because the data shows that 70% of women file for divorce. Men normally stay. Men normally stay when they're unhappy. Men normally stay when there's problems.
Yeah, that's very true.
Not saying, hey, I'm just saying, showing you what the data says. And they were, and we had a queen on the stage, and she was like, well, what about the women who don't want to get married? And I'm him was like, shit, who counts those numbers? Who cares about that data? Nobody's keeping track of boyfriend and girlfriend situations. Nobody collects that kind of data. She said, I did. I filed for divorce. He cheated. Correctly. So, and I'm not saying that you should have stayed or nothing like that, Najee. I don't know your personal problem. I'm just saying, by the numbers, women filed for divorce 70% of the time, as opposed to the males 30% of the time. Now, let's just say that you had cheated. Do you think he would have filed for divorce? I don't think so. Not in your personal situation.
I don't think so either.
Men overall, I don't think you would have filed for divorce.
I agree.
I'd rather be a single mom than to abort my baby, to be honest with you. Like, I'm pregnant right now, and if my husband was like, oh, I'm out, I'm not, even if I was earlier on, I wouldn't be like, oh, well, I'm about to abort my baby. Like, I feel like those are two different things. Like, I don't know. That's just me. I just rather be a single mom than head to the abortion clinic because of the father, for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah. And abortion's
Dropping the
horrible.
link again. Somebody asked for the link. You have to screenshot the chat on your phone and copy paste that link. They suppressing my channel. They don't want my links clickable. She said more than once he was military. Now, like I said, I don't understand. I mean, I understand your situation. He was military, so now let's go into his psyche. I'm not trying to cover for his ass. I'm not trying to, whatever. But just shit, he was probably off on deployment. He probably felt like you was cheating. He probably did what he did. Y'all,
And a lot of them do feel that way. Yeah.
It was unreconcilable. You know what I'm saying? Kind of a lot of these situations, you gotta, kind of know what you're signing up for. And I'm not just sitting here talking to black people specifically. I'm talking to everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to know what we're signing up for. If you felt like if either party felt like shit, they weren't mentally strong enough for that, it is what it is. I understand the military situations. A lot of times they marry for the money. I've seen those situations. I grew up in a military family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so did I.
My dad didn't just marry for money with me. My mom was actually his childhood sweetheart, lo and behold. But after he got remarried, but when he got into his next relationship, he married quickly, very quickly, so quickly that it upset me and it upset the family. But it was for military, so his new wife could get benefits and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep. Yep, I do agree. One comment up here says, but in return, women shouldn't blame the men for their fuck ups because it takes two to conceive a child. It's not the government's fault. They are trying to hold you accountable, for which you should be. I mean, I agree on the accountable part. And not blaming men either. I agree that too.
LA, LA is coming. I'm a single father. Salute to you, LA. Appreciate you for stepping up. You know what I'm saying? I commend you. And you doing. I'm gonna tell you, you're doing a good job, even though I'm not there. You know what I'm saying? You stepping into a lot of shoes a lot of men can't and won't feel. So I'm gonna commend you for that. But it says I'm a single father, and there are many who call dads the worst. But statistics show a father in the home shows better outcome for children. Correct. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
You know?
and why is that? Like, what are the facts behind that? I believe that, but what are the facts behind that? Like,
Partially, it's
why do we
money.
believe that? Money.
Because
Okay.
there's gonna be a certain level of, I'm gonna just keep it real. It's gonna be a certain level of balance.
Right.
It's gonna be a
I
certain
agree.
level of balance. Like, let's just keep it real, especially in 2024. Women like to turn up, they like to twerk and do all of that shit. And it's gonna take a man around the house to be like, hey, the kids right there. You can't be, you know what I'm saying, doing this in front of the kids. You know, it's cool, we can have fun when it's us, but when the kids there, don't do the same thing with the woman, checking the man like, hey, you cussing like a sailor over here. The kids is around. Watch your damn mouth around the kids. Okay, I'm tripping. Let me get right. You know what I'm saying? It's a
Right.
certain
Right.
level of balance.
Yeah. Well, fathers
It's
show that
also money
masculinity.
too.
Yeah.
Because fathers, men in general, make a lot more money, so that also contributes to a more stable household. That's what I read. So don't take my word for it. That's just what I read.
I mean, that's true also, but also the man also shows the masculinity, and every daughter and every son needs that masculinity, needs that figure, that manhood figure in their lifetime. And that's why when they don't have that, it goes down a narrow,
I
darkened
agree.
road.
Because one thing about my
Yeah.
mama, she always was waiting for my dad to come home from work, and that's who we were. Like, oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, I can see that.
Yep.
The reason it shows better outcome is due to opportunity. Statistics show that men are paid more for the same job than women. Men are statistically proven to have more positions of power. That is true, but at the same time, it's kind of like, okay, we'll just say it's true. I'm not gonna nitpick with you. But we're gonna say that more income brings more opportunity. But I'm gonna tell you about the household that I grew up in. I had all the opportunity in the world, Chad. Like, I was a very smart child. I was gifted. I was athletically gifted. I did all of that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I was a very lonely child. You know what I'm saying? Me and my brothers are all 6 years apart. When they reached a certain age, 12 to 13, they moved to Virginia to pursue better opportunities in school. So from 7, 6, 7 on, I was raised as the only child. My parents both worked all the damn time. Took Saturday shifts, took Sunday shifts sometimes. They was working. They were providers. They were very, very good providers. So I did have a lot of opportunity. But in turn, sometimes I find myself having to teach myself how to love my kids, if y'all get what I mean. Like, I know how to be a provider. I know how to step up. I know how to make sure we're not late on no bills, or that we got the food, we got everything. But when it comes to like showing that actual affection and love, I have to dig deep, because I wasn't really shown that.
You know who I heard that from too? You heard of a young? Okay, how do you pronounce her? Iyanla Van Zant or something?
I have not.
She had this show where she would help families that had like a lot of dysfunction, and she said something similar to that. Is like she was a single mom, and she was so busy providing for her child that she didn't really take the time to like nurture them. You know, it was more about keeping a roof over their head and things like that. So I've heard something similar of like you have to work on like the nurturing part.
Correct. So in my situation, it was my childhood bred a lot of ego as well. You know, so right now y'all hear me when I cut on the live, I get the yelling, doing my shit, but it's like it comes natural to me because my childhood bred a lot of ego. Being that my parents wanted me to excel. Like, I didn't bring my first B home until I was in 11th grade, you know, and that was in advanced classes. Like, everything I did was excel. So when I didn't excel, my parents were very vocal about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't get like scolded or something, but it was more of like, we're disappointed in you, and that really hurt. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane.
Like, my brothers, they didn't hold my brothers to the same standard because I was the baby. My brothers had already went on and done what they done. Like, they weren't really smart at all. I mean, one of them was an athlete, a hell of an athlete, but they weren't just smart by far and large. You know what I'm saying? But they held me to like a way different standard than they did them.
That's funny because it's usually the other way around. Like the eldest get held to a higher standard, and then the baby is kind of just left to do whatever
But
he
like
wants.
before my mama left this world, she told me to make sure I take care of my brother, and he 12 years older than me.
Wow.
That's wild. Yeah, I'm an only child. I don't know how that
Like
feels.
we both right there, and she tells me, "Hey, make sure you take care of him."
That's wild. I wish I had some siblings, but I don't. I'm an only child, unfortunately.
But yeah, man. It says, Norton, you may feel I argue over scripture. I don't, but I will debate my cause because I'm commanded by the 3 letters according to scriptures. Again, nothing about me. Okay, Norton and Moses going at it in the comments. Y'all run them comments up. But let's go with LA Cloud. Retired and computer engineer. I do agree that money grants security. Discipline and God lead me to find enjoyment in life. Just talking ish. Welcome to the stage.
What up, man?
Not much, man. I know you was trying to get the link. Go ahead, jump in right where you wanted to get in at.
Man, everybody, I kind of late to the live. I stepped in when y'all was talking about the abortion and whatnot. So I'm gonna keep it a buck. Everybody was making valid points. You feel me? Me, I'm coming from a different angle from it. I'm more of a looking at it from a political standpoint because that's what they're using it as, politics and whatnot. If women want that right to be able to, continue to get abortions, my body, my choice and stuff, then we need to implement some laws that give men the right. Like, okay, if you want to have this baby without the man, then you need to sign over these papers, do this paperwork or whatnot and stuff, or like implement that and make that mandatory and stuff instead of just giving all of this the decision on the woman, and then she later comes back a couple months later talking about child support or court orders and just getting nasty with the courts and stuff.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah.
And then that way we already know that scientifically, taking religion out of it and everything scientifically, whether you disagree the point of when it's a life or when it's not a life and everything, we already know scientifically we can do the procedures. It's different, multiple procedures and different alternatives and stuff. So, I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it from a tangible standpoint and stuff. Because I think with this whole talk we're doing with the fathers or whatnot, talking about fathers in the household too, is one aspect of it too that people don't like to talk about is that that when the court or the state steps into that co-parenting situation, that also what makes it go ill. Because you're hurt or you're mad or however the relationship went sour, went down and stuff. Now you're co-parenting and whatnot, or you probably was never in a relationship. Let's just keep it 100. It's 2024. We got friends with benefits and everything and stuff like that. So you might not have been in a relationship, but once the court step in and you start dictating how much money a man needs to give up each month, or who has primary custody, most likely will be the mother or whatnot and everything.
Man,
That's when
just talking ish. I ain't want to cut you off, but I got to
you
your
good. You good.
situation. I live in I grew up in a mother's right state. It's straight true. Mother's right state. Don't matter if you signed a birth certificate or not. Mother's rights. I got a partner. He got twin girls. The nigga has his girls 4 days a week, and he's still paying $750, $760 a month in child support, to the point to where they took his license and everything.
At the end of the day, the court system not designed. The family court is not designed for men. It's designed for women, and it's designed to get money from to the state. Because not only is the mother getting money from the man, the state also getting money as well. It's like being on probation, supervisional fees and whatnot and everything. So that was the whole purpose behind child support. Like it's not something that's been going on for centuries or something that's part of like human society. It's fairly new if you really look at the conception of the idea and whatnot when they started applying it legally. So when you look at the origins of it and stuff, it's just like the war on drugs when they're targeting one group of people and stuff to financially be able to, make money through the court systems or whatnot and stuff. It's the same thing. The family
Virgil
court was
told me,
designed.
why is it designed that way? I mean, Virgil, we could say, why is it designed the way that it could be voted on to be overturned? Like, shit, what is we arguing? Like you said,
Money.
you know what I'm saying? Why is it designed that way?
I mean, we gotta be real. Anything that's done most of the time is for money if it's not for passion. So, I mean, I don't want to throw that stick and say like a group of people got together and was so evil and said, let's go get money out of men or whatnot and stuff. I'm leaning more towards the side that, hey, they seen a way for them to get more money through the banks, through the government, through the system, just like they did with the housing market or whatnot and everything and stuff, or with the banking system and stuff. A lot of these things that's done, that on paper it sounds like, why would you do that? It sounds like you're targeting a group of people, but they're doing it for money. I'm not going to sit here and say that, like it is racism and stuff that goes on in some decisions or whatnot and everything, and that's a whole nother topic. But in this situation, I really think it's about money, and they looked at it like historically and from a statistical standpoint that men generally make more money than women. The father is the breadwinner; he brings home the bacon. That's how it's traditionally done. If it was flipped the other way and the women was traditionally bringing home the bacon, they'll be the ones screaming out saying that family court is not in their favor. And you can look at some instances in more recent years where like Holly Berry or women who do got the bag, Mary J. Blige, that's paying their spouse or taking care of their paying alimony fees and whatnot. So at the end of the day, it's really about money and stuff, but it's just because men were, traditionally the breadwinner, we're the victim in this situation because we're the ones that usually make the more money.
Puzzles, what it do?
What's good, bro? No, I was gonna say, yeah, it's definitely a fact. It's to make money, but I feel like it's state by state based. Like, I mean, in the motherly states, you're gonna get that, but in the Commonwealth state, it's not like that. It's what's best for the child. I mean, the court gonna go what's best for the child. Like, even if the mom had the child, if I got a better living situation than a mom, and I'm able to have like custody of my kids where I got the time to watch them and stuff like that, and they being nurtured, the court's gonna side with a man. They're not gonna always side with a woman. But in the motherly state, I don't know because I never lived in a motherly state.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, the mother state you cook, bro. The mother state you cook. You gotta literally show unfit living conditions, and that's where that shit get messy. I hope I don't never ever go through no shit like that.
And
Like, I'm in a Commonwealth state. I got custody of all my kids. You know what I mean? And they go to their mom crib, but at the same time, I got custody of all my kids, and that's mainly because I went to court. I took her to court before she, even thought about taking to court. It wasn't no issue, but still, I want to be able to have the status to be able to dictate like what's going in my kid's life if I'm living in a better situation with you and I'm not living with you.
You have primary custody of your kids?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, we
But they still go to their mom crib. They spend weeks at their mom crib. They with me for a week, her for a week. I would never take my kids away from her, but in all naturality, I got a better fit for my kids. They got their own room. They got a backyard to run around. My living situation, they want to go to their mom, their grandma house or my brother's house. I got somebody always watch them. They fed, all clothes, school clothes, all that stuff. And they get the same thing at her house, but it's just a little more sufficient in my crib. So I figure while I'm at the status of man, instead of waiting until I'm down on my dick and I can't do nothing about it, go to court and get my rights. And that's the issue with the problem with most men. We be, I'm not gonna say most men, but most men that's not in a mother state, like we be on the tip like I just paid for it. No, you gotta get that piece of paper. It's just like having a business, like we was talking about earlier. I mean, the state consider your kids a business. They consider your kids workers. They consider your kids the item of the state. But if you want to gain your rights back, you have to put in to get custody of your kids. Like no one actually has custody until you file. You know what I mean? And that's the difference. Like in the motherly state, the motherly obtains custody because she gave birth. But in the Commonwealth state, no one has custody unless you file. So it's basically a verbal agreement until you decide to take it to the courts. Now,
They
had I
usually
waited,
go with the. Oh, I was just gonna say they usually go on in them states. They go with the person who files first. Usually side with them. So yeah, that's true right
no,
there.
they give them a head up. If you file first, they're gonna come to you like any other court situation. You the plaintiff, so meaning you come into the courts with a problem. And like my oldest kid, like 12. So I mean, I didn't file when she was 1. You know what I mean? And my baby mom had other kids, so she ended up filing for her other kids because the dad wasn't in her life or in the kid life or whatever the case may be. So I look at it like if I'm also picking her up, taking care of her, and she wasn't willing to give me no documentation to support that I'm taking care of the other child, then I need to get custody of my child. And I just did it in that type of way because I don't live with her. I don't know what's on her mind. I don't know what she's thinking. So at the end of the day, you took your other baby father to custody for whatever he may not did or is doing. But I can't wait until I'm down on my luck and then she would ask me for $50. I'm like, I don't got it right now. You'd be like, well, I'm taking the child. No, it's not going to be that because I take care of my kids. If my kids need anything, they got it. You know what I mean? So I did it out of strategic things. Like I didn't do it just to do it. I did it because like at the end of the day, I know I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm going to die if I have to for my kids. But at the same time, I could prove that it's not the same if you going out on a Sunday night and your kids got to go to school and then they calling me for something to take to school. You feel me? Like if you're not in your game as far as your kid, that's the way I feel. Once you have kids, your life over, and not in a bad way. Your life is just preparing your kids' lives for the next step. You can't be the same person you was before you had kids. I don't care if you was outside. I don't care if you was stripping. I mean, you could get your money, but your kids got to come before that money. And if I feel like whoever I'm messing with not putting the kids first, then they already lost because I'm putting the kids 10 times in front of me. So.
Yeah, that's real shit right there.
That's real shit, man. It's
I'm just.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm just fortunate enough where like me and my baby mama like I'm in my son life like all the time with young. You feel me? And got it like I get them on the weekends. She got them on during the school days and stuff because they go to school in the district that she lives in. But even during the week, I'm still coming over there picking them up after school sometimes and stuff. Probably about like 2-3 times out the week and everything and stuff. So I'm constantly there. We're not like dating or anything. Like we haven't got to that part yet and stuff. Like my child only just started kindergarten and stuff. You feel me? 5 and stuff. So it's a step and everything and stuff. But the thing that I said about my situation that's unique and stuff is that me and my baby mama known each other like literally since like 3rd grade type jump. You feel me? And it's like the way we feel about the government and the courts, we already had these conversations while we were together. Like, hey, if anything go down, you feel me? Where we don't work out, like it was not the best comfortable conversation and stuff. But you gotta have them uncomfortable conversations to know who you rocking with, who you who you dealing with too. So we had sat down, we had that conversation. Like, if it don't work out with us and stuff, we're going to co-parent. We're going to figure it out. We're not going to let no court come in there, no state, no white man tell us how we can raise our child or the way we supposed to, and who got this rights and who got this time and stuff. Like, nah, we adults, we laid down, we had the child, we made the child, we can figure it out and stuff, you feel me? And we both got great support systems and stuff, you feel me? But like, yeah, man, I'm just fortunate that because I seen my cousins, I seen my brothers and stuff go through that court system, bro, and they will knock your head over, bro. Like, knock that shit off for real, man. So,
Yo, it's crazy you said that because I met my baby mom in the 5th grade. We known each other since we was in the 5th grade, and we had that talk too. Like I was my baby mom first and everything. Like her parents had to come to my crib and ask me did I have a condom on and all that. So it's a little different. Like I really built like a real relationship with her. But when she put her like I said, we had those talks, we talked to each other. When she put her other baby dad on child support and I wasn't dealing with her at the time, you gotta protect yourself. Like I don't know what time she on. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I did it. Cause at the end of the day, it's like she was moving different and I wasn't around her. I wasn't living with her. Like she was moving totally different. We talked about that. We was totally against that. Like mind you, I just told you my daughter 12. I didn't get full custody and all that stuff till my daughter was 10. 11. Like we wasn't even going to go that route, but at that point I got trust funds, my daughter got LLCs. Like I'm in my daughter's life, take care of them. I'm trying to create financial wealth, and I definitely introduced my daughter so they could be like, I mean, like have financial literacy. So I mean, if I feel like I'm putting in 1,000%. And I'm putting my ducks in a row to set insurances up, and then we both agreed that this is something that we wanted our kids to have, and then you just went left on me. I don't know what you're gonna do. I gotta protect them and me. That's really the only reason why I did it, and I'm just blessed to be in a Commonwealth state where they side with the plaintiff most of the time. But yeah, I ain't never want to be in the courts either.
Hey, you know what? To keep it a buck, that's why I said that little part about we separated, but we haven't started the whole like dating process, like me taking another woman like serious as my girlfriend or trying to build something with her with another nigga and everything and all that. We even haven't got to that part yet. You feel me? Like I'm still early in the game and stuff, and I only got one child and stuff. So like all my attention, all my resources go to him. But like I said, I'm looking at it now because it was rocky points and times and stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, this shit like life. It's chapters, it's phases and stuff. It's literally another life evolved in it and stuff. You feel me? So, like, where we're at today, we weren't there, like, you know, because emotions, love, you feel me? Like, that period of, like, the breakup where you going through the stages of the breakup and stuff, grief, depression, sadness, anger, and all that stuff. You feel me? So, niggas had to work that shit out and everything. You feel me? But
no, that's real shit.
But the thing that kept us from like running to like the court and everything and stuff is like, I promise you, bro. Not only is like she know me like before a nigga hopped off the porch and everything when a nigga was like in class drawing Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z characters and shit. You feel me? Like she know a nigga just like I know her and jump. You feel me? And then at the same time too, like it's just like I look at it like I know a lot of people say my situation different, like, yo, like my baby mama the type of person, like we get pulled over, like she barking at the police, like against the like the system and the government and stuff. I be having to tell her, hey, chill out, bro. I got some gas on me. You can't be barking like that. You feel me? But I'm just keeping it a buck, bro. Like everybody's situation different and stuff. And what you saying, people have told me too, and I had to look in and go and look in and see what the step is to get myself legitimized and stuff too and stuff. So, like I said, just to look out on my behalf if something, you know, switch up in the future and everything, because you know you never know what tomorrow brings and shit. You know, so
yeah. Like one thing I'm gonna say, I don't wish this on nobody in this world, but you know what I mean. It's something I heard a long time ago, and don't take no offense, no woman in here in the chat, but a woman could hold a 10-year fart in for 20 years. They could hold it in their stomach. A fart that they had to fart 10 years ago, they could have sucked that joint back up in their stomach and hold it in for another 20 years. So I say that.
That's crazy.
I say that because at the end of the day, like you don't like the person that my baby mom is today, she wasn't never that person. I ain't never see that person. You don't know what a woman might do if you have another kid. Like all your resources is going to y'all one kid. But if you start having to provide for another kid, provide for another family, that attitude going to switch up on you a little bit, even if you're doing everything right. And that's just, I mean, that's just from experience. So I'm not wishing that on you at all. I'm just always going to tell you, don't be a deer in the headlights. Just keep your eyes open to your goals and make sure that your goals and her goals is aligned with everything you want best for your son, no matter what. Because it can get ugly. You know
I
what I mean?
already
But
know,
you gotta
bro.
do what's best for your son. And if, you know what I mean? As long as y'all both doing what's best for your kids, it ain't no issue on your behalf because that's your number one focus.
Facts, bro. Facts. Trust me, bro. I'm not dumb to that shit can change, bro. At the end of the day, we talking about a woman and shit. You feel me? Like, no matter what the circumstances is. But, like, I don't know, like, people don't really talk about this part of it and shit, bro, but, like, when you, like, with your lady and shit, you feel me, you thinking, like, hey, this gonna be my woman, this gonna be my wife and junk, you feel me, like, we got the house, we building together and everything and stuff, and then when that split happens and that divide happen, bro, like, I ain't gonna hold you, bro, like, that shit knocked me off my pivot, like a mug, you feel me, because I come from a two-parent household, you feel me, like, my mom and dad born in like married in the 80s and shit, you feel me? Like made it through the whole internet, all that still rocking today and everything and shit, you feel me? So like the whole co-parent and shit, you feel me? That shit was like, it's new to me personally, but I seen my cousins, I seen my homeboys and shit, you feel me, go through that shit, you feel me? I seen like, you know, not just how they was raised, but how they going through their situation with their baby mama and stuff. So I waited late to have my child. Like, yo, I'm waiting till I find the right one, and it ended up happening to be someone that known me ever since we was kids and shit. You feel me? But when that split happened, bro, like everything I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about the statistics. Like, damn, like the kids coming from a one parent household and everything and shit. You feel me? So like, yeah, on paper, my baby mama might be a single mama and shit, you feel me? But like, I'm in my son's life. I'm over there giving her money every week and everything. I'm paying for the daycare, after school program and shit. You feel me? Like, I'm in my son's life and shit. He don't just see me just like once every 3 weeks or a month or something like that on holidays and shit. That nigga see me like multiple times every week and shit. You feel me? So like,
I mean, bro,
it's still tough though.
You gotta look at it. You gotta look at it a different way. Like I'm 35. My parents been together 36 years. We still together. You know what I mean? I'm in the same boat as you. You know what I mean? Mind you, I told you I got 4 kids. You know what I'm saying? So I got 2 biological kids. Well, I got 5 kids, but I got 2 biological kids. But my girl, she got 2 kids. So we both got, 2 kids of our own. We got a family though. They don't got no single parent household. Like my kids got 2-parent household when they here. They still got their mom when they at their mom house. You still like this is the thing that I had to get over because my mom and dad was with each other my whole life, and I seen all my friends in single parent households or like over their cousin crib and shit like that. I always felt like I had to be with my baby mom. So I tried my hardest to make it work. Even when it wasn't working, I'm telling my mom, like, yo, this shit ain't gonna work. But I'm trying, like I'm doing this, I'm trying to imitate what y'all got, but I don't see it. And I still stayed with it. And I had kids late too. I had kids when I was 24. I mean, it's a good age, but you know what I mean, I was on a whole nother time at 24. But the point I'm trying to make is at the end of the day, you can't give up because you ain't get to imitate what your mom and dad had. You gotta go harder and still try to have that family, even if it's without your baby mom. And as long as your child getting that 2-parent household dynamic and it's a traditional 2-parent household dynamic, you can't fail, bro. Because whoever you see yourself with gonna be right for your child.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing too. Like, before I had my son, I was on some like, man, I ain't trying to have no kids and shit. You feel me? Like how messed up this world is and junk. I am not trying to bring no kid in here and junk. You feel me? But like, me and my baby mama really had like love. You feel me? Like my child was like brought in with love and shit. It wasn't like, oh, we just fucking around and this shit happened and shit. You feel me? Like, nah, this shit was like, we was really like locked in, like engaged, all that shit. It's just shit happens when you live together for, under the same roof and shit. But even with all that being said and everything stuff, you feel me? It's just like, it's never no quit or giving up, you feel me? It's just like, damn, now nigga gotta adapt, you feel me? But I don't know how the shit, like, it ain't no manual on the shit, you feel me? And everybody's situation is different and shit, because everybody was raised like with certain priorities, ethics, and morals and stuff in different rankings and shit. But like, man, like I said, bro, I don't. That the tough part about it is me stepping back out here dating and shit. Is like I'm about to be 35, and it's like the women that I'm coming across, they either got a kid already or they got 2 kids and shit. You feel me? And I'm at the place where I'm like, man, I know I ain't gonna find one that's just like kidless, even though they out there and shit. But if that's just a whole nother topic, if they kidless and up until a certain age and shit, you feel me? But man, this shit tough because it's like I'm thinking about my son so much. It's like when I'm messing around with a chick or everything, it's like, yeah, I'm fucking around with her and shit, but I already know, like, I couldn't even, like, have her around my son just how I see how she is around her kids and shit. You feel me? How she moving with her kids and shit. You feel me? You know the difference between the chick you gonna take seriously or just like, this a fun girl, this a chick I hit up, like, after I get off work or, you know, when they get off out the club drunk and shit. But man,
Hell yeah, you right. You gonna know the type, but you gotta do this, bro. I was in that same boat during the pandemic and a little bit after the pandemic, so I met my girl. You gotta go where you gonna meet the girl that you plan on marrying, the girl you plan on having around your kids. You gotta go in those areas. You can't expect to meet that girl at the bar on a Friday night. You get what I'm saying? You can't expect to meet her at the club. You gotta go to the library. You gotta go to the Police Statue Museum. You gotta go to the Museum of Illusions. You can't, if you want to meet your future wife, that the one that's gonna be taking care of your son like it's her son, even though she don't got a kid, she ain't on the scene Friday night. She not there, bro. She's somewhere elevating her mind. She's somewhere growing to become that woman that you trying to become or trying to be married to. So that's the only advice I can give you, bro, because that's what I had to do. I had to, like, before I met my girl, I was really on my bag, like, fuck it, I'ma just fuck it. Like, this shit going downhill, fuck it. But I had to start putting myself in the areas where I can see myself being able to, like, break bread with somebody who had the same intellect as me and put myself in certain places where only people with certain priorities is gonna be here. You know what I mean?
facts,
Like, you
bro.
can't
And
you
it's,
can't go to the club for this one, bro. You 35. They not in the
oh yeah,
club
yeah,
no
yeah.
more.
But
You know
see,
what I
that's
mean?
what I'm saying. Where I'm at right now and shit. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I'm not looking for no chicken shit. You feel me? Like a relationship. Like, I'm trying to get, like, I'm in a transitional period from, like, thinking I'm about to have the family, the white picket fence and the dog and shit. You feel me? To, like, now I gotta set my own shit up and everything
Yeah, all
and
day. You gotta
you
work
know,
on
feel me?
you.
But at the same time, too, and shit, it's funny you said that about, like, the places and shit, because I know I ain't gonna find them in the club and shit, but, like, being involved in my son's school and shit, going to the PTA meetings and shit, meeting, you
Uh-huh.
know, going to open houses and shit, that's where I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
find them, man, bro, because I seen some, Amazons in that motherfucker. I'm like,
Yeah.
God damn, this where
But
they at?
look, I ain't mean the club. I'm saying, like, bro, listen, I ran into my girl taking my daughters on dates every Friday when I was off. I'd take them on dates, even during the pandemic. I mean, even during the situation, we was going to, like, Please Touch Museum. We was going to different, like, going to the park, going to, like, open areas, and I seen her 2 times in 2 different areas with her kids. And, you know what I mean, we busted and had a conversation. I got her number, and then we start, you know what I mean, chilling out. But I met off, you know what I mean, being on a date with my kids, bro. That's how I met my girl. You know what I mean? She was on a chill little outing with her kids. And then the next time we ended up linking up with all our kids together, we had a little picnic. She brought some food. I brought some sandwiches. She brought juices. We was chilling. And from there, I was able to build with her and bond with her. You know what I mean? And I ain't had to worry about pretty much, like, you know what I mean, those things that you be thinking about, like, if she's good to have around my kids, because she already out with her kids doing the same thing as me. And that's all I'm really saying. Like, the more you bond with your son, more you do shit with your son, somebody gonna take a liking to what you doing and respect that, and they gonna want that for themselves, and they gonna introduce themselves to you. You don't even gotta look for it.
Yeah, poses, I feel you, man, but I ain't with that having folks that, you know what I'm saying, I just met around my kids. If it was me, you know what I mean, no way to you. But it's just, you know, I guess some country, there gotta be some, you know, Commonwealth shit.
What, like having a chick around your kid and shit?
Yeah, like you just said, you know them. Yeah. Nah. Motherfucker can't just come around my kids.
Bro, since me and my baby mama split, bro, it's probably going on like 2 years now and shit. Damn, it just hit 2 years. God damn. Yeah, it been
See,
about
I
two
ain't gonna
years,
lie.
bro.
I ain't gonna lie. Y'all kids younger too. Like my kids, like
Yeah.
12 to 11, 13. They gonna let me know. Them like my kids be the ones telling me like, Dad, get her. Like they be telling.
Man, ain't no chick been around my kids since me and my baby mama split up, bro. You feel
Yeah,
me?
I
Like,
ain't gonna lie. That's real shit.
but I know like when he get older and shit, that's why I'm saying like I'm on some shit, bro. Like, man, I'll be running through these hoes like a running back. You feel me? Like, I'm not about to sit here and marry a chick, you feel me, and then have to split the resources when I leave this motherfucker with my son and the bitch, you feel me? Like,
Real shit.
that's just that's the love I got for my son, bro. Everything that I have now, you feel me, and I'm accumulating in the future until I take my last breath in this realm, bro. Nigga, when I do leave, bro, it's yours, bro. I already got like you know shit set up in the will and shit. You feel me? Like life insurance policies and shit. All that shit set up to like like if it happened before you hit 18, this is how it's gonna go down. If it happens after you hit 18, nigga, it's yours. You feel me? Like it's gonna be instructions, all that shit to come with it and everything and shit. But
Yeah,
at
I
the
was about to
same,
ask how y'all feel about that.
about what?
Like, as far as like how you leave your stuff for your kids, do you feel like what I mean, you should have like instruction because I got stipulations on my will. I got stipulations on a trust fund. Like I got stipulations to everything. So like at first when I told my mom about it, she said, "How you gonna hold an opportunity for them to better themselves hostage? You're not living no more. You shouldn't control it." And I was like, "Well, if I'm not living and the stipulation I place keep them from attaining it, then they don't deserve it in my eyes."
But you being in your kid life, you gonna know how your kid is at the end of the day. So you gonna know whether your kid gonna be the individual that's gonna fuck the money off and blow it without no instructions and shit. You feel me? Or if you're gonna have to piece them off and tell them like, hey, in order to get it, you got to do this and do that and everything and stuff because you know what's better for your kid and shit too. You feel me? So it's
Yeah.
like that's how I'm looking at it and shit. You feel me? Like if it happens before he hit 18, it's going to my sister and shit. You feel me? Like straight
Yeah,
like
I
that
got
with
mine.
instructions like this is how you gonna get it, give it to, give the money, get the money to take care of him if it before he hit 18 and shit, you feel me? Like pieces baby mama off and shit, like you power attorney of this motherfucker, you feel me? But if it hit like after 18, he get a certain amount, and then like if he don't like whatever he choose to do and stuff, because I know I'm gonna have to change it and shit. So all I got is like if he hit 18, if he over 18 but he under 21, he get a certain amount. Then when he get 21, he get this amount, and then when he hit 25, he get the rest of it. You feel me? But I like that's just right now. I'm still like learning my son because now you gotta like wait for like how he is once he's like dating women and stuff. How is the influence of a woman in his life and shit? You feel me? Like this
Yeah.
shit as a father and shit. Like I'm just so blessed that I have a son. You feel me? Because like God don't know what I'll be able to do with a daughter, bro. Like knowing one day, like it's gonna be another, like I'm gonna have to pass this responsibility off to another person and shit, versus like me teaching this person how to be a head of a household type shit. Like you ain't dependent on nobody and shit. You feel me? So,
I feel like you gotta teach your daughters how to be the head of the household, so you don't gotta be dependent on nobody. That's all.
bro,
It's the
that's why I'm
same. You
trying to
teach your
cheat,
daughter the
bro.
same thing you teach your son, bro. It's the same
I
thing.
ain't got. I only got one child. I got
No,
a son, bro.
no, I know.
That's why
I know. I'm just
I'm
saying
one
you
and
would.
done.
I'm just saying you would teach a girl the same way you would teach a boy, but at the same time, the girl gonna have limits. Like you say, release the money at 18, and I got in my own daughter's situation that if they get pregnant before the time they 21, that they don't get released the money. In fact, the baby get the money from that day on. The money go back to an IRA account, and it's gonna end up just growing until that baby turn 18. They not gonna get a dime. So that's why I said it's a little different with having a girl. You do got to make stipulations for them. know what I mean, and I mean, but it's the same thing. Like I'm still teaching my daughter how to be self-sufficient. Like my daughter got LLC. She made $7,000 last year. She ain't wanna play with her LLC this year. What she call it? She said, I don't want to play with that thing this year. Well, you only at 2,200. It's gonna be a light Christmas. You get what I'm saying? Like that 7,000 last year was able for. I didn't have to give you 7,000. You know what I mean, you made that money yourself. You get to do whatever you want. You made 2,200 this year. We in August. You ain't make no money all month. Yeah, Christmas gonna be light. When I start talking like that, she like, no, Christmas not gonna be light because people gonna want puzzles for Christmas. People gonna want me to make stuff for Christmas. So that's how, you know what I mean, I gotta really challenge her. I just gotta make her seem like it's about to be dark. It's gonna be a rainy day for a couple weeks. And she hopped right on it. But I had to instill that into her. In the same way, you know what I mean, I'm instilling that to her. Like I instill like, yeah, you're gonna want a family. But it's hard on daddy doing all these things because he has a family. I wouldn't change my family for anything. But when we go out and we spend like 1,100 to stay somewhere 2 days, I could stay somewhere for 2 days for 300 by myself, and they see that and they understand that. Like when she get her little money from making stuff, she see where the money goes. She see she got to buy more ink, she got to buy more paper. So you know what I mean, it's a little like that's why I say it's the same thing with having girls. You can't be as rough with them, no, but you want them. I want my daughter to be like a shark if she go in a room with these shark tanks to sell her product. I don't want her to go just because she a girl. I don't want her to go in there soft. No, they coming for what you own, and you coming to take that money out their pocket and sell them something. And if you can't sell them anything, you want to sell them this game, and that's how I teach my daughters. But I learned like that from my pop, so it's really not no different. You know what I mean? The way I see it.
Yeah, that's real shit, bro. That's real shit. So like, what's your feeling about like college?
Before we just jump
My
off
bad.
of this topic, before we just jump off of there, proposals. I have a daughter as well. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you to a certain extent. I want my daughter to excel. I want her to be able to be self sufficient, but I do want her to understand how to step into the role of a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like at a certain point in time that we can, as men, can push our daughters to be almost damn near masculine, like trying
Mm-hmm.
to make a son out of it. And I'm just trying to get some clarity on that.
No,
Yeah, some
I don't.
niggas do be trying to do that though.
Yeah, like no, don't get me wrong. Like, if my son, for instance, if my son said, "Yo, I don't feel like making no puzzles this week, or I ain't doing this," and I know he had the ability to make $7,000 last year without really trying. He had a half a year, but this year he's satisfied with 2,200. I get on my son like, "Nigga, you gonna make this money or this and the third." But with my daughter, I don't push her at all. It's no push, it's no force. You know what I mean? I
No,
don't want to
what I'm
take her
saying
to the
is,
money.
though, is I understand you got a two-parent situation to where like her mother is in her life, but I'm saying like as far as the qualities of a wife, like because we understand that we coming into 2024 and it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's far and few between. Like I'm raising a son and a daughter. You know what I'm saying? I know that
Right.
raising four girls, just talking issues, raising a son. Noelle, she's pregnant. I don't know about Solo, ample perception. I got no kids, but so I have to raise my children differently. I don't show any difference in like love, but I have to handle my son different than I handle my daughter because I don't want I want my daughter to be able to be a wife and I want my son to be able to be a husband. You know, like so I have to be able to instill those qualities. Now for me as a father, it's hard for me to instill wifely qualities into my daughter, so to say, you know, but her mother's here, you know what I'm saying? Her mother would take on that role. But I'm just wondering, like, as if it would be like a truly a single father situation, how does the panel feel about that? Can a man teach a daughter how to be a wife? Because we hear it all the time that a mother can't teach a son how to be a man. But
Nah,
I ain't
I
gonna,
ain't.
I ain't gonna lie, Plug. That was the perfect question, man. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Most of the time, like as far as teaching my daughter how to be a woman, I leave that to the mom. But at the same time, what I can say, I I try to give my daughters to see what my expectation is in a wife, and I try to lead through that. I can't teach them how to be a wife, but I could show them how I would treat a wife. I could show them what would be accepted for me as a man, because I try to demonstrate the type of man I want them to be with. You feel me? So if I'm handling them the right way and I'm there from the right way and I'm treating my girl with the right way, showing her the right respect, treating a mom still the right way, showing her the type of respect, and the love I show towards them and my girl, like that's the way I try to teach it. But that's one of the hardest balancing acts there is, because when I was a single parent, bro, I was so busy trying to worry about like them learning, because I got all girls, them learning the right thing, what they should do as a woman. And I'm not really messing with no girl right now. I don't got no consistent chick in their life, and I don't want to start bringing people in and out their life that ain't consistent. So my main thing was to keep everything the main thing, like keep showing them the love and the perfection of a man. And I had to worry about the queen coming into the picture whenever she was to come in the picture, and it just so happened I lucked up. But I don't, my best thing to tell a person in that situation is just to show them the love that you would want. You know what I mean? A wife to show, but you can't really do it right now when they babies. That's the hardest part. It's just balancing out. You know what I mean? Being the best father you can be and showing them the best man that they can want to be a part of in their life and shit like that. That's the best way to go about it.
I'm gonna keep it a buck to answer your question, plug. I personally don't think that a father can teach his daughter how to be a wife. You feel me? He can probably like try to teach her lessons on the like, you know, this, from his perspective, and this is what men think from a man's perspective or whatnot. You feel me? But that's why I said I'm so fortunate enough to have a son. You feel me? Because it's like, even for my son, for his sake, you feel me? Like I'm at the crossroads where it's like I'm cool with I'm just running through these holes and shit. You feel me? But I know for him, I want him to know and see how it is to healthily, like love a woman, you feel me, and how to coexist with a woman and shit, you feel me? Because like, I want my generation to continue. He got my last name. I want the legacy to go on and shit, you feel me? The lineage to keep going. So
Hey,
with
let's
that
get
being
Miss
said, go ahead.
Noel still here.
You said what?
Noel, you still here?
Yeah.
Let's get your opinion on it. Let's get a woman perspective. Well, Solo, you here? You got next, Solo, after Noel.
Sound good.
I was gonna say I do think that I don't know, I kind of feel conflicted. My initial response or thought was yes. And it was along the lines of I feel like a man can teach them what they expect in women, like a wife and like those attributes, and can raise those type of values and instill values that would make a good wife.
But men don't truly know what makes a good wife. You know what I'm saying? We can say we do, we can speculate, but it's kind of like shit, it just is, you know?
And I guess also, if you think about it from a biblical perspective, you can also raise her in that way of how the Bible describes a wife and how they are with their husbands. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard because I have no clue. I had my father and my mother, so I'm honestly not sure. And I'm pregnant with a daughter, so I don't know.
I can say this, man. The Bible say train a child up, and when they get older, they'll know what's up. So as long as you a good parent and you telling them what you supposed to tell them, I ain't saying you trying to teach them how to be a good wife or a good husband, but all that good information gonna help them be the good adult that they supposed to be, regardless.
I agree.
Thank you.
I mean, on the same token, though, can a isn't it along the same lines of can a woman teach a boy how to be a man? I guess it's the same thing.
I say no.
And it seems like the general consensus is no. But
I
I
mean,
don't
we could
know.
look at it this way. Can another human teach another human how to be a good human being? And the answer is yes on that part.
I think she boxed Oh yeah, June. I think a man can share a lot to give exposure without the girl going to that position. Solo, you
But
got it.
then I was gonna say though, but that's what that dynamic is for. I think that's why God made that dynamic husband and wife, so it don't have to be that way, and the children can see the example of both of you guys loving each other, and that's how they learn. But without that dynamic, it becomes difficult. So I would say, as adults, we should be more mindful about how we keep our relationships together and how we perform in our relationships in front of our children.
All right. Solo, you got it.
I don't have any kids of my own. I'm only 22. I'm in a good 4-year relationship. Not really, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to get out of morgue school first and whatnot. Currently work at a hospital right now. So, I mean, I can't really say too much. You know, I don't really know a lot. Honestly, I appreciate the conversation because I'm also learning. I'm taking notes as well. I also do think that, you know, in the Bible, it does say you need both man and woman. You need mother and father. A nuclear family is very important for the child. So I think that's, you know, that's a very important step. Another thing, I have a friend group that's way older than me. I tend to be friends with people that are like 8 years older than me. So with that being said, they have children. And they talk to me a lot about their viewpoints, whether it be political and religion. Viewpoints have changed. They lean to be more conservative. They lean to be more with God. Do you guys see that now as having children? Do you guys see the importance of that?
Of being conservative?
No, but just the values. Yeah. Yeah, literally.
I can't. I ain't gonna lie to you, Solo. I can't really say that. My parents grew up Democrats my whole life. I've been raised in a Democratic type of environment my whole life. Now I don't see their viewpoints the same, but I don't feel like the conservative part actually makes that argument though. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
Because
like
I
for
know
example,
What was the
I
like
know
for
question?
example,
liberals. I know liberals also that do the same thing. Got their core values the same way.
right? Yeah. Yeah, no, it really isn't mainly a big difference, but they said from their religion and their political standpoint has changed when having a child. They see it more important inside of a life. They find it more to be more into their life with a child now. But you know, like you know, on the left, you know, you ask people what is a woman, they can't tell you. They say a woman is whatever they want it to be. And in schools, they pretty much tell the kids, you know, the LGBTQ books and you know, things like that. So it's kind of like that type of political viewpoint I'm trying to say. Like they kind of see and they kind of realize it more because it's there. I mean, it's clearly it's there. It's obvious it's there. They're doing it. It's just about in every state. So yeah, no, I'm not really speaking of politics. It's not really a politics side. It's more like of a religion side because you know you follow the Bible, it leans to be more conservative, having a family, nuclear family, and right or wrong morality, things like that. So I wouldn't really say it's even really politics. So, but yeah, yeah, more reserved for sure. That's a better way to put it.
I say though, long story short though, we can look at history and see what works and see what didn't work, and that'll tell us everything we need to know.
So like,
I
give one
mean,
example.
I'm gonna keep go ahead and get an example because I was gonna answer your conservative part, but let me hear your example first.
Oh no, somebody said for example, it wasn't me. Somebody was about to give an example.
Who, me?
Oh,
I don't know. Somebody said for example, and that's when, yeah.
oh, I thought I heard somebody say that. I thought that was you saying that you was about to give like an example and stuff
Oh
because
no,
I
no, no.
was
I heard
saying
somebody
like,
else say that. Yeah, I heard somebody else say for example or something like that.
June leaving them cliffhanger ass statements. Explain the point, June.
but
No, what I
anyways, oh, go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, what I'm saying is we can look back at history and know what worked for society and what didn't work for society. And what worked for society is basically building a home and showing your children how to build that home. And a family is an organization. And so that's like kind of like the first business you get to run in your life. And so if you're successful at running your family, you can be successful at running everything else too.
Yeah, that was a dope ass analogy right there with the business. I was gonna say something about the what he said with the conservative joint. You feel me? Because like before I had my son, like niggas was out here like you know we ain't gonna talk about what we was doing in the past and stuff, but niggas was out here in these streets. You feel me? Then when I found out my baby mama was having him, it was kind of like I was already like transitioning on like not being on that bullshit no more and shit. You feel me? Like working all that shit, like bettering myself. But at the same time, it was like once I found out I had him, I was like, okay, now I gotta really like I can't go back to that shit. You feel me? Because before I had a son, it was just me. You feel me? Like if, what I do, what I do. If I get caught, I get caught. I'm gonna do my shit. You feel me? Come back out and shit. Or if I die, I die. You feel me? But when I had him and then I held him, like I was the first person he opened his eyes to and shit. You feel me? Like, yo, I came and explained that shit, bro. Like nigga, I don't even fuck around with nothing no more and shit. You feel me? It's like because I can't even risk like you literally living for somebody else. Your sleep, like if you have too much sleep, that shit can affect somebody else and shit. You feel me? If you not on top of your shit, it's not just affecting you, it's affecting somebody else and shit. You feel me? So like from that standpoint, it just really like your first half of your life before your kids and shit, that's you. You feel me? Whatever the fuck you want to do and shit. You feel me? So you with your girl for 4 years and shit, you feel me? And y'all, plan on having kids and shit, bro. Like the first half is gonna be straight like just you. You feel me? But once that kid get there, bro, then I'm telling you, bro, everything else after that is for your kid, bro. Like
Right.
if you
Yeah.
get
That's
fired,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what they were telling me. Yeah. Shit starts to
like
change.
yeah, it really do. You feel me? And like people gonna tell you, yeah, it's gonna change and stuff. Whoop de whoop, da 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 da. But it's really gonna dawn on you when you got down, hold that baby and look that baby in the eye for the first time and shit. You feel me? Like I was like there every doctor visit and shit. You feel me? Like in there when he came and stuff. I was the first person that held him and shit. You feel me? And it was like. I told myself, bro, I ain't no sensitive ass emotional nigga or nothing like that. You feel me? Like, man, I don't cry on a lot of shit. You feel me? Like, it gotta be something serious. I don't know why, bro, but nigga, I just start crying, bro. Like, just kept saying, like, bro, I got you, bro. I promise you on everything, I got you, bro. No matter what. Like, I can't explain the shit, bro. Like, for
Right.
real,
Right.
for real. So. I don't know. When you say conservative, I know when people hear conservative, they go straight to politics and think political and shit. You feel me? But like I get what you're saying because like one side they'll sit here and say that they're like with the religion down with the Bible and go by those parts, but then they move a different type of way and they allow certain shit. You feel me? Versus with the other side, they on some shit like you know. Nah, we ain't with that shit. We with the Bible and shit. But at the same time, they understand we in 2024, so we gotta be somewhat goddamn, you know, civilized and shit. You feel me? But
Right. Yeah.
yeah, at the end of the day, though, you feel me? Just like for example, with Boosie and his daughter and shit. You feel me? Like the way he was raised and them beliefs and shit. You feel me? He got them from his daddy and from his daddy's daddy. You feel me? So like. He going about it like that and stuff at the same time like that's his baby, that's his child no matter what. You feel me? Like you gonna stand by your child and shit. You feel me? Whether they cure cancer or take over the world, you gonna stand by and be like that's your baby and shit. You feel me? And I used to be that motherfucker that be like, man, why is this woman out here caping for her son like her son ain't really do that shit? You feel me? You feel me? Like, bro, I ain't really do that shit. But now I understand, like, right or wrong, good or bad, that's your kid. You gonna stay, you gonna ride with them and shit. You feel me? So
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. We finna wrap it up in here tonight, chat, man. We coming up on 5.5 hours, man. We're gonna go ahead with the last words. We'll start with Miss Noel.
I don't really have last words, but I just wanted to say, I loved hearing the end of this conversation with the men coming up and talking about their kids, and I just haven't really heard men speaking so passionately about their children, and maybe that's a reflection of who I'm around. But it was really great for me to just sit back and listen to, especially, I mean, I'm assuming that y'all are black men, and I just loved it. And so that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to commend the guy who got custody of his kids and protected himself so that his kids can't be used as pawns. I commend everyone, being in their kids' lives and just being active fathers. I think it was just great to sit and listen to the conversation. That's why I wasn't speaking, because it was really great to listen to. So yeah, I just want to wish everybody a great night, and yeah, that's it.
Appreciate that, Miss Noel. Appreciate that. We're gonna go to Just Talking Ish. Go ahead with your last words. You can leave a message to the youth, the young adults, or just anything.
yeah, I just feel like everybody was saying, it started at home. You feel me? We can't depend on the educate. We can't depend on the government to teach our children, tell them what's right or what's wrong. It all starts at home. You feel me? And just have faith in, if you a good person, you gonna pass that shit down to your kids and jump. You feel me? You gonna lay that structure and lay that guide and jump. They might stray off a little bit, but if you lay that structure down, they gonna always come back online and shit. You feel me? So with that being said and jump, man, like, congratulations to Noelle on her pregnancy, and to her husband and them on their daughter. And just everybody, just shit, man, just it's dope seeing here, being able to talk to other black men about raising kids and shit. You feel me? Because like I said, I'm new to this shit. You feel me? So, and I only got one, so I ain't got the experience, and I always like take in the knowledge and shit. You feel me? So shit, stay blessed, stay dangerous, y'all.
Appreciate that. Just Talking Ish, man. And again, man, blessings to Miss Noel for congratulations and blessings on the baby, man. Love seeing that, man. I don't know what you're talking about, Norton. Remember, plug out your AI because it's listening to you. Oh, unplug your AI. I don't know. They call me Plug Norton. But yo, we live every single night over here. We live every single night over here. Double tap the screen, share the live out. We live every single night over here, man. We'll go with Solo.
I don't really have nothing really. Just congratulations to Noelle for her pregnancy, and I hope everything is straight and blessed. And the discussion was great. Appreciate the discussion, and hope to have me on again. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Solo. We live every single night over here, man. Ample Perception, man. What we doing?
Hey man, I just want to say it. Thanks to the chat, thanks to the panel, and shout out to everybody who stayed the whole live. And wake your ass up, Plug, over there sounding all sleepy and shit, man.
Hey,
And
man.
it was just
It's a grind, man. It's a grind. No Diddy.
right. It was a good ass conversation, man. It was like a battle royale earlier up in this bitch. For real. Hey, man. Everybody have a good night. Peace out. I'm out. Peace and harmony, y'all.
All right, man. All right, y'all. I mean, June, flames in the chair for June. Puzzles, man. They say you was cooking tonight, man.
What it do, Plug, man? Chat. Noel, congratulations on the baby. Hope you subscribe. We get a baby money way and Plug Station. Solo, Just Talking Ish, all y'all good brothers, man, sisters, beautiful people, man. I'm just happy to see y'all part of the family. But last night, I was up here. I told y'all, my message for the youth was basically I was getting baptized, and I ain't really tell y'all why, so I'm gonna just tell y'all a little bit of the reason why. And plug, you can box me after this. 2024 is the reason why I'm getting baptized.
Damn, powerful words from puzzles, man. Norton said we got to plug in the Bible and study God's word for a better tomorrow, man. Puzzles, man. He said 2024, yeah, man. He said 2024 crazy, man. That's the reason he getting baptized, man. Put that live back up from that lady. Girl, I deleted that live. You thought I was gonna leave that shit back up, petition. Now, you know I just came back from a 7-day ban. They got plugged up out of here for a whole 7 days. A whole 7 days, I was just looking around, twiddling my damn thumbs. Couldn't go live, couldn't post nothing, couldn't make a. I recorded a whole video on my phone. I'm like, damn, I can't go live or post in a community tab and shit. I can make some videos. And I recorded a whole like 15-minute video, bro. Like a 15-minute video, bro. And yeah, I went to upload it and it said, you're not allowed to upload right now. You're not allowed to upload. But I do still think I got that live. I might be able to put it in stream. I'm about to go and hit the plug for an 8. I don't know. Oh, you finna go get you a 3.5. Your plug still selling 3.5 this early in the morning, Norton. You still selling 3.5, but yeah, they banned me for 7 days. It's 149 over here where I'm at, Norton, and you talking about going to get a 3.5. I'm gonna keep it real with you. If I was at the crib, Norton, and it was old plug, you hit me at 149 in the morning for a 3.5, bro, I'll probably be mad at you, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You will still get your 3.5, bro, but I'll be mad at you, bro. Oh, you on Skid Row, so you can get it whenever. Joe said he would have hit that 3.5 lead. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Yeah, matter of fact, I probably wouldn't even hit that 3.5 lead. Bro, I would have told you to get with me tomorrow, bro. And then when you came to shop with me tomorrow, bro, I would have told you, hey, man, don't never call me at no 2 in the fucking morning, bro. When my phone ring at 2 in the morning, I think something wrong. I think something wrong. Don't call me at no 2 in the morning for no damn 3.5, nigga. You gotta grab that 3.5, nigga, well before it get dark. You knew you wanted a 3.5. You knew you needed that 3.5 before it got dark outside. Now let's be real. Let's be real here. If you want to get a 3.5 at 2 in the morning, you knew at about 6 or 7 o'clock you needed that 3.5, nigga. And now if you at work or something, who is JVM again? I think I know Sonya Massey. Yeah, prayers of Sonya Massey. I don't know JVM McGee, but prayers of JVM McGee. June said I'm a bougie weed man. Nah, June. When I was trapping, you know what I'm saying? Like shit, we used to have shifts at the trap, bro. I'd go to the back and go to sleep, had niggas working the dough. Niggas working the dough, we was getting all the money. But at a certain point, bro, yeah, bro. I could have some bows around when selling nigga 3.5, bro. I'll file for backwood, bro, and smoke it in front of everybody, bro. Motherfuckers be looking, waiting on plug to pass the wood, bro. Next thing you know, I'm flicking that motherfucker. I'm flicking that motherfucker. Plug change prices after 9 p.m. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. After 9 p.m., nah, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I was the kind of nigga, bro. Like, once I became plug, like when I was when I was just hustling and shit, you know, I was getting it out the mud. You know, everybody's getting it out the mud. But when I became plug, plug, niggas knew not to call me for no 35, bro. If you wasn't a homie, bro, see, I ain't never changed up on the homies, bro. But like, if you wasn't a homie, bro, nah, bro. I'll come around, bro. Niggas will know I be having that some bag, bro. And they know they couldn't buy nothing. They couldn't buy nothing, bro. Cause I didn't fuck with everybody. That's one thing about it. I ain't fuck with everybody. Once I became plug, it was over with. I couldn't be out here selling to everybody. Yeah, you didn't have to bring your own Zod of my crib, bro. But it was like if I knew you. But if I didn't know you, like I wasn't one of them niggas, bro. That just because, like, put it to you like this. Like, see, if Puzzles came, if me and Puzzles was kicking it, bro, and Puzzles brought his homie around, like I'd probably get mad if Puzzles passed his homie in my backwood. Put it to you like that. Like June, if me and you, if me and you was kicking it, bro, and you brought your homie around and you passed on my backwood, bro, June, I get to looking at you funny, bro. I get to looking at you scratching my head, bro. Like why did you pass him my wood, bro? I don't know him. You know what I'm saying? Like I know you, nigga. Like, nah, you used to be Plies plug. I heard that he ran off on the plug twice. Nah, I wasn't running off. I did good business, bro. I did good business, bro. I wouldn't bring my homie to other homie niggas' house. Niggas be playing. Yeah, you damn sure better not bring nobody else to my house. I'm talking about like nigga, if we was just out somewhere. Like say we had a fucking what they be calling them hoes, a car meet. Say we had a car meet, June. We watching niggas at the car meet, you know what I'm saying? We got the cars out and shit, bro. And I fobbed this backwood. Shit, I pass you the backwood and your homie standing next to you. If you pass that motherfucker over there to him, bro, I'm gonna be a little upset, bro. You gonna have to let me know something. You gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, give me a little eye contact or something like, hey, bro, he good, you know what I'm saying? And I'm liable to say no. Depending on how I'm feeling. I'm not a friendly person in real life, y'all. I'm really not. I don't fuck with people, bro. They be weird, bro. People be weird, bro. Norton say, yeah, you gotta be careful nowadays, yeah. That should be like, who is he? Yeah, like who is bro? Who is buddy? Cause you know niggas be bringing niggas around you, bro, and they don't even really be cool with them niggas. You know what I'm saying? They might have just got cool last week. You know what I'm saying? 2 weeks ago, and then now he got this nigga around you, bro, smoking your weed and shit, looking upside your head, seeing how you move. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. I could smoke my own 35, nigga. June said, I ain't gonna lie, I know I'm gone. No protocol, but I'm a weed head. I have hella blunts on deck, but I don't fuck with everybody either. People just be fluke as fuck. Yeah, nah, bro. Look at Pop Smoke and XXX Tentacion. Pop Smoke, yeah, that was some fluke shit with Pop Smoke and X, man. That was, niggas wanted X up out of here, bro. Yeah, man, we gotta go with the message to the youth, man. What's the message to the youth tonight gonna be, man? The message for the youth is I got robbed once being cool with niggas. It happens. It happens, June. It happens. Niggas get robbed every day, B. Niggas get robbed every day. But the message to the youth is see through the noise. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to see through the noise. It's a lot going on. This world is moving fast. A lot of information is going in and out your brain, in and out your head every minute of the day. But you got to be able to see through the noise. Focus on what's important to you and double down on it. Double down on what's important to you. Right now is a very important time to double down on what's important to you. Double down on your morals, double down on your principles, double down on your goals, double down on your ethics. Because 2024 is crazy. I heard what Puzzle said. Said that he getting baptized because of 2024. So I want everybody to see through the noise. Don't get distracted. Focus on what you want to focus on. Not what the majority wants to focus on. Not what the media wants you to focus on. Not what your boss, of course, do your job, you know what I'm saying? But not what people around you want you to focus on, but what you actually want to focus on. Double down on it. Dive into it. Figure it out. Figure it out. And that way you come to the table with the information, you're prepared. What did Kobe say? Kobe said he was never scared in the game. Why? Because if he had fear, that means he was underprepared. When Plug get on here and get the run in his mouth and going live, I don't have no fear. Because I prepared for this shit. Maybe I didn't prepare for going live or prepare for YouTube or prepare for that, but I prepared. Like I've been running my damn mouth my whole life, Chad. Told you I'm a failed rapper. I've been in front of the camera for years. I done been to fucking meetings with major labels. I done all of that shit, bro. So when I come over to YouTube, it's kind of easy for me. You know what I'm saying? Shit easy. It's not easy as in showing up every day. It's hard. That's the hard part. Showing up every single day, putting in them hours with the family, having these conversations, letting new people join the platform. That's the hard part. Being entertaining, oh, that's easy. Having fun, kicking and shooting the shit. Oh, I'm country. That's what we do. I'm country. That's what we do. Kobe said I'm ass. I bet Kobe said I'm ass, bro. Kobe said everybody ass. Next time you talk to Kobe, tell him I said what up. Letitia said you already defeated if you want fear for real. Lauren said Plug is your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. Hey, y'all get June to 50 subscribers. Everybody over here, click June Mod Wrench right quick and go to his channel and subscribe and then come right back. Don't stay over there. Come right back. Cause I'm live. He not. He trying to go live. He need 50 subscribers to go live, man. Y'all sub to June, man, so he can run his damn mouth. Cause June be coming over here on my platform, chat, and I love June. He's an excellent guest to the panel. He been real good about it the last couple of nights, but June to say some crazy shit on my platform, and I had to look at him like, bro, is you trying to sabotage this motherfucker? That's how raw and uncut June is, no Diddy. If y'all want to hear some uncensored, unfiltered shit, click that wrench right there. Cause June gonna come with it. I just want June to see how June rock out with his first band. Damn, Chad. They rolled me up. Chill out, bro. They rolled me up. They talking about watch out, the plug is loose. It was unplugged. Y'all got all kind of plug jokes because my laptop died. Y'all funny as hell, bro. Y'all funny as hell, man. I forgot what I was even talking about, man. My shit done died, man. Dang. Bruh, chill out. Ample Perception TV. Watch out. Watch out, bro. Watch out. I had the message to the youth here about seeing through the noise, man. I've been chilling on the community tab, so announcements, community tab. If y'all see the community tab, man, just know that I post women on my community tab, man. If you don't like the picture, just don't like the picture. You know what I'm saying? You can like the picture, keep it pushing, man. If you do like the picture, you know what I'm saying, drop a comment, man. Now Daniel Blair talking about it wasn't even plugged in. They talking about it was a message to the kids. Yeah, but the reason I posted on my community tab is for the impressions, man. You get them people in here for these conversations we having, man. Don't think look too much in it. But yeah, the message to the youth, bro. You gotta see through the noise, man. And when life sometimes gonna throw you a curveball, so you know what you gotta do with a curveball, man. You gotta sit on that motherfucker, knock it out the park. You know what I'm saying? You gotta sit on it, knock it out the park, man. You gotta be able to focus through these times that we're in. Like y'all see what's going on. You got the Diddy case, you got the election, you got the port strike, you got all these celebrities being brought out, you got college football, you know what I'm saying? You got a lot going on. But you gotta be able to focus on what really matters to you, what's important to you, and double and triple down on the lanky prepper. What it do, man? You came in a little late, man. We almost 6 hours in. My laptop done died and everything, man. Appreciate you for coming back, Lanky Prepper. They say Ukraine hit Russia. I heard about that. I heard Ukraine hit Russia earlier today, man. I seen they say the Iraqis were celebrating from that strike that they did. They had like a little festival or something. I seen it. Them was getting down over there. They say God is trying to plug us into the kingdom. Facts. Appreciate it, Lanky Prepper. Say you gonna watch the replay. All right, man. But yeah, man, we kicked it tonight. We'll be back live tomorrow, man. We one of the fastest growing channels out here, man. Let me see where the subscribers at, man. Yeah, man, we about I didn't even ask for subscribers tonight, but we're about 40 subscribers away, man. 40 subscribers away from 6,000, man. If you haven't subscribed, you should have subscribed, man. You said I told y'all yesterday they penetrated. Norton say that war is fake news. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Norton, it's 2:10 in the morning. You want to talk about that war? It's fake news. Here we go. Ukraine is trying to get help from the UN. Here we go. What y'all gonna do, man? They said that the port strike, man, they got to January, whatever. They got to January, like 6 days before the inauguration to get that shit together. The dome only blocked 20%, not 80%. Did you hear about the Russian base that Israel attacked? I did. Thank you, Prepper. I dropped the link if anybody wanted to come up, man. I said I was finna get off this shit. Fuck it. Like you Prepper done came in here. Letitia says she's still at work. Fuck it. I dropped the link. Y'all know how to get up here. Y'all got to screenshot that shit, put it in your browser, man. So we got to January solar generator. That's a movie screen there showing you. Norton. That's a bold claim, Norton. Especially when people are out here really losing their lives. That's a bold claim, Norton. Say it's called Star Wars. You saying that shit like the war is like the moon landing? That's what you saying? I doubt it, bro. That war is real, bro. I have the Jackery solar. I don't know what that is. Is that like a solar panel for like utility purposes, or is that like the house panels or something? What's Jackery solar? I guess I could look it up. I am on my laptop. I'm being lazy. Here we go. Letitia said the moon landing was fake. Okay, y'all. 2 is in the chat if the moon landing was fake. 3 is if the chat if the moon landing was real. 2 is in the chat if the moon landing was fake. 3 is in the chat if the moon landing was real. You said it's a portable generator. I got a generator, a gas generator, but it ain't solar. So y'all think the moon landing was, what did I say? 3 was real, right? Yeah. 2 was fake, 3 was real. So June think it's real, Daniel think it's real. Nah, Lanky Prepper, that strike didn't last long, man. You know what they said, man. They gotta get this shit together, man. But you gotta think, man, they got 61%. The strike didn't last long because not because of the union workers. You gotta think they offered them like a day and a half ago. They was only offering them 50%. They turned down a 50% raise. So today we got confirmation that they getting a 61% raise. So they got 11 more percent, bro, over that time period. Somebody made that call. It's like get them folks what they want. And they get container royalties. You said, but it's over 6 years before they get the full raise. But yeah, they get container royalties too. So you gotta think 24 divided by 6, that's $4 a year. And how long is the agreement gonna be for? They get $4 a year, but how long is the agreement gonna be for? NASA's green screen, the truth. Nah, you said they get paid by the container. I don't know. Nah, it just said that they negotiated container royalties. Let me look it up. What are? Damn, I don't feel like typing with 2 hands. All right, this is what it say. Container royalties are payments made to the longshoremen to compensate for the loss of jobs caused by the use of container shipping. The payments were created in the 1960s as seaports began to use standardized containers and automation. Container royalties are paid through various funds. So, definition, container royalties are special payments to compensate longshoremen for decreased employment opportunities resulting from the use of containerized shipping. So they negotiated those payments as well. Moon landing fake as fuck. We only faked the moon landing to bankrupt the. Why you keep using this plug terminology, Norton? You funny as hell. Those leaders are plugged in. Some of them containers that smoke with. I seen that sheriff. Did y'all see that sheriff at the beginning of the show? Y'all seen that sheriff from California that said he been seeing all them illegal border crossings? A lot of them have been from Yemen and Chinese. Y'all see him? They coming in through Mexico. That's what I was telling. I was kind of arguing with Oculus earlier on Money Platform. I wasn't arguing with him, but we was having a conversation. But he was like, he tired of, you know what I'm saying, people blaming the Latinos for all the border, you know what I'm saying, coming across. And I was telling him, like, bro, like, we understand. I mean, I understand that it's all kind of people coming across that border. But we got to understand that, like, as far as illegal immigration in our country, it's mainly the southern border. And no matter what race comes in through the southern border, whether it be South American, whether it be African, whether it be Chinese, whether it be whatever, most of the time they coming in through the southern border. And we know who controls the southern border: the cartels. They get in their pockets laced. They the ones getting folks over here. So I mean, of course, my default, they're gonna get blamed for the southern border because they control it. And that's where mainly all of the illegal immigrants come in. And they was telling me we need to secure all the borders, and I was like, yeah, that sounds nice in theory, but it's like, shit, by far and large, the southern border is where everybody come here. Sam Viscaro, what's up? What's up, bro? We just did a 6-hour live, man. We wrapping it up right now. I'm just running my damn mouth. That's what I do. My name's Plug. My channel name's Plugsation. Welcome in, my boy. Go check my back catalog. I got a bunch of lives. I go live every single day. You saying Kamala or Trump? Chat. Let's see what the chat wants to think right now, man. Fuck it. We got a few people in here. We'll go 4s in the chat for Kamala, 5s in the chat for Trump. 4s in the chat for Kamala, 5s in the chat for Trump. Let me see if y'all active in here, man. 4s in the chat for Kamala, 5s in the chat for Trump. We got a few people answering. Everybody's scared tonight. Like you Pepper said, he might not vote. Appreciate your opinion, Harry James. You said Kamala. Yeah, you got the right to your opinion. Shit. Daniel Blair says 5. Lucky Pepper say, I might not vote. Lucky Pepper, why aren't you gonna vote, man? You can vote for whoever you want to vote for. I had to sneeze, chat. Norton said they have trumped us and are just biding time. Norton, you're a funny guy, man. You got a lot of puns over there, Norton. I bet you're a dry humor guy. Probably like a lot of dry humor. Lucky Prepper, what the hell you be doing up at 2, 3 in the morning, bro? What you got going on, bro? You just be up on YouTube, man, with your headset on, looking around and shit, twiddling your toes. And tomorrow, Friday, man. Damn, this week went by fast, chat. Canning chicken. Oh, that's what you doing, Letitia? You canning chicken? The fuck is canning chicken? Is that a joke? Does that mean something that it ain't supposed to mean? I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. It say politicians, by definition, are not to be trusted. I just base my vote on the individual generally. So how do you feel about it's a Diddy joke? Canning chicken. I thought it was choking chicken. That's what we used to say growing up, was choking chicken. I ain't never heard of canning chicken, bro. Oh, you said homemade canned food. Okay. So you actually over there making chicken. Why do they have to patrol space? Remember, the sixth branch of the military is called Space Force. Why do they have to patrol space? Don't they got the alien files going on now? Wasn't the alien shit, all that shit getting released? Oh, you were saying you canning chicken like for some prepping shit. You're over there prepping. They recruiting Space Army too. I remember Stein said he used to want to be an astronaut. He could have joined the Space Force. Y'all picture Stein being an astronaut, bro. That nigga be up there going on one, man. Stein will probably be like, let all the lasers off. It's a prepper joke. Okay. I see the commercials every night smoking my blunt. June, they ain't recruiting for no Space Army, bro. I'm finna Google this shit, bro. Space Army recruit. I'm finna sign up, y'all. I'm finna sign up, y'all. Let's see. How to join the Space Force. To enlist in the Space Force, you must meet the following basic requirements. Be 17 to 42. Be a U.S. citizen. Obtain a qualifying ASVAB. Hey, if they don't say I can't be no felon and shit, I'm gonna join the Space Force, y'all. And what are the basic qualifications for the Space Force? I'm finna pull this shit up, y'all. To enlist in the Space Force, you must meet the following criteria. Be 17 to 42. Be a U.S. citizen. Obtain a qualifying ASVAB. You gotta have an aptitude test. You gotta take the ASVAB, which covers the 4 critical areas to our mission. Actually, not that was physical, mental, spirit. There you go. So Guardians attend the same basic military training as enlisted airmen, with the addition of Space Force specific curriculum. This includes physical training and testing and 21 hours of instruction covering emotional intelligence. Man, they recruit for the Space Force, y'all.
You try to join the Space Force, bro?
Hell yeah, they said they ain't say nothing about nigga couldn't be no felon.
But you
That
remember
was
them
like I was looking for.
them people up there right now, they can't even bring them back down. The people been stuck up there for what, like 4 months?
Hey man, as long as they pay my kid. Hey, my kids finna get a check. Y'all lost me in space. Man, my kids better not ever pay for shit.
Hey, they just stuck up there though, bro. It's like
I
a
thought
man
they
and a
had came
woman.
back.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
somebody, hey, hold on. Jantel Gomez said it sounds like got dicks in your mouth. You didn't even put you. So you a dumbass. So hold on, Jantel Gomez. You a dumbass. You can't even spell. It sounds like you got dick on your brain. So Jantel, it looks like you might need to go get laid, Miss Jantel. I think you've been in there flicking the bean a little too much, and you got a little dick on your mind. So you might want to go get laid. You ever heard of a gigolo? You know what a gigolo is, Jantel? You know what a gigolo is?
Well, I can't see her. Oh, there she go.
I ain't pulling her comment up because they said I don't need to be pulling people comments up talking shit. But Miss Jantel, you
Get
might
in here and talk to us, Gomez, Miss Gomez.
yeah, Miss
But
Jantel.
yeah, nigga, I told your ass, man, when I was
June, you come in here yelling and shit, changing the mood. I'm having a roast session, nigga. I'm giving somebody some attention that they don't so desperately want, nigga. Miss Jantel, let me tell you how you find you a gigolo. You gotta go look for a young nigga.
Facts.
You go to any hood store. It's gonna be a young nigga outside the store talking about he got grams for 10. That's you holler at right there, Miss Jantel. He gonna get you all the way together. He gonna get you a gram for 10, and he gonna get you together on the back end. And
get you right.
Maybe you won't come in here so fucking uptight every single night. The fuck on, man.
Oh, she always be coming in here doing all that shit.
No. Oh, I think I ain't never seen them, but I would say always because it be always somebody like them, and I feel like they be making different accounts.
Probably do.
Go ahead, John.
But yeah, man, I told your ass, bro. I'll be up at night smoking my blunt, and the motherfucking Space Army commercial come on talking about nigga, do you want to join the Space Army? Nigga, they even had a commercial where they was in the studio singing and shit, and they was like, nigga, you could join the army and be a musical. I was like, I know you lying, nigga. You will not be in the army making rap songs, nigga.
Bro, who was talking about they went to the moon? Niggas ain't went to no moon, bro. Who said the moon landing was real?
June said
I did.
You said it was real?
I did.
Bro, have you seen the footage of the moon landing? Like, have you actually watched it?
Stein said
It's a movie about.
Stein said they lost the moon landing footage. He said they lost it.
Nah, but you could see like when they showed the little ship, that garbage can looking ship they had and shit. Y'all ain't never seen that shit.
Hey, Annuel said, "Can the three of you fight?" Now I can't speak for this nigga Fly Lanky P or June, but I'm gonna tell you about Plug. Plug gonna hold his motherfucking on. I'll let Lanky P and June tell you about their motherfuckers. But Annuel Sereno, hold on, June. It don't sound like you can fight in real. I'm putting 10 times out of 10 It ain't gonna be close. I'm gonna slaughter you by 3-4 pieces, man. You gonna be sliding down the wall of the bar, bro. I ain't getting whooped by no nigga named Hero.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You gotta be my close friend if we gonna fight. I ain't fighting no randoms. I ain't fighting no randoms.
I hit bro hard one time and he ain't gonna want to fight.
Hero said, I didn't say I can fight. Exactly. See? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, man. Don't come here
He
hitting us
say
on
I
that
didn't say
type
I
of
can
time.
fight. I just
Yeah.
asked if y'all can fight.
Right. Don't come in here on that type of time, bro.
Nah,
Snatch your ass up.
We in
nah,
here
hell
talking
was
about
funny.
moon landings and is the moon real and shit. You talking about can the three of you guys fight? You done got me on some time, bro. Hey, man, chill out, bro. Chill out, bro.
Yeah, bro, you can't fight no randos. What you gonna fight a rando for?
But no, that moon shit. I know it was a fake landing, but I know it was a real landing too. And this motherfucker's out there in space. And I can honestly say that because I allegedly live like near a UAP UFO testing site.
Yeah.
And it's man-made UFOs allegedly that the military make. And they fly into space and they come right back down. You can see the atmosphere burning off of it. Then they land back on Earth for about 60 seconds. Then they shoot right back up in space.
Okay.
For
I mean,
real.
it sound good. It sounds
And
good.
it's a drone. It's not a man on there because we can't take that type of G-force. It's a
Right. Okay.
drone.
Now you're talking. Now you're
And
talking.
but yeah, it's a drone, and they can fly it to space and back on Earth, and it don't even have to land for longer than 60 seconds before it's back in space.
So you don't believe in the Bible?
I do, but I feel like people who talk about the firmament shit
There
is
you go.
misinterpreting the Bible.
You
I
think
feel
so?
like most definitely, bro.
I don't know. It's pretty
They taking some
straightforward.
words out of context,
It's
man.
pretty
And
straightforward though,
and I
bro.
say
Like,
that because a certain group of people only read a certain Bible. And
yeah.
if you gonna do that, at least read all translations in the original language to see exactly what that word meant, bro.
Now you
Don't
lost me
just
when you said the original language. You can't do all
see.
that.
Yes, you can. Hebrew still exists.
I don't think that's the real Hebrew. I
It
don't think
still
it
exists,
is.
and if Hebrew don't exist, what's that other language? Aramaic. That's another language. Go
Yeah.
back to Aramaic. So, like, it's a lot of ways to find out what that word means. And I'm learning different languages right now. And people need to literally find all meanings to that word versus just one King James version of the Bible and then just run with it. That's not cool.
Hey, didn't I tell y'all Fly was looking around at about 2:30 in the morning with them damn headphones on scrolling YouTube? Did I just tell y'all that?
You already know, bro. You already
Listen, I
know.
mean, if it's God's book, why didn't he give it to everyone?
You say why he didn't get, because it wasn't for everybody. It's only for the Israelites.
Hey, check this out. God gave everybody a book. Everybody just
No, he didn't.
translated it different.
He
Yes,
didn't give it to
let me
everybody.
check
He didn't
this
give it
out.
to
Hey, I'm gonna
This
keep
everybody.
it real
That's a
with you,
lie.
like this ain't
what
like
I
you
mean
think.
by
Correct you
that.
though. I gotta
This is
correct you though. That's a lie. He didn't give it to everybody, and it wasn't
bro.
meant for everybody. It
This is
wasn't
what I
meant for
mean by
everybody.
that though.
Yeah.
You got people who are Buddhists, you got people who are Islamic, you got people who are they do Judaism, you got
Mm-hmm.
people so like basically it's secret information to be a good person in all of these books. You just
Okay.
gotta read the book, basically.
But
And so like,
who do Buddhists pray to?
huh?
Who do Buddhists pray to?
I don't know.
They pray to Buddha.
I don't think Buddhists believe in God. I don't think they
They
pray to Buddha though.
they pray to Buddha. They say Buddha is they what do they call him?
I don't think Buddhists believe in God.
They don't believe in no God. Somebody in the
Uh-uh.
chat. Ain't no
They
Buddhists in the
believe in
chat.
Buddha, man. They worship Buddha, bro.
The little fat dude, right?
But
They
Yeah.
I
worship
don't
Buddha,
think they
right?
worship. I don't think they worship Buddha. They just practice his way of life.
Norton say
Okay.
Buddha
That's
was a man.
They believe in reincarnation.
They believe in Shiva.
Shiva.
I thought that was the Indians that believe in Shiva.
That's Hindu.
Yeah, that's Hindu. Oh, he said so. Buddha is like they Jesus, right? Buddha is like they Jesus.
Okay, Buddhists do not worship the Buddha as a god, but instead revere him in his teachings. I told y'all.
But the
They don't.
thing is, bro, when you put them statues in your house and shit, that's worshiping, bro. That's an idol. If you put that statue in your house, that's an idol.
But basically, what I was saying is, what I was trying to say was that I don't know if you read the Emerald Tablets or not,
Nah, I
but
haven't.
in that book, it sounds some stuff sounds a lot similar to what Jesus said. And I don't know if you read the Quran or not, but the Quran is actually an offshoot from the Bible from when Abraham, when he had, I think it was either his first kid or his second kid by Hagar. And his son was called Issachar, aka Ishmael, aka Islam.
Right.
So like that's how Islam started through that bloodline lineage. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the information that's in the Emerald Tablets is basically telling you to be a good person and produce good energy. Now, if you pass that to Christianity or any other type of religion, the golden rule is to treat others as yourself. Point blank, period. And then another philosophy before Christianity, when you died, they would ask you, did you bring joy to yourself? And then the second question would be, did you bring joy to the world? So basically, did you harm yourself or did you harm the world? And if both of those questions are no, you get to make it to the other side. But long story short is
They
be a
saying
good
you
person.
incorrect. They saying you incorrect. They said first illegitimate, and then
I don't agree with them. I'm just letting them talk. I don't agree
they
with them.
said
I'm just listening to what he's saying.
Fly Lanky P, you got a whole shelf full of idols behind you, nigga.
A whole shelf of what?
Full of idols. They say you was talking about idols. They say you got a whole shelf full of idols behind you, nigga.
Them ain't idols. Them is glasses, my boy.
Oh well, that's what the chat said. I just had them to see.
They tripping. Them is glasses. Y'all just nosy want to look around my house. That's what y'all trying to do. Nosy ass people.
Bro set himself up.
Them is wine glasses, my boy.
But no, real shit though. The long story short, and everybody is against religion theoretically because all these secret information on how to be a good person is in all of these books. And that's why you got all this separation, etc., etc. Now I ain't
I
gonna
feel
say
like them books don't got no power, bro. Them books don't got no power. It's nothing like the Bible where you can read the Bible and see everything that's happening right now and know what's about to happen next. You can't do that with none of them other religions, bro. That shit don't got no power.
I'm not gonna disagree with you on that part because I am an avid Bible reader, but as a person who's read other books too, I can appreciate and see the important messages. And I say this to also say this too because really Islam, Judaism, Christianity, all worshiping the same nigga. Somewhere in the politics, they started disagreeing and they became enemies. And in my opinion, I just think it's politics that separate the three. But they all worship the same nigga. Period.
I don't know, man. A lot of people say it ain't.
I don't agree with that. I think, bro, people been worshiping other gods since the beginning of time, bro. We've been going to war with people that worship other gods, like,
What?
bro, we Israelites, bro, like we've been going to war with other people, other nations. Like it's different nations on earth. It's not just one nation. It's a bunch of different nations that all praise different gods and got different beliefs and shit. You feel
Hey,
me?
bro.
Like cows, we over here, shit. We over here, we eat cows, we eat steaks and beef. Other religions, man, they worship cows.
Yeah, they let them piss on
That's
their
not what I
head.
was
You seen
saying.
that? They let them pee on their head and all that because they think they holy. You
Yeah.
seen that?
Yeah, right now I'm specifically talking about Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. All worship the same nigga. Same rules,
Nah.
everything.
Islam, bro. Let me tell you about Islam. Islam, they don't believe in Yeshua. They don't believe in Jesus. They believe
That's the
Jesus was
only
just a man.
that's the only
That's the
difference.
whole point, bro.
That's what make it politics
Bro,
though. At the
but
end of
that's
the
the whole
day,
point. That's the whole point of
it's the
our shit,
same
bro. It's
God at the
Jesus.
end of the day though.
No, it's not, bro. It's not. You can't
It's
just
the
say that.
same, it's the
You can't
same
just say that.
monotheistic thing.
You
Because in
can't just say that.
Christianity, Jesus is not God. In Judaism, Jesus is not God. And in Islam, Jesus is not God. God
See,
is God.
you gotta understand. You gotta understand.
Yeshua is not
Jesus,
God.
you gotta understand, bro. Jesus is God because
No,
Jesus
he not.
is. Listen. You're not gonna let me finish. You're not gonna let me finish. Jesus
Jehovah
is
is
about.
God.
You're not gonna let me finish. You gonna let me finish? Jesus is about his father's business. That makes him God. Jesus only does what God wants him to do. You understand? Jesus is the human form of God. Jesus is God on earth. He was sent. He's not a regular man.
Joe.
So because he's not a regular man, we supposed to worship him. I thought he said worship
No,
his
you're not
father.
supposed to
He
worship him.
said
You're not
worship his
supposed to worship him.
father. His
I'm telling you, you're not
father.
supposed to worship
Even
him,
he
bruh.
said that out of his own mouth. His
You just want
father.
to argue. You're not
I'm
listening,
not.
bruh.
That's what the
You're
book
not
say.
listening. You're not listening.
Huh? But that's what the book say. That's what
The
the
No,
book
he's
Bible
says,
say.
agreeing
the
with
book
you.
says, the book says, if you seen me, you seen the Father. Does it not say that? If you see me, you seen the Father, right?
That's not the same thing though, because when
All
people look
right,
no,
bro.
no,
You don't
because
know the
people can
scripture, bro. You don't
people
know the
look at
scripture.
me and say they see my father because I look like him.
No,
That don't mean I'm my father.
that's not the same thing, bro. That's not the same thing. If you
For real,
seen
and that's what
me,
I'm talking about. Y'all misinterpreting the Bible, bro. And y'all
no.
telling people these lies, man.
You know why you don't
Jesus is
understand?
not God.
You know why you don't
Jesus
understand?
was created by God. So how is he God if he was created? God has
Listen.
no beginning or ending. Jesus has a beginning.
Why you gotta yell
How
and
is
get
that
all crazy?
possible?
Why you gotta yell and get all crazy? We
I'm
just
not
having a
yelling.
conversation. Are you
I'm not
is yelling,
yelling.
bro? You literally yelling. Listen,
I'm
bro.
not yelling though.
Listen.
I'm just serious.
Everybody not gonna understand because it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Everybody not supposed to understand. But if you know Jesus, then you know God. You know that they're two different. But at the same time, when you're reading about Jesus coming to the earth, Jesus was sent by God and only did what God wanted him to do. He's about his father's business. So if you seen
So how is
Jesus, you
Jesus
saw
God
God.
if he was sent by God?
You don't understand, bro. You just don't get it. It's not for everybody to understand. I can't
You
explain
can't
it to
say
you
that,
really.
bro.
I
Jesus
can. I
is
just told
God's
you.
son. That is
You don't
very
understand.
misleading.
So who's the mother then?
The God don't need no mother.
See, you don't
Earth
understand. You don't
don't need a mother.
understand,
Who is
bro.
Earth's mother? Who is
You
Earth's
don't
mother? He created
understand.
Earth. He created Earth. Who is Earth's mother then?
Earth is not a living thing, bro.
Okay, Earth is a living thing.
No, it's not.
Then how do trees live on it? How
You
does the
compare
ocean live on it
you
if it's not a
comparing
living
Earth.
thing?
You comparing Earth to Jesus, bro. That's not the same thing,
Bro,
bro.
it's a creation from God.
Listen, bro. God God sent Jesus. Jesus is only about his father's business. He's not a man. He was only sent to do what God wanted him to do. You understand? So all of his works, everything that Jesus did was from God. He's about his father's business. So if you see Jesus, you see God, because everything he's doing is what God wants him to do. We can't do that as men. We can't do. We're weak to the flesh. We can't do what Jesus did. You're not supposed to worship Jesus. You're supposed to worship the Father. But if you saw Jesus, you saw the Father because the Father is working through Jesus. He was only sent to do the works of God. But I can't explain that to somebody that's not supposed to understand that. Only certain people can understand that because the Bible's not meant for everybody. It's not.
You basically
He said,
proved my point.
if I guess. He said Jesus was born and died and rose on the third day, right, Norton? But did he rise on the third day?
Who rose him up though? It wasn't Jesus because he was dead. Who rose him
Bro,
up? Who
I
rose
see
Jesus
what you're
up?
doing, bro. I see what you're doing, bro, but you don't understand the whole Bible. What's the whole point of Jesus? Do you know the story of Saul? Do
Yes,
you
I
know the
do.
story
He
of
was a
Saul?
murderer, and then he
Okay.
became Paul.
Okay, so why did God put Saul in position? Why did he make him a king? Because Saul wasn't a king. Saul was just a regular man. Why did he put him in position and make him a king?
I don't remember, but continue.
All right, I'll tell you. All right, the reason that God made Saul a king is because the Israelites demanded a king. They didn't want to follow God. They didn't want to follow somebody with no name. They didn't want to follow the I am. They needed a man. They wanted a man to command them. You see what I'm saying? So they wanted somebody to be above them. And God told them, He said, hey, if I give you a king, the king is going to take all y'all money. The king is going to put y'all to work. The king is going to send y'all kids to war. They said, we don't care. They said, we don't care. We want a king. We want a king above us. We want a man to be above us. So God said, hey, if y'all want a king, I'm going to just give y'all a king. You see what I'm saying? We can't follow God. We got to follow something. We got to follow a
Wait,
man. Like,
wait.
that's
You
just how
talking
we
Old
are.
Testament?
Yeah, I'm talking Old Testament, bro.
Okay. I was talking about
Saul is in the
Saul
Old
in the New
Testament.
Testament.
So what, you just going to disclude the Old Testament because
No, no,
what?
no. I read the whole Bible.
Okay, so then like the whole reason that Saul was put in position was because the Israelites was too stupid to just recognize how good God was and how good they
Yes, when
had
they
it.
switched from
They didn't,
judges over to kings, basically, is what you're talking
bro. The
about.
Israelites was stupid, bro. They wanted to worship like statues, like Buddha and shit. They had a God that'd do anything for them, but they wanted to worship stupid shit. That's why we in the
Well,
position we in now, because our ancestors was doing stupid shit, bro.
well, also when they went to Babylon, they learned magic from demons
Mm-hmm.
and created the Cabal system.
Right.
So, long story short, if
Hey,
the
take
Israelite
that
shit,
comment, y'all.
What you say?
That comment and say y'all are aware that the Old Testament is literally Judaism, right?
yep, I know that. It's the Torah.
People call it the Old Testament, but it doesn't matter if it's the Old Testament or not, because the covenant is still there. The covenant never dies, so it doesn't matter. We're still under the same laws as the Old Testament. It doesn't matter. I mean, we got grace, but the Israelites are still under the same laws. No, the Israelites did stupid shit, bro.
I
So
will
Did
say
tell us
stupid
this.
about your
shit.
journey.
I,
Tell us about your journey becoming an Israelite, Fly Lane.
Nah, I'm not like in no camp. I'm not no weird. I'm not like on the corner yelling at people and shit. But I can't deny who I am, bro. Like, you feel me? I can't deny it, and I can't tell you like, okay, how God talked to me and how God came into my life. Like, it would sound crazy to you, bro. But I'm an Israelite, bro. Like, I can't deny it, bro. I'm
Shit,
from
we
the
I
got
said,
tribe of
time.
Judah. I'm from the tribe of Judah, bro. And them
I,
people over there right now, them ain't real Israelites, bro. That's not the real Israel. The real
I will,
Israel is still scattered. We still scattered.
I will say this. Even though I'm not a strong believer in the Hebrew Israelite thing, I did meet a lady from Israel, and she said they taught her in her school that we the lost tribe of Israel over here, the black people in America. So I will say that much, but I ain't gonna stomp down, put my foot on it, because niggas wake up every day and say they something. One day they Egyptian, one day they Native Americans, shit. One day they fucking Chinese, nigga. One day they
Hey,
Japanese.
the Egyptians look just like us though. We could have
Yeah,
blended in with the Egyptians. You feel me?
Jesus blended in with the Egyptians.
Yep, exactly. You know what's up, bro. You know what's up.
Yeah, and
You know
I
what's up.
seen a documentary on I think it was Tubi, and they interviewed a dude from Israel, and bruh looks like one of my uncles. I'm not gonna lie.
For
He
real.
looks like we was related. I'm not even gonna fucking lie, bruh.
Norton,
He
Look
Norton,
like you, nigga.
Norton, you say you a Benjamite. Don't like every couple of days something reminds you that you a Benjamite, right? Like that's how you know you a Benjamite. Something always bring you back to that shit. Like, listen, bro, you a Benjamite, right? That's how you know. Bro, every 2 days, something gonna tell me I'm from Judah. You a man of Judah. It's just like that. You feel me? It ain't no running from it. He said Norton trolling. Norton ain't trolling. Norton being here every fucking night. Because this is your uncle.
but nah, so yeah, I don't know. I just stick close to God, bruh. I don't pay attention to the politics and the
That's
labels. I
that's
just
all
make
that
sure
matter.
I do my best to be a good human being and not do no fucked up shit to people, bro. Pretty just keep that shit solid. I do my best to do that. For real. And make sure women and children is protected at all times, and that's all, man. For real. But I
What
make
you
sure I do, huh?
what you think about this war? You think we about to be getting sent over to Israel or what?
I believe that um the end is near, bro, and
How near?
Revelations is
How
coming
near you
true.
think? How near you think? And what you think gonna happen? Like how you think it's gonna happen?
On God's time tomorrow, but his time don't work like our time.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's a fact. That's a
uh
fact.
it's it's closer than it's ever been. Like it's closer than when grandma used to say that shit and great grandma used to say that shit. How they used to say, we living in the
Yeah.
last days. But yeah, nigga, we like on the last day, nigga, in the fucking early in the morning. We
You
just woke
seen
up.
you seen all the flooding and shit, right? All the flooding that been going on. You know,
Yeah, no,
did you see them saying that most of them places that got flooded was sundown towns? Did you hear that?
no, I didn't. But
You
what's
never heard
weird?
that? Yeah.
Uh-uh. You want to know what's weird though?
What's up?
This year, hurricanes started earlier than they were supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Like they started in July versus in August and September when they supposed to start. Yep, that was
So
when
you
the
said it
I
was
think
all sundown town.
Yeah, the sundown towns. You know about those?
Yeah, I'm from Arkansas, bro. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know. Hey, my mom from Arkansas. That's crazy. Little Rock.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my mom from Arkansas. My pops from Louisiana.
oh shit, I'm from Little Rock.
You from Little Rock?
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy, bro. And he in Arkansas. You from Little Rock, and my mom's from. I want to go back there because we still got some land out there. But
Yeah, yeah.
Amber say we're already invaded. They started during COVID lockdowns. People were seeing foreign troops and their military vehicles hidden in the mines and rock quarries. Yeah. I think if
No,
Trump get in, that's when everything gonna pop off. If Trump get in, everything gonna go crazy. If Kamala get in, they just gonna keep doing it slow. Like they doing like a slow drain of niggas. Like they slowly bringing us down, breaking us down, fucking us up, fucking everything up. But if Trump get in, it's just gonna be fast. Like it's gonna be quick. Everything gonna get activated.
Yeah, you see that comment?
What it say?
I do believe African people are part of the 12 tribes. Judaism perhaps even originated from North Africa.
Africans are from Ham. They descend from Ham. So they're not 12 tribes because they descend from Ham. Africans sold us to America. That's why they always say, "Oh, it's your own people that sold you," but them not our people, bro. They just sold us because they knew we wasn't like them. That's why they sold us. I'm from Fort Smith. Damn, it's hella Arkansas people in here.
Okay, Norton, Arkansas, stand up. Matter of fact, let's get a roll call, man. Where everybody from in this motherfucker? Shout out your city, shout out your state, shout out your region, man. Where
Oakland,
everybody from in this
California.
motherfucker?
Kirby, Israel, is it?
They say Hamites are further from us than Esau.
Yeah. Hamites. They don't. We used to go to war with the Hamites.
Okay. We got Texas, we got Chicago in here, San Diego.
I
Hey,
got family in Texas too.
so this is where we at in the Bible. At this point, we at the beast and the great harlot. And
They're
the
talking about
great
is this a Black Lives Matter station? Chill out, bro. Chill out, bro. No, this ain't there, bro. This ain't there, bro. This is
but yeah,
politicization. Hold on, June. Don't cut me off. I gotta address my channel. They question the integrity of my channel,
They
bro.
playing with my boy Top right
Man,
now.
they question the integrity of my channel. No, nigga. This is not a Black Lives Matter channel. This is plug, nigga. I go live every day, and guess what I do when I go live? I run my fucking mouth. Right now, my energy is low because I've been live going on 7 hours.
My boy running it up. He running it up today. We need some shorties in here. Where Amber go? Get on the line, Amber.
but yeah, we at the part of the great harlot and the beast. And the beast is it has to turn on the harlot, and the harlot is America,
Mm-hmm.
and the beast is the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. And it's gonna come
And
from the sea, right? It's gonna come from the sea.
and then after that,
Bro.
the fall of Babylon.
And you notice how Trump keeps saying, "Oh, we're good. We got this ocean in between us. We got this ocean in between us." That motherfucker gonna come right out the water. And they already said, Putin got all these fucking submarines, bruh. He got submarines everywhere. And then they at Alaska, China, and Russia is over by Alaska right now, just fucking with
Yeah,
us,
yeah,
fucking with us. They
they've been
driving
doing it for
jets.
a while.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They gonna come from the north. It's all in the Bible, bro. The bear comes from the north and causes havoc. It's gonna go
So who
down.
coming from the north? Who coming from the
Russia's
north?
coming from the north. Russia's coming from the north. China's gonna be with them, and Iran probably be with them.
But I was gonna say, the UN is what's really gonna set the world straight, and that's really what's gonna put the cherry on top.
He said the
According to,
Bible ain't supposed to be taken literally. Oh my bad, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
oh, it's all good, man.
I hate when people say that. I hate when people be like, "Oh, the Bible ain't shit." Like it's just poetry. Like, shut up, bro. That shit is literal as fuck.
But yeah, the UN is really the supposed to be the catalyst for this whole situation of World War III. Like, because they supposed to be keeping peace in the world,
Yeah,
but it'd be ironic if they take peace away from the world.
yeah. I was watching who was it? Lebanon was at what's the name? At the UN talking about how Israel keep attacking them and shit. And they just like saying like if they keep attacking them, they about to send their army out. So and the UN just sitting there all quiet, ain't really saying nothing. Everybody looking like they about to cry in there. I feel like they don't really got no power like that.
I mean, in a way, it kind of just looked like they waiting for everybody to hang themselves, and then so they can push their agenda easier and everything makes sense. Because if they try to do that now, it'll look like they infringing on some shit. But if they come up with an idea while everybody has a problem, it don't look like a bad idea at that point versus coming up with an idea when no one has a problem.
They said that damn, I don't know where he went, but they said that
Yeah, where bro go?
I think he boxed himself up on accident.
Yeah, that is a good point. China can't sail past the side of the line. Yeah, that's why they need Taiwan so they can take off a lot easier doing war and shit. That's what make Taiwan so key to everything to China as well. And plus, Taiwan used to be China, but I don't know what the fuck they got going on now.
I
They need
believe
to take the Hong Kong route.
died. His phone probably died. You said they need to take what?
Take the Hong Kong route to where like they still got their independence or whatever, but they still like a part of China. That's what Hong Kong did. Like they got their own shit going, but at the same time they still a part of China diplomatically or some shit.
Hell no, they don't need to do that. Hong Kong is China, nigga. What's the capital of China?
Yeah, they got a one country two system. So they a part of China, but they got their own system on how they run their
Ain't
shit.
Hong Kong the capital?
Beijing is the capital of
Oh, yeah,
China.
Beijing is the capital. Wow. China stopped
Good.
that all creative thought with the Communist Party. Girl, you talking about you thought it was Japan. Girl, Japan and China is all two totally different countries.
For real.
Japan is Tokyo. I be out in Tokyo because, yeah, you don't see that dude no more though. Once the Euphrates dries up, a 2 million man army will invade from the east. Who is that? Who is coming from the east from the Euphrates, y'all?
I think Michael Nelson trying to talk about Bible prophecy or some shit.
Right. So who is that right now? If the Euphrates dried up, who is that? Where's the Euphrates?
Somewhere near Saudi Arabia and all that shit.
Should America concede and let Ukraine get dominated by Russia or support Ukraine? Oh, chat. One, we'll go twos in the chat. If America should get out of Russia business with Ukraine. Threes in the chat if America support Ukraine. Twos in the chat if America should mind their business with Ukraine and Russia. Threes in the chat if they should support them. Damn, it's like support them. Get the fuck out, plug.
But yeah, it's Turkey, Iraq, and Syria. Those are the countries near the Euphrates. And Syria, I think Syria in a war right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Syria was on the list of countries that America declared enemies.
Oh, there you go.
My bad,
Fly,
bro.
you
My
back?
phone died. My
I
phone died.
told you it's phone died. It
My
says
dumb ass.
this: the top enemies of the United States include
The top enemies.
Afghanistan. Yeah, no, I'm not looking for top enemies. I'm talking about U.S. New enemies.
Colorado.
Okay, here we go.
What's
U.S.
going?
enemies. It says enemies of the United States 2024. Iran, Syria, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Pakistan, Russia, North Korea.
What about Afghanistan?
It don't. I guess it don't say it on there. I guess we're enemies with them, but this is the I guess the updated list.
They left out a bunch of people. What about Afghanistan, Cuba? Uh,
I was gonna say though, I don't think we was ever enemies with Afghanistan. We just wanted all they opium fields out there allegedly.
so imagine if I came to your house and I wanted all your money. I'm not your enemy. I'm for sure your enemy.
For real, cause think about it this way. Uh the pill epidemic took off right when we got into Afghanistan.
That's a fact.
So like
And they got Mexico. All right, here you go. It says Iran. It could be disputes over oil or its relationship with Iran, the support of nefarious factions, or all of the above. What is certain is that the relationship between the U.S. and Iran is strained, to say the least. And the truth is, since 79 to 81 Iran hostage crisis, things have never been the same. So they got Iran, Syria, Iraq, um, Libya, Somalia, Pakistan, Russia, North Korea, Mexico.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's all they got on this list.
hey y'all. Hey,
What
y'all
up?
heard about those American neo-Nazis?
American
I mean, shit, I'd have
neo-Nazi.
been locked up with some American
Yeah, I was
neo-Nazis.
about to
What are
say,
we talking?
is that the whole
What is we
Americanized?
talking about?
He say they eated the dogs, they eated the cats.
What about it, John?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Let me tell you this story, bro. When I used to do security, right? I used to be like the supervisor for this security company. It's called Securitas. And we used to
Oh shit, that shit out here too, nigga. That's
you got it
crazy.
out there? And
Yeah.
I used to have to go and check on all the guards. I used to have to make sure the guards was good, make sure they wasn't sleeping shit, and have them sign their timesheet and everything. And I used to go to this one place, and it used to always be these Chinese people out there catching cats, like with cages. And I went off on them one night. I'm like, bro, y'all can't be doing this around here. Woo, woo. And the dude telling me like, I don't know what he said. He said some weird shit, but he literally out there by the train tracks catching cats, bro. That
That's
crazy?
Damn.
fucking disgusting, man. For
Was
real,
they
bro.
eating it themselves or was they, you know what I'm saying,
I
selling it?
don't know what he was doing, bro. I just
Bro,
could
they
tell
was
you
selling that shit,
he
bro.
was catching cats, bro. He was
They was
literally
out there
catching cats.
selling Germal. That's how you say motherfucking cat and motherfucking Mandarin. Germal. For real, that's how you say cat in Mandarin, nigga.
Cause I seen him in the bushes. I'm thinking he trying to like be like pervy and look at the guard because it was a female guard right there. So I'm thinking he trying to look at one of the guards, but he out there catching cats, bro. He got cages out there and shit. Shit crazy. Making
Yeah,
fried
his ass
rice.
should have went to jail.
What you should say? He making fried rice. Fried
His
rice.
ass should have went to jail.
Hell no, bro. If you can't identify what that meat is, bro, get the fuck up out of there, dog.
Yeah.
For real. Everybody know what chicken's supposed to taste like. Everybody know what beef supposed to taste like, and everybody know what pork's supposed to taste like, bro.
Yeah. I think when the Haitians do it, it like he said, it'd be for like religious purposes when they be doing that shit.
Oh yeah, they be doing that voodoo and all that shit, just like they
Mhm.
do in Louisiana, man. And another story. See, like niggas be fucking up with that magic shit, bro. That's allegedly they say that's what fucking cursed black people into getting into slavery first in the first place. But That might be a conspiracy theory.
It could be. I don't really know no Haitians, to be honest.
I got an ex-girlfriend. She was Haitian and Jamaican. But I got a lot of family in Louisiana, so I know about that voodoo shit.
My
For real,
pops
for
from
real.
Shreveport. My pops from Shreveport. I never been there though.
That's where my mom and them folks from.
We might be related, bro. The original
Probably, man.
Turkish word chapter in Canaan.
June. Funny
What's
as
up?
hell. Man, we
What?
finna get up out of here though, y'all. Man, we coming up on 7 hours, man. I'm tired of the motherfucker. We'll be back live tomorrow, chat.
All right, my boy.
Man, good night, y'all. I'm finna play the outro song though. Y'all don't leave before the outro song, man. This baby go F2, man. Hold on, let me pull my damn outro song up, man.
Go. Yeah, this shit here really slick. Put me in the mind of that old Boosie and Webby. Yeah. We gon' show the world definition of real niggas. Baby, go. Run it up, gotta get it. Choosing different routes, he try to do it. He ain't do it, he just run his mouth, I lose it all. I'ma get it back, I ain't losing sight. Nigga wanna play with me, I guarantee you gon' lose this fight. Coming trim, to take one mile like a thief in the night. I told old girl she can come see me, I ain't buying no flight. Real nigga, you gon' get left if you don't do shit right. Drink in my cup and my wood, help me season the mic. Pain in my voice, can you feel it? Pain in my lyrics, can you hear it? Ask around the hood, they gon' say I'm one of the realest. If I see anything moving wicked, I might fuck around and kill it. Lost one of my partners to suicide. That shit still fucking with me, that's something I can't deny. When you see me acting like I don't give a fuck, now you know why. Truth be told, it's real, man, yeah, we still cry. We been taking loss right after loss, like we got no wins. The way I'm feeling, here's my cup, bro. Pour a whole 10. Every time I fall, no one's there. I got no friends. Thinking outside with my Glock. I got 4 gens. Dizzy boys. Only thing they know about is spin. Real hustler. If I lose it all, I'ma get it again. Free all the bros that's in the box. They still stuck in that pen. I just been out here chasing all this money like it's going with the wind. Overall, I learned from my mistakes. I won't make them again. Head up, chest out, take everything to the chin. Dirty world that tried to slam you out. I had to cut off kin. God was cool with Judas and the devil. Better watch your friends. You ain't never had no reason to cry me cause I'm solid. I can forgive you for some wrong shit, but I promise I ain't forgot it. I'm in my box now like I changed my first name. They call me Roddy. Who I'ma talk to? Roll up all my pain, call it Biscotti. Looking to my left and right now, I ain't got nobody. Number time ain't got hard for bro. He had thought about doing Molly. Who gon' pick me up? Who a helping hand? It ain't no trolley. Drug taking over, I can feel them in my body. Pain in my voice, can you feel it? Pain in my lyrics, can you hear it? Ask around the hood, they gon' say I'm one of the realest. If I see anything moving with I don't need no handouts, I get up and get that shit myself. When life get hard, I take me a step back and take me a breath. Only thing on my mind right now is money, nothing else. I don't complain about life, I just play the cards that I was dealt with me. You better not blink, you might just need this shit. Just kept the fan list, I ain't never smoked, what the fuck's a brick? Her mama asked me what the fuck I got off, I straight up told her dick. I done made so many plays, need owns, I should be sponsored by Rick. But keep me a 2-3 just like I'm James. I get my money back to my people, man, I ain't worried about no fucking change. You still stuck in the same mindset, that's why your situation ain't changed. You out here mad at the fucking world when it's really yourself you should blame. Gotta go get it, yeah. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go get it. Yeah, gotta go, gotta go, yeah, gotta go get it. Yeah, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go get it. Yeah, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go get it. I've been talking to God like, why you playing? Come on and bless your boy. Everything to women, says now men, we can't even cry no more. But God, I need your help, cause sometimes I get lost and don't know who to talk to. Cause heavenly, I feel like real home and corn, let me do a walkthrough. I went through that depression by myself, but I got myself out. I had to distance myself, it was better for me, so fuck how you feel about it. Wake up and grind and sit. I just gave you the method and now I'm lit. Don't look to a man for shit. I swear in the dirty world, they ain't give you shit. I don't need no handouts, I get up and get that shit myself. When life get hard, I take me a step back and take me a breath. Only thing on my mind right now is money, nothing else. I don't complain about life, I just play the cards that I was dealt. Get it, yeah, gotta go. I don't never stop, I don't care what the fuck you do, I don't never stop, man. You never know how close you are to what the fuck you wanna be or what the fuck you trying to get to, for real, so you just gotta go get that shit, put your foot down. Go get it, yeah. Go get that shit if you want it, for real. Gotta go get it. Get off your ass and go get it, man. This shit a grind to me. I'm a prodigy. I don't need no lazy niggas around me. I've been hustling, running, getting money. Can't let you pussy niggas outshine me. Started making plays and all my problem washed away. Life is downy. People having do I love myself? Shit, I'm gonna. Yes, indeed. Bezel me. Making all these play like my name is Andy Reid. Baby, please. I just want a nut. I guess I'm Sandy Cheek. I got time to beat around the bush. I gotta go get it and throw it back on me. I'm balling hard. You niggas ain't Patrick Willis. You can't tackle me. You just kick it and talk a lot of cool shit. Pack McAfee. I stay in my lane. I know they after me. These niggas envy me. No, I like to go get it and they can't fuck with me. I don't need no handouts. I get up and get that shit myself. When life get hard, I take me a step back and take me a breath. Only thing on my mind right now is money, nothing else. I don't complain about life. I just play the cards that I was dealt. Go.
JB.
Go. I told that bitch don't get in my car if it don't come with no neck. I told my niggas I don't like the beef cause that don't come with no check. I told my niggas to mark my word, I guarantee that I'm next. I got the arms of a bodybuilder from the way that I flex. Might just hit the strip just to go blow me a check. Yeah. They know what the fuck I'm on. They say that they got some of the best gas, they call it Southern Joy. Chain on chain and ice on ice like Adam Sandler, I'm Waterboy. I know I'm all in the head. That bitch laying in my bed. Wait till I give her a spread. I'm a master with the head. Don't let these social fool you, these niggas broke. I know that they ain't bought it. Ain't got no car but talking shit. Okay, then little walkie talkie. I told that bitch to come home. I ain't got time for no bitch that's healing. Puff the blunt, she called me daddy. And I'm screaming out no dick. I'ma make sure that she come. I'ma fuck her good with my tongue. I know the night is still young. So baby, let's get it in. I know just how she like it tonight. She spicy, she added a friend. They ain't identical, but they fuck alike. So in the bed, I call them twin. I call them twin. Bitch, shoot a shoot. 1 + 1 = 2. What you tryna do? Go back for back, check a swoop for swoop. Either way it go, I'm on. Either way it go, I'm gone. Brody them just got like 100 on 'em and they tryna get them gone. What you call it, that wet? What's the name? And he put it in his song. Brody them got the purest product, it's pink. You know this shit is strong. No Diddy. I'm the type of nigga that turn my bitch up in each city. Brother cut out, we sellin' brain, we hit the gritty. I'm feeling like a baby, I'm trying to get that milk up out them titties. It's no question who young and the latest. If you want your bitch, then when she talking, hear her. If I want the bitch, I'm going Pittsburgh. Still her. I keep some on the side, I don't have trust in just the main bitch. Suck me up while I'm driving like damn, I'll die by this lane switch. Shit, different type of freak, so we ain't never got a tussle. Throw it back like Miss London.